Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He bowled him! It's the taken! Coney's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. England versus Australia, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to SEN Test Cricket, live from Edgbaston for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. One of the regular questions put to Ben Stokes before the series went something like this: will you keep Bazballing when things aren't going your way? His answer was always yes, that under him, England would get out of trouble the way they've gotten into trouble. All aggression, all the time. Well, resuming at 2 for 28 after a brilliant and stormy mini-session yesterday afternoon before rain scuppered play, this might be that day. If Australia can get beyond Joe Root this morning, the host will be under the pump. Will they keep the foot down anyway? They surely will. Alternatively, if Root and Pope and Brook get into their group before lunch, they're duty-bound to declare by tea. Why so early? Because Ben Stokes has also said that he will never oversee a draw on his watch. Therefore, he has to leave Australia at least 4 sessions to chase down any target. With England's cards so firmly on the table, it makes for what could be both an intriguing and possibly bonkers day of Test cricket. And the beauty of all this for Australia, their plan could not be more clear. Take 8 more wickets. That is the beauty of bowling third. And if they can get the new Dukes hooping around as they did yesterday in this first hour, it's game on big time for Cummins and co. So, onto a defining day of what has been a pulsating test match so far. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast, Damien Fleming, 2 times Ashes winner, been with us throughout, will be for the first 3 test matches. Bharat Sundaresan, my vice-captain on this broadcast as well. Flem, we've been here for 2.5 days. It feels like 2.5 weeks. So much has happened, but it all really does boil down to, dare I use the cliche, this vital first session.
Yeah, I mean, you summed it up. This is a big day for Bazball. How authentic is it? Because I think they're under the pump right now. They've also got probably their 2 least Bazball batters batting, Pope and Root. I want the Australians just to treat them same field, same line and length that they would do in a traditional test match against these particular 2 batsmen. And let's see just what happens here. Because I no doubt Ben Stokes wants to do exactly what you said. Keep going Bazball on that, but do his teammates believe? Are they going to trust the captain and the coach? Do they feel like they can actually implement the plans that are actually getting enforced on them?
They got it a bit wrong with Root in the first innings, didn't they? Because obviously they've got these very aggressive players.
Wrong.
But Root they allowed to milk the field the way, I mean, dare I use, the way he plays Bazball, right? He likes to knock the ball out to the sweepers and all the rest of it. I wonder how they'll manufacture that today.
The odd ramp.
Precisely.
So you see the highlights and go, gee, Joe Root's just total Bazball, but he plays some Bazball shots that are remarkable, but he doesn't, come out and try and bludgeon it like a Crawley or a Brooks. So, no, they need to set the same plans they've had for Joe Root for the last 2 or 3 series, the same plans they had for Pope last series in Australia. I'd be just sticking to them. And covers on the pitch. We know this is a very dry surface, and it's not as humid or cloudy as early day 2 when England had those great conditions, and it's not as obviously cloudy as yesterday, but I still feel like the ball, may move around a little bit in these conditions, so that you've got to maximise that. That's like pure gold while the ball is moving for the quicks.
So it's a 98 over day. The time will be made up later in the day, but the pitch has been under covers all night because it rained so much. It should be a bit of sweat under there, and Baz, the session you and Daniel narrated so wonderfully yesterday, 2 for 2 from 22 balls. Yeah. If Cummins didn't start well, but boy, he bowled well in that second stretch. Had that plan to duck it, bowling right on the mark in conditions that suited him. It feels like those 2 are best suited to find something this morning.
It's a cliche, right? Seizing the moment. And Australia realizes they were going to get not more than 14, 18 minutes of bowling in there. The lights were coming into full effect. The dark clouds were moving. It felt like a horror movie. And England got spooked. And you're absolutely right, Flem. I think the openers got sucked into this whole Bazball thing. And I wrote about it overnight. Ben Duckett, you can celebrate it as a virtue that, he doesn't leave the ball. But you're a test opener. If you shouldn't be playing this format if in those conditions when as an opener I have only 15 minutes to survive, you can't shoulder arms. And Australia played on that ego and they got 2 wickets and they almost got Joe Root. And I just spent the last half an hour watching Ollie Pope in the nets, and I don't think he's in any mood to block either, especially when Paul Collingwood was tossing off breaks at him. He kept range hitting, he kept coming down the pitch. But on Joe Root, though, I described him in the first innings as a bluesy guitarist in this heavy metal band. And I think Australia allowed him to play the game at his tempo. I don't think they'll allow him to do that here. And in a way, the longer Root and Pope bat, I think they can get that hold over Root and attack him a lot more.
It's such an experienced Australian attack as well, isn't it, Flem? I mean, they know how to be resilient. They've had to be over a long stretch. Lyon's the best example of that, nearing 500 test wickets. He knows what it feels like to get knocked around and still take a bag of wickets, and he might need to from that Birmingham City end. Once the ball gets a little bit older, we saw Moeen Ali generate plenty of turn out of, well, not the rough so much as the nice part of the pitch. Took a 6 for here in 2019. He'll be bowling probably most of the day from that end, and if he can get going early on, well, we know what a threat he can pose.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch is still really slow, but where it quickens is when the spinner pitches it up and gets vicious turn. So that Cam Green ball actually, not only did it turn a long way, it actually increased in pace. Nathan Lyon bowled beautifully in the first innings, but often he'd beat the batsman in flight or with his angles, and it was that slow they could adjust their shot. I don't think they're going to be able to do that as easily here on day 4. So he's a major weapon. And if the English think, oh, we're going to hit him out of the attack, we'll bring it on if you're good enough. Yeah. But, you know, wickets are absolutely premium here. Pat Cummins, you know, he's been workman class, you know, from India onwards. I actually thought he looked a lot better from ball 1 in the second innings, and maybe a confidence from batting or whatever it was. But his run-up just looked like he wasn't fighting himself as much. I thought his pace, the batsman got shocked a little bit by that extra pace and bounce he gets, which, you know, is a real characteristic of his bowling when he's bowling well. And then bowling, if it had gone another half an hour, he would have got 5 or 6 there.
He would have got 6.
But it's not going to be a green sand. It's not going to be all that, but it's not going to be easy for the quicks. But and they've also got green up their sleeve. So, you know, it's a nicely... it's a potent Australian attack.
I'm really interested by this idea that England can't bat too long, Baz. I mean, even if they get going today, because they're already in the lead by 35 runs, at the run rate they go at, they'll be ahead by 330 plus in all probability by tea, which if in conventional Test cricket you don't declare them because you might give yourself 20 minutes or half an hour before stumps. They'll give Australia an extra look, an extra session due to the bold declarations Ben Stokes has made before the series. I know you've been sometimes a little bit sceptical of the way that Stokes has communicated through the media. I mean, your perspective on how this might play out strategically today?
No, if England are going to score 330 runs or have a lead, be ahead by 330, they will have to take a lot of risks against this Australian bowling attack. And Australia have now got a first taste of this Bazball phenomenon in the first innings. They reacted differently, they spread the field out, and they'll know how to deal with it better than they did in the first inning. And the pitch is tighter, like Flem said, it's slower. Nathan Lyon will be a lot more potent, even in that first innings. When there was nothing on offer for him, he bowled beautifully around the wicket, never let the right-handers go after him. He tied them up and he got wickets. He went for a few runs here and there, but everybody will. So when you talk about them scoring 330 runs, it means they'll take a lot more risks. That brings Australia into the game a lot more, and we haven't even seen the best of Josh Hazlewood yet in this second innings. He bowled beautifully in the first innings. It's not going to be as straightforward as it just being England's game and them bossing the game from here on.
Also, the declaration will have to take into account how many bowlers he's got.
Yeah.
Does he think, you know, if Moeen Ali's fit, we know, I reckon he would pull out at tea if they've got out to a flyer. That's just the way it is. But if you're the spinner down, who you'd be hoping to bowl really well on day 5, you've got a dodgy knee yourself. You've got a 41-year-old fast bowler.
Yeah.
You know, that's not giving you a lot of options, is it?
What was that line the other night that Michael Vaughan had? They're going to be putting fast bowlers in boxes by the end of this series.
If the pitches are like this, yeah, definitely.
And the first session yesterday, even though England got a lead of 7 runs, was crucial. The innings Pat Cummins played and how Australia ensured that those aging fast bowlers had to bowl the extra 2 spells. And it will show in the second innings if, say, they have to defend whatever total it is.
So much of the conversation last night, Flem, was around the in a way, I can't believe this, but here we are. The Ollie Robinson send-off of Usman Khawaja. We didn't get a chance to get your views on this yesterday. Robinson,
well, I didn't really know about it yesterday that much.
It's one of those things that it kind of gathered pace after play, because Robinson was understandably
after the
about
press conference.
So everybody would now know what he said to Usman Khawaja. Not just the first bite of the cherry, but probably the second bite, which was more egregious in the circumstances.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of accusations of pearl clutching and so on. My take was not really about that. Cricket's hostile, right? It's more about whether you give a send-off to a bloke that's just strummed you for 5 sessions for 141. But keen to know where you came at that, especially after Robinson said last night, don't care what any of you guys think. Ricky Ponting swore in 2005, I'll do what I want.
Wow, a lot to unpack here. He bowled poorly on day 2, Robinson. He's the worst of the bowlers and he's the youngest. And you're going, wow, he's in trouble, because he's gifted, particularly on pitches that help him. He knocked over Usman with a beauty, so pure euphoria. I know what it's like. You're in this bubble and you're pumped. So I thought the original celebration was Test cricket, no problems. But the second comment, of all people, like Usman, Usman Khawaja.
It just strikes you as like a really daft thing, isn't it? It's not about like, does anybody, do people get sheepish about, it's not about being precious about swearing on the field.
With this Aussie team, we know Dave Warner's had reputation for years, so I can sort of handle that to a degree. I don't know like that, but the rest of them are just pretty nice guys. Yeah. And then you have the chance, Stuart Broad, I would have been interesting in his case, because he loves the theatre as well. But he would have provided a much smarter response at the press conference, because Robinson doubled down and just kept digging. Why does Ricky Ponting have to have his name brought up? Exactly. It is insane. I thought he was going to, as I said earlier, go back and start talking about Bill O'Reilly. Bill was a bit over the top with the new ball in 38. So I think, he's had a shocker. Yeah. And also, he's going to be a target. I know they might not be able to target him on this pitch, but they're going to go hard at him for the rest of the series. Paddy will block it away because he's too classy. Internally, target.
We'll come to this more after the break. So I can see Pete Lalor in the back of the box. He's been a TV star this morning on Sky Sports talking about this topic and more things. I'm sure he'll join us for the second segment of our pre-game, which is brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking, to Drinkwise. Play will resume here in 18 minutes. England 2 for 28 in their second innings, leading by 35. Both Root and Pope yet to get off the mark. Thank you, Flem. Thank you, Bharat. We'll hear from you for the first ball. Back in a couple of minutes.
Ashes Test match, it's pretty evenly poised at this stage in terms of the runs on the board, and lucky to take a few wickets tonight, which is great. Yeah, it was an exciting 20 minutes. The lights come on, the ball's moving around a little bit more than what we've seen earlier in the Test match, and it gets exciting. Anytime you take a wicket, you feel like you can grab 2 quickly. We probably thought there was rain coming as well, so you sort of get in a bit of a rush to keep the ball bowling, and yeah, it's exciting.
SEN Test cricket from a cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. We're in our pre-game. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. That's Alex Carey saying the match is evenly poised. It is. And in fairness, I haven't heard the Australians complaining about the shenanigans of yesterday, although it does make me wonder the Ollie Robinson situation. If they genuinely are very upset at this, I hope they're not going to fight fire with fire. I would rather see them, for example, as every England wicket goes, say something like, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets this hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. They can elevate the level of the conversation if they wish to, because let's face it, you can't get much lower than the conversation that Ollie Robinson is more partial to. I am surrounded by a smorgasbord of talent. From the left to right, I have Pete Lalor, doyen, hipster, wise man. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand Test cricket captain, and Jarrod Kimber. You know all about Jarrod.
You were very nice to Lalor. Even Coney didn't get that much, I felt. You kind of ran out of steam there.
Well, Lalor frightens me when he's
running out of breath.
When he's dressed in black, there's something kind of imposing. But he does the black-white combo, which he is.
And just this sense that as Australians might quote Shakespeare, we're not tossers, mate.
Oh,
seriously.
yes,
we are nice people. And the English are really struggling with that. They're struggling with the new... Everyone's going on about the new England, the new English Test cricket.
No.
Well, you're forgetting one thing. We play a new cricket now. We're a new nation. We're kinder, more caring. Dare I say it, we're woke.
Kiwis with character.
Yes.
That's what we like.
Yeah, you heard that, yeah. I feel like I got off the plane in another country. I feel like Gulliver when he went to Brobdingnag in the second chapter of Gulliver's Travels. I don't know if you know that, but in the first chapter, which is quite famous, he's really big and everybody else is small. In the second chapter, the tables are turned and he's really small and everyone else is big, which leads to some very interesting occurrences. I've got off the plane here. The sun is shining. England are playing aggressive, abrasive cricket. Australia are being called conservative. And we're being labelled whingers in the English press.
Who would have thought?
For God's sake. This is an upside-down world.
It's bizarro world, isn't it, Jarrod?
Not right.
But also, I think today we're looking to see whether the bizarro world are they going to walk the walk, England? Because let's just frame this. It's the first test of 5. Any even remotely sensible approach, knowing that there's rain tomorrow, recognises that your chances of winning, batting in the third innings, are pretty slim. So not losing ought to be the name of the game, but Stokes hates the name of the game. The draw name. He hates it. He hates it. He wants nothing to do with it. What are they going to do? Are they going to go berserk?
Yes. They're going to race to 300 or die trying. So very Spartan-esque. We've already talked about Shakespeare and everything else. I thought we might as well go a little bit of Sparta as well. But that's what they're going to do, right? They are going to go head first into it to try and get to about 300 in front, give themselves even a session tonight, for instance. I did look at the weather for tomorrow. It's not good, is it? It's more than possible we don't see any cricket tomorrow, I think, looking at the rain.
Really?
So I think they will have looked at that as well, and they will throw everything they have at this, which could mean that they're bowled out for 120, or could mean that they make 320.
Well, that weather situation is a safety blanket then too, isn't it? You're unlikely to lose no matter what you do.
You would think that.
So
in
you
that
look
way,
like the good guys, but yeah.
You look how much we're attacking, but it doesn't matter. Of course, if they get bowled out for 150, then that's a little bit different.
Yeah, it could be sneaky. Now I've got
280 to 310.
280
to 310. And try and get enough overs tonight that you can get a second new ball tomorrow if there is play.
Well, actually, tomorrow, I know the forecast is poor, but unless it actually keeps raining, the umpires are now duty-bound to get out there, because yesterday, one of the more bizarre sights, I thought, to me, was that England batted for those 22 balls in sepulchral conditions with a puddle on the outfield. When Cameron Green took the catch, it was a lovely shot of water pluming over his head.
Wasn't the bloody tempest, mate. It was a bit of light rain. It's 22 balls.
It was 22.
A great session.
And do you know what it was? It was the 22 balls that meant that the ECB didn't have to give a 50% refund to the crowd.
Well, there you go.
It went just on.
That's a coincidence.
Some things haven't changed.
Is that a coincidence? Well, what it is, it's a benchmark for what's going to happen in the rest of the game.
You were lucky to get off, mate. You were lucky to get off with the light, because you would have been 4 or 5 down.
Yeah, there's no me about it. I am Pontius Norcross. I'm from London. I'm not from England. So I'm entirely neutral in this sparring battle between colonial and imperial nations. It has nothing to do with me. But
you condemn Jesus. I want nothing to do with it. Yeah.
But what fascinates me is that because that did happen, we might see a little bit of in-out tomorrow, because it'll be showery rain, won't it? And they will be desperate to get on, off, if they can do. And this pitch and this test match has been characterised by a small amount of moisture. Suddenly the pitch behaves completely differently. It is the flattest, most miserable pitch imaginable when the sun is out, and then it actually does stuff.
I think what we found was, as soon as there's movement, whether it comes from the surface of the pitch itself in a different kind of pitch, or from above, and as then conditions change, Aussie are in the game straight away, and we found that the English batsmen don't particularly like movement.
And England are going to struggle to bowl any spin, aren't they? Because they forgot that just bringing a man in who hasn't played Test cricket for 2 years doesn't mean that he can't bowl off spin, but he probably can't bowl 29 overs in one day and hope to survive. Is that fair?
Can you pre-callus someone's finger? Can you rough it up beforehand so that it's already in a position to be able to bowl?
Well,
probably not.
Well, not when you've been brought in at 3 days' notice.
Yeah.
and one of those days he spent getting a gong from the king, didn't he?
On a serious note, like, this cricket without consequences that England play. I'm sorry, there are consequences. And what the hell is Ben Stokes thinking bowling him for 29 overs? Is he only here to bowl an innings in the series? I mean, you manage a bowler through. You're winding me up, all right, I'll stop.
You also posited yesterday, Daniel, that they are selecting on the basis of going to golf, and they play because they want to play golf. I've never heard such nonsense in my life, how you pick a cricket team.
Well, Lawrence Booth
because
like
you
that,
need to play golf on the fifth day.
We're not
There's
going to
furious
stop.
rage in
We're
the
not
box.
going to stop.
You're not going to stop, so we're going to go for a break. When you come back, it'll be almost time for the first ball.
Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. The final bars of Jerusalem play. Adam Collins with you, Bharat, Sundaresan, and Damien Fleming with me. Pat Cummins already ready in position. The players were out there at 10:57. They've been waiting for the end of the song to go. It's not often that the players are out there early, but so it is. Everyone's keen today, as are we on our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, England 2 for 28 after losing 2 for 2 from 22 balls before rain stopped play last night. Australia's Corden, 3 slips and a gully, all wearing the short sleeve jumpers. Then a fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Extra cover, backward point. Cummins away from us towards Root. First ball of the day. Root yet to get off the mark last night. Reverse wraps, first ball and misses. Holy dooly.
All right.
That is missed off stump by Kodavanish. First ball of the day. Remembering there's only a couple of balls left in Pat Cummins' over when they came off for rain last night. He's gone straight down into that reverse ramp position. Let's watch it back here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Went over the top of the stumps in the end, but imagine he loses the off-pole first ball of the day.
It's tough, isn't it? A lot of the questions coming into today, whether Bazball will continue after one ball, I'm still uncertain.
Yeah. That's a bit silly.
Not.
Yeah.
Best indication yet. So 2 to go in the over. Cummins in, bowls here, packed Corden, Root plays conservatively.
Snooze ball.
I'll tell you what, I reckon even the crowd who are in and they're filing into the to the eastern side of the ground, the Hollies and all the rest, work day here in England, of course. I reckon even they were a bit, did you really just do that, Joe?
Yeah.
Even they are sheepish. And they
The Hollies stand going, hey, Joe,
mate.
say it ain't so.
Weezer fans, a lot of them. Knock it on the head, Joe.
Buddy Holly.
So the sun is out. Cloud cover as well. Cummins to complete the 11th over of the innings. He delivers here. Joe Root on leg stump. Turns it out to deep backward square where there will be a single. He's off the mark. Retains to strike. 2 for 29. Boland does the fielding. Root 1. Pope yet to score on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now to lead up to 36 as we reset. Flem, Bharat, good morning to you both. And Phil Long as well at the back. I'll fade you up. You got something to go with as well.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon, who will see bowling today at some point, stands 1 wicket shy of 50 Ashes wickets in England. And Joe Root, who we're seeing batting at the minute, is Edgbaston record. 787 runs. He's currently got the second most test runs on this ground. Alistair Cook, 869. If he beats Alistair Cook today, England will be in the driving seat.
It'll mean twin tons for Root as well. Of course, 118 not out on day one, which feels an eternity ago. Made an unbeaten century on this ground in the 4th innings last year when England hauled down 378 against India on the final day. Australia opting for Scott Boland as they did a couple of times last week, Flem, at the World Test Championship final to start the day. They like Boland.
I like Boland. I don't think the English batsmen do. I mean, they've got options, haven't they? I mean, for years, Pat Cummins was the first change, wasn't it? It was Stark and Hazelwood and whoever, Pattinson come in. I think there's flexibility with this attack that they can open, and then there's no release of pressure, whoever bowls first change.
As we wait for Scott Boland to be released, there's something going on in front of the sight screen. I welcome our audiences in Western Australia. Stay with us throughout, I suppose, late afternoon, early evening there, all the way through the night. Scott Boland from the Birmingham City end towards us, towards Root on 1. Delivers here, Root gets forward, defends right back down the pitch. Brett?
It's amazing how far out of his crease Joe Root is. We saw him in the first innings as well, standing outside his crease. I hope we get a replay of it on television. I'm sure the television guys would have caught up with it as well. We can see from here, you're behind him, but Flem, you can see how far ahead of his crease he is.
Oh, yeah. You see it on the, again, you're right, on television. We have our screen here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. He's at least a foot out of his crease before the shimmy. Boland bowls, Root dances and clips through the onside. Perfect placement. out through mid-wicket. The day's first boundary. Root up to 5. The lead up to 40. England 2 for 33. Some shot that.
Yeah, some shot that. This is what India started doing against Boland in the second innings. Rohit Sharma in particular, cover the off stump, walk across your stumps and hit Boland away through the onside. Sure, Joe Root watched it. I saw him practice this shot for hours on end in the lead up to this test.
So after just 2 balls, Alex Carey's called for the helmet. Up to the stumps for Boland. So cutting off that approach for Root.
And immediately rooted back in the crease, of course.
So the 2 slips in the gully remain. Work to do for Alex Carey back there. Did a good job up to the stumps last week at the Oval. Boland in, delivers here. Root reverse lap. All the way. It goes for 6 easily. Joe Root tried to play that first ball of the day into position early, premeditation, over Alex Carey's head. 6 runs, Joe Root. 2 for 39. He gallops to 11. Leader 46. We'll get a second look for tyre power, your tyre experts.
That's root-rageous. That is unbelievable. How astute is that batting? Batting out of his crease so I can get a half volley to whip it through the leg side. Keeper comes up. I'm forced to go back in my crease, but he knows it's going to be a length ball. But you still got to have the skill to play that ramp.
A reverse ramp, some shot. Boland delivers. He tries again and he gets it over the top of the corner for 4 more. Wow. Oh, this is super stuff from the former captain. That went over second slip. Steve Smith never in the frame. Once again, premeditation, so it has to be to play the shot. And it's going to prompt a field change. Pat Cummins is sending back a fly slip
to take a catch.
And the crowd love it. So Cam Green leaves the gully where he's so effective. He'll be 10 metres in front of the rope, just beneath our commentary position.
If Cam Green can't reach it at gully, no one will. This is brilliant. We were talking about, got it wrong first innings. Let's just ring up the field. Let's bowl a lot of balls into that avenue of apprehension. And Joe Root's come out and he's inspired. And wow, hasn't he just enlightened this test match or lit it up big time?
The lead's 50. They're out of the blocks. Boland, how does he respond to this? Birmingham City end. Root leaves alone and Carey does well up to the stumps.
You speak about the avenue of apprehension. I think, to quote Megadeth, this is the architecture of aggression.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Bharat. I know you've got a lot of work to do writing. You could write an entire 1,000-word piece on this over.
Oh, absolutely.
Root out of his crease twice in a row, clips through the onside, 2 reverse ramps, the keeper up to the stumps.
A leave.
Then lets one go.
A leave.
That's still 1 ball to go. Staggering stuff. To think how the game's changed.
I'm putting Scott Boland, what does he do?
Finishing is over here. Root plays out through point off the front foot. The area he loves. He'll get 2. No sweeper out there at the moment. Travis Head does the tidying up. Root up to 17 from 17 balls. The lead's 52. England 2 for 45 after 12 overs on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all 3? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Mick Cafe. Ollie Pope hasn't faced a ball this morning. Will so now with Cummins on the way. 3 slips a gully. Our end bowls here. And he beats him first ball.
That is so funny, isn't it?
In that channel outside the off stump. Had to play at it. That's where Cummins is at his best. Wobble seam. Moves away. Beats the bat into the gloves of Carey.
It was very similar ball to what he did to Joe Root in the first over. Joe Root tried the reverse ramp. It looked very different. Similar to this, the ball went just past off stump. What's Ollie Pope got for us, Adam Collins?
Made a brisk century, double century. At Lords a fortnight ago against Ireland, but this is different gravy. No sweepers back, with the exception of fine leg. Cummins up, bowls here on the leg stump and helped down. Maybe off the pad, we'll see in a moment. Ashan Raza, the umpire at our end, it's a leg by. Gets a single for England, nevertheless. 2 for 46, the lead 53.
You've been saying for the last few days, Adam, that Ben Stokes likes to play golf on day 5. Are we really going to wait till the tea break for the declaration? I think, what if they declare 10 minutes before the lunch break? I'm not putting anything past this English side.
I think declaring at lunch would be a stretch goal, but you wouldn't, because they know Flem. And I say these words, they're not fully formed thoughts, but nothing really is in the Bazball era. They might see it as, well, it's going to rain tomorrow. We've only got a session today.
Oh, that has to be in their mind. That's why I'm intrigued today, the way that they play it. But it's been scintillating batting.
Back to Root. No fly slip now. Bowls here down the leg side. Carey does really well. Away to his left, save 4 byes.
That's Paddy's big innie. Doesn't bowl a big outswinger. And not a bad ball to the way that Root's bowling at the moment. You know, we saw Ollie Robinson knock over. Well, he nearly knocked over Usman once, and then he with a Yorker, and he got him the next ball. Obviously, he doesn't want to give him any room outside off stump with this field.
Got some footy news through Flem, which I'll read out after this.
I hope it's good news, mate. I need a bit of a lift.
From your perspective and my perspective, it is not, I'm afraid to say, as Cummins departs and arrives and bowls here to Root, who defends to mid-wicket.
All right.
So Hawthorn captain James Sicily.
What a legend. Career best form. Inspirational.
Best on ground last week, but he's failed in his appeal with the tribunal and will miss 3 matches for his tackle on Brisbane's Hugh McCluggage. He'll miss the games against Gold Coast, Carlton and GWS.
So his teammate Brockman is part of that tackle.
Yeah.
What more could James do?
We talk about cricket changing a lot. Footy is too. Adjustment period at the moment.
Get him over. Get Sis over here. Let's relax him. Watch a bit of cricket. He likes his golf.
Get him on commentary. Cummins delivers here on the leg stump of Root. Out to deep square. 2 out for that shot. The fielding done by Travis Head, who's been copping plenty of grief from the Hollies over the weekend. 2 for 47. They lead by 54. I hope he's got a thick skin. They were saying some pretty nasty stuff to him yesterday. I read the paper.
Yeah, when Paddy goes, mate, on the boundary, you're hoping not Holly stand, not Holly. Which Holly stand?
It's very difficult.
Because you try and win them. I don't think you can win them over. I mean, I think you can make them get stuck into you more, but there's not much you can do to win them over.
He was laughing away yesterday, Travis said.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
That's the only way to deal with it.
Such a contrast. The family stands on the other side of the ground. Cummins to complete the over. Down the leg side again. More runs for England. Might be leg buys for Pope. Wait for the signal. Just about reach the rope, and it will reach the rope. And it is more leg buys. So Pope remains on naught. Root's 18. They lead by 56. Make that 58. England 2 for 51 at the end of the over. On the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Are you the fan that wishes footy was like it was in the old days? All the new rule interpretations get in the way of the stuff you love. The footy. You are the traditional fan. And when you're at Schnitz, you're ordering the classic schnitzel recipe like original schnitzel and chips. A pan-cooked golden schnitzel with those seasoned crispy chips you can only find at Schnitz. You've got that winning taste now, right? Schnitz. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you. Schnitz it your way this season.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, you can text us 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. A message in here from Tim in Churnside Park. Why didn't play start 30 minutes early today after the rain? Well, that is
We're with you, Tim.
We're with you, and I can tell you why. And it's not a particularly satisfactory answer, I must say, Tim.
I hope you're sitting down, Tim. Okay.
It's because they formed the view over the years, the Test cricket, they being the ECB and those that make these calls, as Root faces Boland again, and he plays him conventionally through cover on the drive, checks it, times it, out to the scoreboard and gets himself another boundary. A real test for Boland here. Different conditions to last night. The energy's changed entirely across the first only 12 minutes of play. Root skips to 22. He's hit a 6 and 2 fours this morning, 2 for 55.
That was just out of the MCC batting manual to play a cover drive. It's not a good ball to this field. Bolo bowls a lot of deliveries on third and a fourth, fifth stump line. If he's going to do that, he needs the cover. Who's at Uzi, who's at mid-wicket at the moment. If not, he's got to angle in.
So just an extra cover protecting Boland there. Root dabs it towards second slip on the bounce. It was the late cut. So they've got the fly slip. They've changed the fielder. Cameron Green at backward point. Travis Head beneath us at fly slip. 2 slips carry up to the stumps on the onside, as you mentioned, for them. They've got the catching mid-wicket. which I'm not sure whether he's necessarily in play for Root right now. Mid-on, forward square leg, and fine leg to our left, Josh Hazelwood.
I probably want him to try and whip through the leg side, and if he misses it, LBW.
Yeah. But the backward point's also really fine. Cutting off that single that he looks for all the time.
Boland in, delivers to Joe Root, who this time gets him down to deep third like it's a one-day international. An easy single. Root's 23 from 23. Those numbers feel like a one-dayer as well. 2 for 56 in the 14th. Yes, Tim, to complete that answer, it's because of train timetables in the UK. There's peak trains and off-peak trains, and because England by its nature is a country you can get from place to place in a train journey, most places, and they don't they've decided that they want people to be able to get on a non-peak train and make it to a test match. So therefore, they don't bring play back to start at 10:30 because their expectation is most people get here at about 11 on the train.
Give us your feedback on your thoughts on that,
Yeah, I know
Tim.
exactly, yeah.
Tim, just, yeah.
It's wild.
What do you think about that?
Boland up and delivers to Pope, who charges and drives as well. Only had one man to beat at extra cover, was straight of him, off the mark with a boundary. What a start this has been from England. Pope's for the lead's already 67, remembering it was 35 when we resumed 14 minutes ago. 2 for 60 England.
Once again, the mid-wicket is not coming into play. You know, it's not a bad ball, but the English batsmen know that they can advance, and they're only punch shots, the cover drive from Root and now that off drive from Pope. I don't think he's getting helped by the fields now. Backward squares going back. So is he going to try a few, bounces? But this is proactive batting, and we're seeing the difference between the atmospheric pressure when it's moving, and then today where the sun's out, and Scotty Boland, that they're lining him up.
That's ball weather.
He's conceded 25 runs in 10 balls this morning. Boland delivers here, defended into the onside. What's the overall damage today, Phil Long?
Yeah, started the day at 28 for 2 off 10.5 overs because we had that half an over to bowl. So what are we there? We went to 15, 20 balls. They've moved on from 28 to 60, 32 already this morning.
Yeah, I think for the first time in Scott Boland's amazing career, he's a little rattled. I don't think we ever thought we would say that, but I think he is a little rattled, Flem.
Well, Joe Root was hit 1 off 11 at the start of Scott Boland's first over. By the end of it, he was 17 from 17.
Yeah, you just got to slow things down at the end of your mark.
Last ball, Boland to Pope, keeper up to the stumps. It's a single, easy single to cover. They've got these gaps now because there are a couple of sweepers back. End of the 14th over, 2 for 61. Pope's on 5, Root's on 23. And that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Our moment of the session, Macca's I'm Loving It moment. And the new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's was Joe Root playing 2 reverse ramps in a row in the second over of play. 1 for 6, 1 for 4. Staggering stuff to get us going on this fourth morning. Cummins in, bowls to Pope here on 5 on leg stump, clipped away to deep backward square. Places it between the sweepers so they'll take a second run. Good cricket. Pope to 7. England 2 for 63. As I welcome Jeremy Coney for the first time this morning. What do you make of this?
Wow. Root, unbelievable, isn't it? When you're starting off, you're batting in another day, and you decide to sort of ramp a cup 10 runs. I mean, he's continually eager and daring, isn't it? Sort of daring himself to go a bit further every time, and yet it's fundamentally quite sound. You know, especially against Boland.
Cummins to Pope. Bowls here. Pope defends into the offside. I remember a game that we did here 2 years ago, Jeremy. England-New Zealand test match. He made 7 from 41 and he was desolate. He looks like a broken man. He couldn't play with fluency. The team was stuffed. He knew they were no good. And there was a sense of dread, a cloud over him everywhere he went. Now he looks the happiest, breeziest cricketer in the world.
Yeah, well,
Can
no
we get
matter
back
how
to-
unconventional the shots are, he actually looks quite balanced, kind of, his weight's going the right way. And
He's got
it's-
time. He gets
yeah.
into position
Oh, well,
so
he's always
quickly.
had that. Yeah.
No, but when he's playing the ramp,
Cummins to Pope here, middle stump line, defender to mid-on.
Not trying
because
to
you get into position so quickly, you can actually manipulate how aerial you go or how square you go.
I think he feels that he's not going to miss the ball.
No.
And maybe he might get caught out, maybe slip if it doesn't quite get enough bat on it. But he gets the angle right. It's a pretty safe stroke, isn't it?
Goes quickly.
Yeah.
And the run rate they're going at this morning will open up options for Ben Stokes later. Not the early wickets Australia were craving. Cummins needs one here. Bowls to Pope, who drives out the middle of the bat to Labuschagne at cover. No single fielding
And
in short
Pat's
sleeve
been a bit leg side. You know, he's bowling his innies, but they're starting on leg stump. And really, I think that's your most destructive ball with this sort of field. So, you know, I want to go length, you know, and attacking the stumps and then have that in-swinger up your sleeve, but you've got to execute it, you know, to perfection.
I see Root practicing the reverse sweep at the non-striker's end at the moment, as if to say to Pat Cummins in his line of sight, you wait, mate. When I'm facing you again, I'm going to have a go at you too. Tried it first ball of the day. Pope on strike, driving and beating Labuschagne at cover. Might have got some fingers to it to take some pace off the ball. Work to do. He'll put the slide in, to be sure of that. Good fielding from Labuschagne. In the end, they take a third, which leaves Pope in the double figures. He's 10, the lead 73, 2 for 66 England, 1 ball left in the over.
Mid-wicket, Usman's not touching the ball. I don't know why he's not on the offside.
I agree. I think this is a split field, 5-4 field. And to me, where do you bowl? You've got to bowl straight with a field like that and bring that mid-wicket and the mid-on and so on into play. And if you bowl outside the off-stump, you've got two in the... And there's two slips in the gully. That's the side you want to be bowling, really.
Cummins to Root. Is the reverse coming out again? Not this ball, it's not. It's short and pulled away for an easy single out the deep square. Fielding done by Head in front of the Hollies. Over complete. Root retains the strike. He's 24 from 24. The lead 74. England 2 for 67 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
We're here for Macca's. Here's for 30 years of the McCafe. Our session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise Phil Long.
4.5 overs gone this morning. We've had a 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6.
Perfect. All we need is that helmet of Alex Carey to get waxed for a
Keep
5.
an eye on it.
Or some overthrows, perhaps. Scott Boland.
So slips out. There's more of a ring field now.
Now, where's that fly slip? It's over. So Root's back on strike. They've got one conventional slip and a fly slip in line with where about fourth slip would be if they were up. So not a third man necessarily. Boland delivers. Root gets forward and defends. Maybe he's put it away.
Well, that's fair enough. If there's a man back there, they've wasted a fieldsman. They've taken a slip away because of that. So that I'd get a chance if it's outside the off stump. Where, you know, Flem was just making the comment about the line that Boland bowls, generally outside off stump. It takes away a chance of getting a catch there.
But they're both actually angling in now, and I'm thinking, well, how does the ball get to second slip if you're just bowling middle and leg?
So they've got that cover in. That's Labuschagne.
That's better.
Mid-wicket remains. One slip, Boland delivers, and Root defends 2 cover, where there's no run now.
I just feel, I mean, hitting the track, yes, you tried to do that on a consistent kind of pattern.
Which worked yesterday.
Well, it can when there's something going on. As soon as the sun is out, no movement whatsoever. It's not as if you can beat the bat very easily. So you're in more subcontinental conditions. Look at the colour of this pitch. And so if that's the case, what sorts of things can you decide to do as a bowling resource? Bowlers.
39 runs this morning. Boland delivers, and cutting extravagantly is Joe Root. He leaned back like he was a Caribbean player in the 80s. Full face of the bat, thrashes it out past backward point for 4 more, 2 for 71.
And then, of course, there's the odd bad ball.
Yeah.
And that's going to be put away. And we don't see that a lot from Scott Boland. Boland only played 1 test in India. They thought he wasn't as effective over there. He got when he got the ball reversing, he was a bit more of a threat, but didn't get a wicket. He doesn't change his pace up a lot like other quicks. He has less options. That's why they've got to get their fields right, or get him off and get Hazelwood on.
Yeah. Getting the replay here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. The Gordon Greenwich cut shot there from Joe Root. Outstanding. He's 28 from 27. Facing Boland again. Gets forward and drives down the ground. Not quite. Thought he beat mid-on. Good fielding from Pat Cummins. Boland under pressure. As Bharat said before, maybe pressure like he's never felt in Test cricket. Went at 6 and over on day 1. Very effective when conditions suited yesterday. Nearly picked up Root before the premature close of play.
Well, that's when you can applaud the relentless quality of Boland, isn't it? But in these conditions, you've got... conditions are the game's presiding genius. So we basically, here, you want to have variety.
Boland in, delivers here. Joe Root off his pads towards mid-wicket. And there was
variety of grip, variety of pace, variety of, whatever you're trying to do with the old knuckleball, changes of pace, and men more in front of the wicket for driving. That's where you're going to get your catches, I think, in these sorts of conditions more. It's like Pakistan. We're like in Multan here. I know we're in Edgbaston, but Multan is actually existing out in the middle.
And we say good day to Big Insy too.
We do.
Happy 54th.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
I don't know.
Lovely. 54th. Okay.
SEN Multan coming your way.
Yeah.
Boland to finish. Root guides it down. Deep backward point. 2 behind square on the offside on the rope. He wants 2, but Pope says chill out. Root retains the strike again. He's 29. The lead's up to 79. 2 for 72 from 16 overs. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all 3? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket live at Edgbaston for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins, I've got the New Zealand former captain Jeremy Coney with me. Former Ashes winner Damien Fleming with me as well. Jeremy, please continue your point from the previous over.
I would try and encourage my bowlers and leading up to these matches, we know how the opposition are going to approach this. I'd like them to start to use, I'm sure, the things that they can actually do, but that's just a feeling of knuckleballs and slower balls and so on. Now, Flem, I got to turn to you and defer to you.
Yes.
And genuflect to you.
I'm
I know.
this.
And so, So
I'm looking
are
forward
they
to the way
able
you're
to
gonna
do
finish
that?
This.
Are they able to do that? Have they got this range within them, or are they so conditioned that they need to hit a hard length all the time?
It's a very good question. Of course they are, because they all play T20 cricket.
They can do it then.
So they all have a variety of skills. But I've seen it over the years, a draw against India at the SCG where Vihari and Ashwin blocked it out. I was thinking, for just half an hour, why don't we just bowl T20 cricket? Why don't we use all these different varieties? But this Australian team generally doesn't bowl the things you're saying. They don't come on and bowl off-cutters or knuckleballs. Or let's go
because it's
Yorkers.
A test match.
It's a test match.
Right.
I don't, but I'm with you. I don't know why, at least at one end, treat it like a T20 because they're batting like a
Exactly
T20.
they are. Yep.
So how about we mix it up and get funky fields? You know, like at the death in T20 cricket, often it's a 7 on the leg side and they bowl wide of the crease Yorkers. You know, well, how are they going to score runs against that? So...
Gents, while you were chatting, we've had a delay in play. So Joe Root's had his helmet changed. Ollie Pope's changed his gloves, and David Warner's done the running on and running off for them. Great. I mean, Warner's joking with Root. I mean, this is the other thing, right? That's what made yesterday a bit of an outlier. They're all such good mates these days. Anyway, we're nearly ready to go again.
And Smith spoke to Cummins for a long time. I think Cummins as a young captain, this provides a real pressure for him.
So they're still mid-wicket. I don't get it. Like, I'd love a catch and cover. So, yeah, go on, play a lovely cover drive, but if you're not right to the pitch of the ball, it might be a catch.
Cummins to Root, off stump, driven out to cover, no run.
And once again, you've got to bowl that angled line in. It's going to be tough to get a catch at second slip.
It is if you're going to bowl middle stump, yes.
Yeah. Line's warming up. That's general indication they're going to bowl. Yep. Yes.
One other question for you, Flem, about Boland is that for much of his career he played at the MCG on that former drop-in, which was dead. So he kind of knows what it's like to play at Multan, what you're describing there, Jeremy, that pitch before, say, 2018-19, he found a way to make it work for him.
They weren't doing baseball to him.
True enough. 2 slips for Cummins, bowls here to Root, leg stump, out to that man at mid-wicket. Usman Khawaja might be his first touch, no run.
It is, you know, but if you push mid-on around, it's probably still not a single if he's walking in. I just like the... I'd like outside off stump because, you know, it slips in place. There'll be 3 fielders. But Camo's going with the angled in.
Yeah, he is. You need a...
Hasn't bowled a bouncer, has he?
Interesting change in cordon configuration as well. It's Cameron Green at first slip. And second slip Smith. So Warner's out of there. Haven't seen Greenfield in that position before. Cummins bowls and steering away his route to backward point. His favourite shot. Well, at least when he batted conventionally, his favourite shot. He's 30.
Not his most exciting shot, but yeah, you're right.
England, he used to play that all the time, still does.
The other thing is, I think you need in these circumstances when people are knocking it round, they're obviously hustling between the wickets and trying to put pressure on the outfielders as well. You need right people in the right places. So if you're going to get that man you were talking about over to the offside to strengthen that, then you need a wider mid-on and someone who's really quick in that area who can prevent singles being taken there. Yes, I know, they've moved him over now.
Cloud cover returns. Cummins up to the crease. Bowls to Pope on 10. Cuts and does so well. Had to get it beyond Nathan Lyon at backward point. Did so easily. Passed his left hand for 4. Pope up to 14. He struck 3 boundaries this morning. England 2 for 77. The lead's 84 already.
For a horrible pitch, it's been an exciting test match because, you know, we were building up today. If it was a bit overcast, Australia get a couple and Bazball's on the back foot. Or the opposite was, are Bazball going to come out and play their shots, which they have, and England's on top. I'm loving this yin and yang. But how are the Australians going to shift momentum, stop it, and then get it back their way? And maybe it will be Nathan Lyon.
50 partnership.
Can't be many balls either, Longy. Come back to that after this Cummins delivery. Bowls here and Pope defends.
45.
Lovely stuff. Clem, just kind of going to your point again about the test that Bazball was under. I mean, the way in which they've been able to transfer pressure back onto the Aussies, this is kind of the blueprint for
within
Bazball.
1 over.
Yeah. That's what was missed last year, I reckon. People thought it's just slogging. It's not really. It's calculated aggression to put so much pressure on the bowlers that they give you more 4 balls.
Yeah, that's the ball I wanted to bowl. Oh, he's just ramped it for 6.
Yeah.
Okay, what do I do with my line length now? From ball 1, ball 2.
And Root played that perfectly. Cummins to finish here. It's the in-swinging Yorker and it's through. What a delivery that is. Ollie Pope thrust the bat down, but not in time. The off-stump's gone.
Well, I was talking about this earlier, Colo, wasn't it? The 2 innies going down the leg side, go back to short of a length, but when you bowl the innie, it's got to be perfect. And guess what? This was picture perfect.
Oh,
that is,
look at that.
That's the pathway to the pavilion there for Pope.
And how about the celebration from Pat Cummins, celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. That means the world to him. Ending this partnership on an even 50. Such a positive start for England to give themselves a chance to press home their advantage, a lead of 84. Pope played his role in that, but gone for 14 to a piece of magic from the captain Cummins. An in-swinging Yorker, old school, England 3 for 77.
Well, was that needed by Australia? I mean, England were they were playing smartly. I mean, we saw 3 men in the covers just a moment ago. The 3rd man came up. Next shot, down to 3rd man for a boundary from Pope. Next ball, absolutely on the money. So there's the applause. One for the departing batsman, but also for Harry Brook coming out to bat. Now, this is an interesting period of play here. Here's Daniel, too. He'll be... Well, are you excited?
Excited?
Yes.
It's very hard to say. I feel both desecrated and thrilled simultaneously.
Right.
It feels like sacrilege is taking place, but I'm also kind of strangely enjoying it. I feel like I'm throwing over the tables of the money changers in the temple. I feel like...
A religious kind of metaphor.
Yeah. I feel like someone's scrawling graffiti on the Acropolis. There's just... I don't know. It's got a certain...
perhaps a je ne sais quoi.
Perhaps, definitely, because I'd run out of words, hadn't I? Yeah.
You're looking at me. Your turn.
Yeah. It's remarkable. It's a brilliant ball. Lovely ball to get rid of Pope. I mean, Pope did not get out playing Root Riot. Bharat, Sundaresan and I have decided that Bazball is not the right word. We don't like it. And we've mulled it over and we've agreed. We've agreed on an alternative because it's all about Root. It's Root Riot.
I just don't know if you can put that on the back page of an Australian paper, Root Riot.
Well, amid the Root Riot, Pat Cummins got the figures of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22.
It's pretty impressive. Now, he's bowled all morning. It's felt like it's been going on for an hour, but it's only been 34 minutes. And how many overs have we had? Well, 6, evidently. 6 overs.
And a half.
6.5 overs, and England have scored 49 runs in that time.
And they've been sensible shots. That's the interesting thing for me. It's not as if they're taking huge...
sensible?
Well,
it was
comfortably played.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was the 4th ball of the over, of course. So often you might target the 4th ball over. It just happened to be the first ball of the day. Green is in the attack and driving his route off a thick outside edge. It squirts away to deep third. Warner runs round pugnaciously to his right. And they'll get through for a single, which will bring Brook onto strike.
That last shot kind of shows why this all works, right? Because that is a mistake. He's driving on the up. He's got an edge.
And there's no third.
If you had a gully, you know, may go to them, may not go to them, but there's no one there. There's no one anywhere near there. Or, as I said that, there's someone there now.
Well, new batsman, of course.
He's a little bit...
But you know,
he's a little bit follow bally at times.
England are 85 ahead and 3 wickets down. If you flipped it the other way around, England would be quite keen. They'd be very excited if Australia were 3 for 85 with this much time left in the game, especially the way they play. So these are perilous moments, and yet England are playing without
peril.
Well,
anxiety.
Maybe they just feel
panic.
It's running towards the danger, isn't it? It's running towards the danger. Brook on strike. Can't see that the approach will change with him there. As the tall figure of Green runs in from the Birmingham end, and his first ball, he pushes it neatly back of the square on the offside off the front foot. He gets off the mark straight away. 1 more to the total. 3 for 79, which brings the riotous route back onto strike. We had a goodie there, didn't we, from Flem? Or was it the
halfway to the pavilion?
For Pope. Halfway to the pavilion for Pope. There were 4 Ps actually, because
he likes
2 Ps in
alliteration.
Pope. He does.
Doesn't he?
It's yes. So there's now 1 slip in place, and he's got an advanced slip for Root as Green is into him, and Root defends perfectly, textbook fashion on the front foot. Up to mid-off, no run.
We're having a chat out on the balcony before, Jeremy. So he plays the 2 reverse scoops, and they put the 3rd out on the boundary. Do you want him to continue to play that? Because the next shot that Root played was a cover drive for 4 just after that, and then a cut shot. Would you rather him be playing the scoops or the cover drives and the cut shots?
I suppose you get one with the other, do you? You get the scoops. You play the scoops so you can play the drive.
No, that's why he's done it. Yeah. But
Green in. This is driven. Slightly just in front of square and the offside off the front foot. It's running away towards the boundary. It will be cut off. Root will not take a 3rd. As Head runs round to his right. Didn't time that perfectly, but placed it pretty well. Gets another couple. Goes to 33. 3 for 81.
Well, I suppose the scoop, you'd have to say, there's more of an element of a dismissal about it. How would the dismissal be? Would it be caught slip if you didn't get enough bat on it? Would it be caught by the man at 3rd man if he hits it too well?
But he's probably not going to hit it if there's someone at 3rd. That's what I mean. So once you do that...
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
So, yeah, he was caught at slip in New Zealand playing the reverse scoop.
Yeah.
Green into Root. Root pulls. It lands just in front of mid-wicket. I was looking for it out at deep mid-wicket, but he's pulled it. He's not gone particularly far from Marnus Labuschagne.
About a metre in front of him?
About a metre in front. He's filled it very well.
Cameron Green would have caught it.
Mr. Tickle, yes.
Yeah, he can be caught in the ring. He can hit the ball straight up in the air, of course. LBW on bowled is still a big play. So I kind of think you want... I'd rather encourage you to play that shot than a cover drive when it's Joe Root.
Good point. Green in to complete the over, and Root drives off a thick inside edge.
It is the other way of getting out, an inside edge onto your leg stump.
Very nearly hit the leg stump, but he gets through for a
getting the cover drive ball.
3 for 82. The end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Hey guys, Ryan Papenhausen here. The all-new Amarok has arrived and is now the head and shoulders leader in the Ute segment. Test drive at the new home of Amarok and the only destination for your next car, Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Root on strike this pulsating morning. It's defibrillators are on hand for those of a slightly more nervous disposition. Australia...
You're nervous no matter what happens.
Australia are on top, but you wouldn't know it from the field and the way he hits the batting. Cummins is continuing. It's his 10th over of the innings. He's bowled unchanged in the innings. His first ball is clipped away beautifully through mid-wicket. Ought to be cut off and will be cut off by Travis Head, who's, I say, in his traditional position. He was actually on the other side of the ground in the first innings. He's in front of the Holly stand today, which will be more fun for him.
They've been into him all day, actually, and I can't believe that anyone in the Holly stand can remember he misfielded a couple of days ago.
They can't remember what happened half an hour ago, can they?
He's a good mover out there. He's quite athletic.
He's athletic. He's just not.
Once the ball comes close to him, a genuine dislike for each other.
Cummins is into Root. Root works this again through mid-wicket. Could be two more as Head moves to the ball, throws in on the bounce, and it's close, you know, but Rook is home. A brace of twos. Root to 38 from 40. England 3 for 86. That lead 93. The pace at which they're going and the pace at which they could lose wickets, I strongly expect Australia to be batting midway through the second session today. So don't go to bed, folks. I know it's still pretty early.
Or stay in bed.
Australia. Or stay in bed, yeah. That can be the best place for many things. Bed, TV,
long pause,
books, magazines. As Cummins is in, and Root goes for the reverse, misses it, goes through to the keeper. There's an inquiry, but not a very fulsome one from Cummins, and there is no run. Goodness me, it's extraordinary stuff.
So they've got a deep. I almost want to say it's a third man.
Yeah, it is.
But when Root reverses, he sprints around to fly slip. Did you see that?
I'm sure him go fine. Yep.
Yeah,
I don't think he would have got there.
No, he probably wouldn't have. But it's line, I think, isn't it? He went about 30 metres as quick as he could.
Here comes Cummins. Into Root, who gets one that jags back at him. And he plays it pretty well in the end. Defending into the offside with a slightly angled bat, it goes square of the wicket, and there's no run.
Well bowled, Cummins. That moved quite late, didn't it, back into Root, and Root had to adjust his body.
How do we feel about the way Cummins is bowling? To me, it feels like he's a step up from where he was in the World Test Championship and in the first innings, actually.
Yeah.
He's even through the crease better, it seems to me.
Even last night, when we thought he might have been injured because he wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't putting the ball exactly where he wanted it. He looks a lot better at the moment.
He's in rhythm here. When he's in rhythm, he's a fearsome bowler. He's in now. Root gets one on the pads, which he clips away out through deep backward square for 4. Just straight in line there, Cummins. Root picks up another boundary. It's on the pads. And meat and drink, as they say. 3 for 90, Root to 42.
It just swung a long way, didn't it? It almost swung into the shot for him in the end.
Where's this swing coming from? I mean, we've been outside. Well, it's not muggy, is it? Really? I mean, it's a little bit of a breeze.
I think generally the Australians have been bowling wobble ball a lot, and I think now, because England are coming so hard at them, they're like, well, maybe swing is the better option.
Cummins to complete the over into Root, and Root pushes into the offside off the front foot, goes straight to the fielder, end of the over, runs a plenty from that, and England on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail, they're 3 for 90.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Test cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
Daniel Norcross, if you saw the weird hand gestures of myself and Jeremy Coney, we're trying to work out if Moeen Ali's finger will affect his batting.
I was wondering exactly that. Yeah. Green into Brook, who cuts with no timing into the ground, and it rolls to cover. You would think it would be tricky, wouldn't you? Top hand.
So it's the callus inside the index finger on the top hand, as he's a left-hander.
Index finger. Yeah. I'm going to try and imagine it the other way round.
If I pinched your finger really hard.
No, pinch that one, my left one, because that's how I bat.
Yeah.
Ow! Yeah.
And now try and bat.
That's the answer.
Ooh, that's sore. Green into Brook, he stands with his bat upright, crouching slightly, and works a beautiful shot for his mid-wicket. It was on the pads, it's running up towards the boundary, and it will get there. Over pitching, Green. And Brook does time a beautiful ball. Picks up his first boundary. That's a 5, 3 for 94.
That V where he scores most of the runs of his runs, and there are a lot of them, folks, and very powerful.
I think at this stage, if you're facing Cameron Green, you're a test player. Even in the Bazball root right era, I think it's probably worth just waiting for the length. He will give you a length to attack.
Green into Brook. Brook punches off the back foot. He'll get at least 1 for this. Good sprawling stop keeps it to 1. As that's fielded by Hazelwood. And England 3 for 95 there. Lead went above 100 with that previous boundary, up to 102. 3 wickets down. The surface is still playing well, but as we've been talking about, we've seen a bit of swing, which we haven't seen very much of at all in this test match. There is cloud cover. There's no threat of rain. There's no direct sun. It's played very differently throughout the match, this pitch. The conditions have dictated it, overhead conditions. You know, when you were playing, we always used to imagine, Jeremy, that pitches began, at a certain state and then deteriorated. Entropy was important.
Yes, it was.
Doesn't
Always
seem to be the case anymore. Pitches can get better and worse in the middle of the game, go back and forth. Green into Root, goes down the wicket, and there's a nearly bowled leg stump. But, he misses it, flicks away at it, and Carey takes well behind the stumps.
Interesting to see that on the replay, because that seemed to go a long way off the pitcher in the air.
We can have a look now. Our replays with Tyre Power, your tyre expert. Wasn't far from leg stump. He exposed middle and leg.
Root, because there's only a mid on there, he's expecting he can get the ball just where Harry Brook did the last one for a boundary. So he's shimmied not only down, he's batting out of his crease to Green as well. Got to the offside of it.
Green in, Root waits and guides. A classic Root shot, guides down to deep third, where Khawaja does the fielding. 1 more to the total. He scores a lot of singles with that shot. How many singles did he get in his first innings? Ton, Phil?
I'll have a look.
Sorry, but it felt like a lot of singles. There was that one phase when he hit only 6s or 1s.
That's right, yeah.
England began this morning in 6th gear. They might be in 5th at the moment, but it's certainly not much less than that. Green into Brook. Brook, flashes at 1, thick inside edge, narrowly misses the stumps. A wild shot outside the off stump, but he picks up a single. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail. England 3 for 97.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, "Hello, I'm Bargain." Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. So, Phil, we asked you about Joe Root's first innings century, singles. Give us the numbers.
50 singles he scored in that 118. 7 fours and 4 sixes.
Were there any twos? What's left? Well, I suppose we can work it out.
Well, there might be a 3.
7 fours and how many sixes?
4 sixes.
4 sixes. That's 52 runs in boundaries, so
and
16 other runs.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, as 2 students of the game in front of me, Joe Root currently has 11,165 test runs.
Alan Border's in his sights.
He is.
How far away is he from Alan Border?
He's 9 shy, and that, if he were to go by Alan Border,
takes him into the top 10 of all time.
Very good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
very
sir.
good. Very
Thank
good.
you. Do I get a house point to the tick?
They just did a fake change, though.
Cummins into Brook. And he leaves one that's perilously close to his off stump, and down on his haunches goes Cummins with a wry smile. Something approximating to a wry smile.
Did you see that? So Cummins came off. Hazelwood
yes
started to bowl. They moved his marker and everything, and then suddenly I looked up and Cummins had the ball again, was removing the marker back to where he wanted it.
What do you think's behind all that?
Well, it might be that last ball being absolutely unplayable.
He's bowling really well here, Cummins. He's been bowling, as I say, all innings unchanged. Granted that the innings has had a few stops and starts. He's into Brook. Brook comes down the wicket and goes after it and misses it. Goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
I'm
flash.
I'm pretty sure what happened was Cummins took himself off and Smith ran down and said, "No, you're bowling the best. You stay on."
Well, this morning he hasn't bowled that many overs, has he? This is his 6th visit. 6th full over.
Yeah.
Bowled 3 balls. So I mean that's something enormous.
So he's been bowling since 140 yesterday.
That's a long. That
Should be tired.
That would be a long old spell, wouldn't it? Yeah. The rain notwithstanding. Cummins in, and Brook lets this one go as well through to the keeper. Shoulders arms to a ball that's angling in.
It's a good ball again. He's bowled 2 of those in this over that have come back a long way.
When he's bowling like this, I mean, there are a few more beautiful sides. A really good Cummins spell. It might have been here actually 4 years ago. Was it here 4 years ago? So a fantastic Cummins spell. Old Trafford was an amazing.
It was a Pattinson spell here 4 years ago.
It was a Pattinson spell, yeah.
What a loss to cricket he is.
He really is. And he's got his rhythm here as Cummins. He's looking really good. He's into Brook. Brook works this through the onside. It was a bit too far on this occasion, just angling into middle and leg. Brook gets off strike with that single, 3 for 98.
Can I throw a curveball at you?
You can. Can I duck it?
Yes. So Australia, one of the reasons Mitchell Starc isn't playing is because they were worried that he might go for too many runs.
Yeah.
If you're playing against a team who plays like one-day cricket and T20 cricket, and he's your better one-day or T20 player, it's an interesting theory, isn't it? Because you look at this now, and Scott Boland's a fantastic bowler, but on this pitch at the moment, I'm not sure what his plan B is, other than Carey coming up to the stumps, right?
I mean, he is a T20 bowler. I saw him a lot in the big bash.
He hasn't played many. He's played more first-class games than T20.
Cummins into Root, who gets a short one that pops on him. He plays it well down into the ground, onto the leg side. And Khawaja trots round to field.
When myself and Flem, I think half this box has worked for the Melbourne Stars at one point or another, but I think when we worked with him, he was always on the fringe of T20 cricket. He's played a little bit. He certainly has played white ball cricket. He's played one-dayers and T20 for Australia, but he's not. He's a much better red ball player. But you know, even then, he doesn't have the options that some of the other bowlers will have. You know,
you're right about Starc. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I would have picked him, but this is the position you now find yourself in.
Last ball of the over, Cummins into Root. He comes advancing, and then Cummins drops his length back, and Root just tucks the ball into the onside. That is the end of the over. Another one gone, the 21st of the innings, in England, the 3 for 98.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
SEN Test Cricket with backers. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. So Nathan Lyon is into the attack for the first time today. He's got 1 over in this innings. And you imagine he will be crucial because the pitch was taking plentiful spin. Both of Nathan Lyon on the first day, not so much from him because it was a first day pitch, but then lots from Moeen Ali. And that wonder ball he bowled to dismiss Cameron Green. And he really, against, as Bharat Sundaresan said, against a team practicing range hitting this morning against the off spin. It's not really a like for like though. They had Paul Collingwood doing it. Don't quite know that's replicating conditions.
Yeah, who would be the... They don't even have a...
No.
I suppose even Root's off
Brook.
spin is...
Yeah, Root's off spin isn't really the same, is it?
They need to bring in Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, well, Surrey have bought him now, so...
Of course they have.
Yeah.
They buy everyone.
Bought him.
Ruined
Bought him. We own him. We own him. Right, first ball of Lions over is carved away by Brook for 4. It wasn't that short, but Brook had almost premeditated he was going to go onto the back foot and cut the ball pretty much off the stumps. We'll take a look on the replay screen. And we know our replays with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Let's see how much that turned. Unfortunately, we're seeing it from side on, so that's not the most helpful angle at the moment. But and so it was almost like Brook had decided any dropping in length. He does read length well, does Brook. Moved to 12. England 100 up, 302. Defends the next ball from the crease into the ground, where it's picked up by the ebullient Labuschagne.
Yeah, it's turning a little bit, but it doesn't look like anything violent at the moment. In fact, the one he cut kind of...
He cut it off stump, but it just came on.
Yeah.
Just came on with the arm.
More of an overspinner, I suppose.
Lyon with his distinctive approach is in and goes for the sweep. Brook and hammers it through deep backward square for 4. So 3 deliveries, 2 boundaries so far. Brook to 16 from 12. England 3 for 106 to lead 113.
Yeah, it's not a great ball from Lyon, and it's given him a free swing, which is probably the worst situation. We're already seeing he's coming around the wicket here, which is a more attacking line, to be fair. I don't mind that at all.
We can get it to straighten off the straight. Could cause problems here. Lyon into Brook, goes back into his crease and clips through the onside. He's going to pick up at least 1. They'll come back for 2. There's Hazelwood out there, I believe. As the fielder, 2 more.
He just
to 18.
Just hasn't found his length in this over yet at all. Almost every ball has been slightly off. But it would have been better if he'd started bowling to Pope.
Yes,
he doesn't play off spin particularly well, but obviously, they had the seamers at both ends. I was a bit surprised when I saw Green come on before Lyon, actually. Not there's anything wrong with Green's bowling, but just because when Pope was around.
Yeah, it's just that there was a bit, wasn't there, going on as Lyon is in, and it's worked its way into the onside. Through deep back to square this time. It'll be 2 more. There's a bit of a tangle between 2 fielders down there, Boland and Hazelwood, 2 big, burly, fast bowlers. We're almost about to collide, a low-speed collision, because neither of them is especially fleet of foot.
I thought there was going to be a point where neither of them went for that, and it just trickled
through. Yeah. So far this over, 4.422.
If you're Hazelwood, though, you pull out if you see Boland coming.
Lyon in to complete the over, and Brook tucks this into the onside. It rebounds off a bit of Labuschagne, and they'll just take the single. So 13 runs from the over. Brook will keep strike. England on Nelson. At the end of the over, they're 3 for 111.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all 3? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. We were speculating whether or not Cummins had run his race for the morning, but he's staying on. He's going to bowl another over. And England this morning, if you're just joining us, we're coming up to the end of the first hour. Have added 73 runs in 69 balls. Root signalled his intent, as they say in New Zealand, by attempting to reverse ramp the first ball of the day. He then succeeded in reverse ramping Scott Boland for 6.
That's a big 6 too.
It's huge, isn't it? Massive. But Cummins, meanwhile, has been very steady. What are his figures this morning, please, Phil? 6.5 overs.
22 conceded for the one wicket.
So he's not going for many at all off his 39 as Cummins is in, and that's chopped down to deep backward point or wide deep third for a single by Brook. He's moved to 22 from 16. Root back on strike on 43. England 312 off Nelson.
Phil, what did Green go for in his brief spell?
His first over went for 5. His second over went for 7, 12.
So what has that? What are the two ends gone at overall?
I say, okay.
You see where I'm going with this?
I know exactly where you're going.
It's a game of two ends, Dan.
Sure is. Slip still in place and field spread otherwise. Cummins into Root. Root plays at this down the leg side, but can't catch up with it. Goes through to Carey and there's no run.
56 from the Birmingham City end.
In how many balls?
In exactly 6 overs.
36.
Yeah.
56 off 36 balls from the Birmingham end. And Cummins, well, it's a bit like that incredibly derogatory remark that was Graham Gooch said about New Zealand. It's like playing the World 11 at one end and Ilford's 2s at the other, referring basically to Richard Hadley. And as Jeremy Coney will tell you, that the New Zealand team got themselves a whole load of T-shirts with Ilford second 11 printed on them, which they didn't give to Richard Hadley. Cummins in to Root, who digs out a splendidly directed full Yorker length delivery. I'm at 88 miles now, I'm very conscious that I'm on with you, Jarrod. Well, I'd say Yorker length. You upbraided me about 12 years ago, 13 years ago, when I described someone digging out a Yorker and reminded me it isn't a Yorker unless it actually goes under the bat.
It has to York.
It has to York you. It's not a Yorker, it's a Yorker length delivery. If you can play it.
But I'd probably say Yorker now because it's easy. But you're right.
Well, now that's
right.
not fair. So now I'm left with this ponderous form of words. And right, round the wicket. Hello. Not sure he needs to change direction. I might be about to look very foolish indeed, but he's bowling extremely well from over the wicket. But we've now got an interesting field. A man just in front of square on the onside, semi-catching. Fine leg's going to go. Well, long leg's going to go to fine leg.
A very
fine deep third.
I was going to say a fine leg slip, or has Steve Smith just not got himself, because he's well up ahead of Carey.
He's an advanced fine leg slip. Bit Stokes this field. Cummins is in, and Root just waits and plays the shot he loves so much, which is just to guide the ball off an open face down to deep third for a single, moves to 44.
As well as Cummins has bowled, I don't think he's been as deadly accurate as we have seen. And I think part of the reason is because he's swinging it and the ball sometimes is getting away from him. So, you know, if you've... with him, he's been so accurate for a long time bowling the wobble ball, because all you really need to do is aim one spot on the pitch and it will do the rest of the work for you. Whereas with swing...
You've got a variable, haven't you?
Yeah, it just gets away from you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's coming back over the wicket to Brook. 2 balls left in this over. He might keep bowling, we never know, but it might be his last in this spell. He's into Brook, and Brook gets up on his toes and defends, wants a run that isn't there, and Root says no, as it goes out square of the wicket on the offside. We have now had over an hour, and England struggling against Cummins, playing him okay, but struggling. And at the other end, rather making hay. But Lyon is in the attack, so...
Yeah, we haven't seen Hazelwood at all yet, have we?
No, we had the phony Hazelwood.
The almost Hazelwood. He can't be far away.
And because of the extended session, we've got drinks at 12:08.
Root, by the way, is practicing his reverse sweep. Thank you. He's, you can see him here just having a little practice of the old reverse. Last ball of the over coming up. Cummins is in. This is dug out. Another great in-swinging Yorker length delivery. Brooks survives it. He has 22. Root 44. And England at the end of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard, a 3 for 113.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
Star 21 offers a new approach to your enterprise mobility strategy and delivers tailored mobility solutions that best meet your business needs using Telstra's 5G mobile network. Call 1300 Star 21 to discover the difference.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And delighted to say we are now joined as Jarrod Kimber is making his way off after a scintillating half hour on air, to be replaced or added to even by Bharat Sundaresan, the co-founder of Root Riot.
Root Riot.
Shall we get a cafe and put it together?
Yes.
Or a bistro? Well, actually, what would you serve in the Root Riot?
The Root Riot, yeah.
What would you serve, Phil, in the Root?
Well, if it's
Riot?
roots, it has to be some sort of vegan.
Oh. That's a shame. I don't think either of us were really up for that.
No, not really.
Oh, no, it's a very good thing, vegan food and all that. Very pro it, but I don't think I can make it my life's work. As Lion is in around the wickets to Root, who covers up in defence. It goes up to the offside. The previous over, Lion went for 12, 13, was it 13?
Yeah, 13.
All off the blade of Harry Brook. How will Root play?
Some would say a Root Riot need a few rooms.
We would need a few. Lion is in. Sweeping is Root. Out to deep, back in square. Hazelwood with field. Just for one run. Root 55. I think you would. You would. Where would be the best place for it? Melbourne strikes me as good for a Root Riot.
It is, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Melbourne is kind of a Root Riot
kind of place.
Yeah, it's got that feel to it. What would be served? That's the thing.
Very bizarre cocktails. Lion into Brook, who goes off the back foot, punches into the offside, finds a gap square of the wicket. Head has to make ground from deep backward point, so they get through for another couple at the moment. Brook's looking pretty comfortable against Lion. Is it the picking of length he's getting right? Because he's getting that weight back. It's just ever so slightly shorter balls.
Slowness of the pitch is well done.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Nathan Lyon really get one to grip and turn so far in this very brief spell.
He's in again. And Brook goes back, pushes into the offside, but this time can't beat the fielder. It recovers Khawaja, no run.
And like Jeremy Coney said, this feels like a pitch in the northern part of India or in Pakistan.
Multan, didn't they? They brought Multan
to here in the middle.
Here in Burma. Actually, not the most inappropriate place to bring Multan.
Yeah, true.
Line in. Down the wicket comes Brook and goes inside out over the top. Not sure it's quite low. He's tempted, but he's got a lot of it. It's gone for 4. I think he's trying to hit it a bit straighter, but open the face of the bat, got it over extra cover. Good use of the feet, goes to 28, England 3 for 120.
Well, it's a little bit of a mini feud, isn't it? First time Lyon is bowling to Harry Brook. In Test cricket, of course, bowled in the first innings, but first test between these two. Harry Brook did say he's going to take down Nathan Lyon.
Well, he got out to him, didn't he? First, he's in extraordinary fashion. As Lyon is into him again from around the wicket. He goes back into his crease, pushes into the offside. Again, finds a gap, and the over is completed with Brook on 29 with that single. Root on 45 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England 3 for 121. And I think that will be it. It is, ladies and gentlemen, be still my beating heart. For it is Drinks on the other side. Adam Collins, come back into the chair.
Things need topping up from time to time, including your COVID-19 protection. Even if you've been vaccinated, boosters can top up your defences and reduce the risk of serious COVID illness. If you're an adult and it's 6 months since your last COVID vaccination or infection, you can now get the latest vaccine. Top up your COVID protection. Visit health.gov.au/top-up to book your free booster or to find out more. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Macca's OG McSpicy. juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Cummins to finish here. It's the in-swinging Yorker and it's through. What a delivery that is. Ollie Pope thrust the bat down, but not in time. The off-stump's gone.
Well, I was talking about this earlier, Colo, wasn't it? The two innies going down the leg side go back to short of a length, but when you bowl the innie, it's got to be perfect. And guess what? This was picture perfect.
Oh,
that is,
look at that.
That's the pathway to the pavilion there for Pope.
And how about the celebration from Pat Cummins celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral? Our coverage is from Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Said there, it's an old school in-swinging Yorker from Pat Cummins to ruffle the feathers. But to be fair, England are still having a tremendous time of it. They're 3 for 121. I'll get a breakdown of the hour that was with Phil Long. Roots 45. He's there with Harry Brook on 29. So that partnership's worth 44 from 42 after losing Pope. Clean bowled off stump out of the ground by Cummins with an in-swinging Yorker to die for 14. That was a partnership of 50, all made this morning. Phil Long, well, what do you know? Tell me things.
Yeah, slightly more than an hour because we've got the extended first session today. But that first session, or the first half session here, 81 deliveries, and England lost 1 wicket but scored 93 runs.
93 runs from 81 balls. And we were speculating before play, Bharat, that this might be a test of their philosophy, that they might find it difficult to bat the way that they wish to bat against a relentless Australian attack against a relatively new ball that was hooping around yesterday. But as has been the rhythm of the test match, when the clouds have been out, it's been hard going. When the sun's out, it's been, as Jeremy Coney said before, it's been Multan or Rawalpindi where we were last year, and so it's felt at times today. Joe Root attempted reverse ramp first ball of the day off Pat Cummins. We all looked at each other like, what's happening here? Next over, I mean, the 5-ball sequence. Charges at Boland, plays him into the onside. Charges at Boland, clips him for 4. Carey comes up to the stumps. Reverse ramp for 6. Reverse ramp for 4. And leaves the 5th ball of the over into the gloves of Carey like it's not even a thing. The most relaxed moment in the world. It was just chaos, but beautiful chaos as well. Your observations?
Chaos sums it up. And look, there's been so much talk about how England have changed the way they play Test cricket, how they revolutionized Test cricket for themselves. And it's one thing expecting the likes of Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope, who have until that point struggled in Test cricket, looked out of sorts in Test cricket. For them to embrace it, they'd almost reached a point, Zach Crawley another one, where they had nothing to lose. Or you have a youngster like Harry Brook, who walks in once again, with all the white ball skills in the world, with nothing to lose.
Hazelwood to start the fresh hour after a lengthy drinks break. In here to Brook, who started well. He's on 29, facing up here and deflecting and down to deep third. They found that area of the ground well so far this morning. I'll get a couple as well. Shouldn't be 2 there. They take on Lyons, 31. 3 for 123. Lead up to 130 already.
But then to get someone like Joe Root, who at that point had nearly scored 11,000 Test runs, one of the best ever to play this sport, for him to embrace it and to find his own niche within this new approach of playing Test cricket, and for him to accept it and embrace it and then to execute it the way he has, that just tells you what a special player, what a special human being Joe Root is.
Hazelwood's got a slip in the gully. Deep backward point when bowling to Brook, who drives right at the middle of the bat. I'm sure you could hear it through the effects mic, but Cummins collects it mid-on. No run. That's a nice reference point, 10,000 runs rather for Root. He brought that up when making a fourth-inning century at Lords against New Zealand last year, the first of the Bazball test matches, and he's now beyond 11,000, bringing up that milestone last week. But yeah, to think that he'd already had effectively 10,000 runs on the board, an entire test career, over 20 test hundreds. It's been an incredible run for him within this framework. Hazelwood delivers, and turning into the onside is Brook. Maybe for two more. He's weighted it well. No, they're happy with the single. 32 for him. Great start. 3 for 124. England halfway through over 25.
And the way he carried English cricket for 2-3 years leading into the Ben Stokes captaincy era, where it was Joe Root or nothing. I mean, we talk about on television, we see his numbers. He's averaged 71 since June of last year, which is pretty much the start of the Bazball era. 500s, 550s. But he was as consistent as that even in the previous year. That summer against India where he couldn't stop scoring hundreds. The two tours of Sri Lanka and India. This is pre-Bazball. Joe Root was still in a golden patch. But the way he's adjusted his game to fit in with what Ben Stokes, his captain, wants of him, and still average that much, just tells you about his all-round game.
Hazelwood to that man, Root on 45. Delivers over the wicket. Root plays with soft hands to backward point for one. Here's Green leaping across from gully. Moves to 46 with a single. 3 for 125. So he's hit 13 centuries since the start of 2021. So 30 all up.
Yeah.
So 5 in the Bazball era, 8 in the previous 13-14 month period when things weren't going well for England, but he was racking up the runs, with the exception of Australia, where he averaged 32 in that Ashes series 18 months ago.
Yeah, so he didn't need the freedom to become Joe Root, the batter he has in the last 12 months. He already had that. He had his own way. But the fact that he's embraced the reverse ramp as being one of his own shots.
Hazelwood in to Brook, 32, and he drives through the covers. That'll be his 5th ball, right out the middle of the bat. Harry Brook, prodigious talent, a 50 partnership raised as well. 36 from 26, picking up from where he left off in the first innings when he was out in freakish circumstances, but looks born to play on surfaces like this. 3 for 129, 50 partnership, and how many balls, Longy?
47.
So our second 50 partnership of the day. The first came up in 45 balls, the second in 47 rather. This is the way they want to play on their terms so far. Hazelwood to finish, and Brook plays into the offside just in front of point where there won't be a single. And the over, 3 for 129. They lead by 136 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Root 46, Brook 37. And our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Met Cafe.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
This session, what a session it's been for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me and Nathan Lyon to continue. He's got a long on, deep square leg, fine leg, deep backward point for the reverse sweep. Bowling at Root on 46. Lyon in, Birmingham City, and he dances and he stumps. Nathan Lyon, how they needed that. Just went under his bat. Good piece of keeping from Alex Carey. His third stumping of the test match, and Joe Root so enterprising this morning, allowing England to play on their terms, but he's run past one, and Carey had to take it next to the leg stump and do the rest, and so he did. England lose their second wicket of the morning. Root stumps for 46 from 55 balls. England a 4 for 129, Bharat.
What a moment in this test match. We've been singing the praises of Joe Root, and justifiably so. But he's up against another world-class competitor in Nathan Lyon. We knew he would have a say on this test match, Nathan Lyon. It wasn't really a special delivery, but he did pull his length back a little. Joe Root was always humming at him, but didn't get to the length of the ball, lost his position of his head, lost his shape, and just swung against it, and the ball just snuck past his bat. And an easy stumping for Alex Carey. What a moment.
Yeah, and Joe Root will have to wait to join that all-time list, the top 10 test run scorers. He needed 53 today to overtake Alan Border, so that'll have to wait till the next test at Lord's.
Thank you, Phil Long. The second time a partnership this morning has been broken just after passing 50. It's going to be the captain, Stokes, out caught behind for one the first time around. He's had a less convincing time of it with that in hand. Been able to get away from time to time, most notably at Trent Bridge last year, riding shotgun with Johnny Bairstow, that really kick-started the Bazball era. Fabulous 100 at Old Trafford against South Africa when they were under the pump and needed to find a way to consolidate. Not that they've done that too often. But his lot has tended to be trying to smash the ball from ball one. Often charging at seamers and not caring too much if he gets out in a hurry. So how will he play this with a lead that's already up to 136? They're ahead of the rate on that front if we're talking about 2 sessions today. Rain tomorrow, though. This could go anywhere. Your thoughts?
Oh, no, he's going to come after Nathan Lyon. And you're right. England are not going to hang around too long. Weather coming tomorrow, and just the way Ben Stokes thinks about Test cricket these days.
So Nathan Lyon setting the field with Steve Smith at first slip. They've got the long off, the deep backward point straight away. There for the reverse, the deep square leg and one slip, the only catching man. Lyon round the wicket, wide of the crease to Stokes, who's in behind it, defending to begin. So they've celebrated another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives, their second chance to do that today. And yes, the amusement of Stokes is knocking one on the head.
Joe Root just looking at the replay would be slightly disappointed. He left the crease a bit too early.
Nathan Lyon delivers and Stokes defends the second ball that he faces.
Applause from the Holly stand in particular, but just Joe Root, apart from being an excellent player against spin, he times his departure from the crease so well against spin. That's what makes him such a dangerous batter. Just telegraphed it a little. Nathan Lyon saw him coming, pulled the length back.
Passes umpire Rasmussen bowls here. Lyon and Stokes deep in the crease, pushing into the onside. That went on with the arm from Lyon. We're welcoming Jeremy Coney back to the Summariser chair as well. Good morning.
Morning. It was a timely dismissal, wasn't it, really, for Lyon in particular. He was going at 9s at that phase of his second innings. And, you know, you can go for that for so long, but, you know, they're so reliant on him today to provide one end.
Lyon to Stokes, these two old adversaries. And Stokes again on the front foot, pushing out to the offside. In no hurry to begin.
So this is going to be an interesting battle, isn't it? The left-hander brings slip into play. It also means 6 on the offside. So we've got a 6-3 field at the moment. Just 3 covering that whole of the onside there.
Can he get another to spin sharply as he did to Root? Lyon bowls. That's on leg stump, and Stokes is off the mark with a single. Tucks it into the onside. Retains the strike as well. But a successful over for Nathan Lyon in Australia. The home side 4 for 130, leading by 137. Stokes 1, Brook 36.
Coming in June 2023, Chadstone Toyota has the perfect Hilux waiting for you, including the all-new Hilux Rogue. Don't let this golden opportunity slip through your fingers. Secure your dream vehicle before they vanish. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. T&Cs apply. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
We're here in Birmingham for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Got Bharat, Sundaresan and Jeremy Coney with me. Phil Long too, what's going on?
3 stumpings in the match for Alex Carey. The last Australian wicketkeeper to do that was Matthew Wade against Bangladesh back in 2017. Before that, it was Gil Langley back in 1955.
Wow. And to think how long Alex Carey had to wait for that stumping, and remember the scenes in India when he did get it. We had a deal, didn't we? Him and I.
Big part of our conversation over there. Hazelwood bowling here to Stokes, and Stokes defends straight down the pitch. No run there. He's got a slip, a gully, deep backward point, fine leg, deep square leg. Rest up on the one, and that's something going on.
No, the thumper has been asked for by umpire Ehsan Raza.
So we'll get a moment to take a beat here. So Matthew Wade, that would have been in Chittagong in 2017 when Nathan Lyon took 14 wickets in the match, and And Wade kept well to him. But yes, we were waiting, what was it, 62 catches before a stumping for Carey.
And I think nobody was more obsessed with Carey getting that first stumping than I was. And Alex Carey got wind of it, and every time there was a press conference or we spoke to him on SEN Test Cricket, Jeremy would be like, Bharat, I know you're waiting for that stumping, and the day I get that stumping, I'll point at you. As it turned out, it came in Delhi when India were very close to chasing down a total on a day where Australia had thrown away the game in terms of collapsing. So he gets the stumping, doesn't point at me, but I bumped into him later on that day, and he's like, I said, so at what point after you got the stumping did you think of me, Alex? He's like, immediately, mate. But I thought of kind of pointing at you, then I was like, I don't think it'll be a good look if I celebrate a stumping with us about to lose a test match that we should have won.
Yes. Well, he was tidy there. We're watching that replay back a couple of times as they do their work on the pitch. Not just the tumper, but they've got the shovel out as well. In fact, we might... no, we won't. I was going to say we'll take a quick break here, but we'll stay with the call because the groundsman is leaving. So it wasn't so much about banging the turf down, but clearing some of the footmarks there for Hazlewood, who's one ball into his fourth over, his second of the day. But yes, the replay for tyre power, your tyre experts of the route dismissal, it did turn sharply, and we've seen Moeen to get a go from that end as well, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. It's interesting. I mean, if we look at it here, looking down towards where Stokes is at the moment.
Hazlewood in, bowls to Stokes on middle stump, defends, no run.
There's quite a few footmarks there too, aren't there, and targets for a spinner. That's at the city end of the ground, the Birmingham city end, and well, they're the marks of Lyon himself.
Yeah,
that he's created, and I guess Moeen Ali in the first innings. So he could have a little crack this end as a possibility as well. Or if at where he's bowling from, actually, there's just as many marks kind of outside the off. Remember, Moeen Ali bowled Cam Green in that first innings where he got it to turn.
A similar amount of turn, I reckon. We'll see the projection later. Bowling again is Hazlewood, defending is Stokes. This is where he was in the first innings, 1 from 8 when he was dismissed.
But those two wickets have pulled it back a little, haven't they? I mean, we've just always got, I think, keep an eye on the bigger picture, which is, you know, Stokes will be asking himself, how many overs do I need to dismiss Australia? That'll be the main question he has. And a subsidiary one is, have I got Moeen today, or is it Root going to be filling in for him? So we don't quite know those answers.
And the other part that I don't think captains can really use too much, but the weather forecasters, Hazlewood bowls here to Stokes and turns him into the onside no run. We've had a lot from Stokes saying, I'll never counter into draw. I'm not going to be, if he's looking at the weather forecast, he'd be mindful of tomorrow being very difficult. So
he's got to go harder this morning.
Well, they're going at 7s this morning so far, but I wonder whether in ordinary circumstances he wouldn't need to think about declaring even before tea in this scenario, but maybe we're looking at I wouldn't say lunchtime, but maybe you're looking
just
at
after lunch. Yeah,
just after lunch.
Yeah.
He needs 280.
Yeah,
extended first session today, of course. Hazlewood bowls and Stokes defence. I mean, that really would dangle the carrot. And for Australia in that scenario, they would know that their time could be limited, but they might get a chance to bash it around themselves and move the game forward too.
There's also the question of that would mean his bowlers would have had like just 24 hours to recover from having bowled long spells, multiple spells. So, and we keep talking about how wonderful Broad and Anderson are, but they aren't the youngest. And Ollie Robinson didn't look the fittest in going in towards his final spells on day one. Yeah, and Stokes.
And Moeen.
Far from it with Robinson. Hazlewood to finish the over, and again, Stokes is happy to taking his time to get in here. He's faced 11 balls for 1. That's not very baseball. 137 the lead, 4 for 130 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
The new Bailey adjustable height platform step ladder gives you 4 platform heights in one simple and easy to use ladder. Lightweight and easy to adjust, Bailey's innovative design brings flexibility and efficiency to the worksite. Bailey Ladders, driving innovation on the worksite. BaileyLadders.com.au.
4 for 130 to score. Phil, that was a maiden, rare as they are.
Yeah, first maiden of the day. You mentioned a slow start from Captain Stokes. Joe Root was also 1 off 11, the same figures before that Boland over earlier.
Then he's scooped 2 sixes in a row. Line bowls here and defending is Brook. That's not quite true. He clipped a 4 through mid-wicket, and he reverse ramped for 6 and reverse ramped for 4. It was a thrilling over, second of the day. Wouldn't want to be late for those who are outside filing in, missing that. So Brook's turn to get some strike again. He's been lacking it for the last 10 minutes or so since I came on commentary. Lyon round the wicket to him, and he sweeps, and it goes past Carey's glove. So they'll get runs, so they get deflected off it. They'll get a couple. Scott Boland.
No, it's Michael Neser on the field.
Quite right. Michael Neser, as I live and breathe. What a man. 4 for 132, and that was given as leg buys. Thank you, Phil. So ballooned over the glove. Michael Neser, the man added to the Australian squad for only this test in theory, but I'd be staggered if he wasn't added permanently.
The next two.
Next two, sorry, right, until Leeds.
Yeah. I mean, the selectors did announce a squad for the WTC final and the first 2 Ashes tests, so I expect him to stay there. We expect him to have a go at some point during this Ashes.
I'll go as far to say that he must play.
He must.
Round the wicket line. Bowls here to Brook, right-hander, gets on the back foot, punches to extra cover where there won't be a single. The captain Cummins does the fielding to his left.
But just going back to the declaration, I mean, you can't take your fast bowlers for granted, can you, Jarrod? You can't just say, no, we want to finish the game early so you get shorter breaks before you come back in. To bowl and on a pitch like this, his bowlers are not happy with this pitch either.
Line in. Bowls to Brook, who's forward defending right in front of his eyes. The other thing is, if it's going to rain tomorrow, Jeremy, even if they finish the test today, they can't play golf tomorrow. That's their main incentive.
I'm not answering any of those questions about golf now. You know that. I think this is a silly discussion, and I'm not going to consider it.
So we're not going to take the bait.
Do not pick teams and play the way to play golf.
Yeah,
you shouldn't. Line bowls and sweeping is Brook, but straight to Michael Neser. They take 1. Brook's on the 37, 4 for 133, lead 140.
It's interesting too, isn't it, how Lyon is keeping away from outside off to Brook. He's bowling a very tight line, and that's why the sweeps are starting to occur. And that's one of the shots that Brook is prepared to play from him. He'll also, if it's up a little bit, he'll whack him sort of to long on in that area and pick up 1s or 2s, depending on how wide of the fielder he gets it. Anything outside off, he's been prepared to go over cover if he gets, but he's got to get close to it.
Mid on up. Stokes sets himself. Will he go now? He's 1 from 11. Lyon bowls and Stokes defends. So if they are trying to get as many runs as they can before lunch, there will be a point where Stokes turns up the volume. Not as yet. The lead's 140 at the end of the over. 4 for 133. Stokes 1. Brook 37 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Hungry for your next slice of Grand Slam tennis? Good news. Wimbledon is just 2 weeks away on the home of Grand Slam tennis, Stan Sport. The only place to watch every match ad-free, live and on demand with centre court coverage in 4K UHD is on Stan Sport.
Electrifying forehand.
Wimbledon starts Monday, 3rd July. Outrageous. Start your free trial today at stan.com.au/sport.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, an extended first session. They'll play through until 1:15 local time, 45 minutes until that juncture, as I welcome Damien Fleming back. Hello, Flem.
Oh, I'm happy to be. It's enjoyable, isn't it? Just every stint, get your win. What's going to happen? Are we ramping? Is there in-swingers? Is 3 stumpings for the keeper?
Hear that stat from Longy?
No.
As Hazelwood bowls and Brook past the inside edge, one that keeps low, not far from the off stump either, through to the gloves of Carey.
Question to Longy. Yeah, what was it?
Well, it's 3 stumpings for Carey in the match.
Yes.
The most recent time that happened was 2017 in Bangladesh. The previous time was...
Gil Langley, 1955.
Yeah, you've answered it.
Sorry.
You're too proactive, this group.
We're definitely that.
You're very proactive.
What I like about the Carey stumping, and if we think back to the missed stumping by Bairstow, the difference was that Carey didn't stay static for so long. His left foot started to move.
Hazelwood bowls and Brook defends.
And you can't, as a keeper, I don't think you can remain static. You've got to sometimes get outside the line of the batsman if he's a right-hander in the way, and you've got to see. But as soon as you see it pitch on the line, you've got to be looking as an off-spinner to be going to your left and you open up the hip slightly so that you can either go up to take it or go out this side of it, just carries on its line. So Carey moves quicker and earlier than Bairstow, who remained static and missed his stumping.
Phil Long?
He's often jumping at the ball, Bairstow, isn't he?
Very quickly, just 2 runs off the bat off the last 19 deliveries.
Snooze ball.
Hazelwood bowls. Brooke
good one.
gets out the way of a good short ball. For a time he wanted to pull and he realised it wasn't quite in line with his body and let it go through to the gloves of Carey.
That's one of the quicker bounces we've seen, isn't it?
Didn't get a speed reading on TV, unfortunately, but yes, it felt that way.
Yeah, they've been blancmanging. Yeah. But when I see one go through like that, if I'm bowling that, I know that can be an actual weapon. And the bouncer hasn't been a weapon, has it?
Keep your text coming through as well. 0433 98 11 16 in Australia.
And
8833 in New Zealand.
333.
There it is. If you want to watch Jeremy Coney.
Did you get another one today?
It's relentless every day.
Okay.
And the number doesn't change.
You're trending. You'd be trending.
Brooke facing Hazelwood, turning him out to mid-wicket. Nicely placed. So they might get 2. No, they just walk the 1. Head does the fielding in front of the Hollies. Brooke 38. England 4 for 134.
Was it another song, Jeremy, to get the numbers out?
It wasn't a song, was it? But he did say that.
A poem?
He did. I just elaborate on.
Just thoughts generally about New Zealand, how they're all in bed, you know, at that stage of the game.
What they might be doing in bed. Why they might be in.
Well, yeah.
We're a classy coverage here.
Not quite. Perhaps if you'd been sent maybe to the spare room.
Oh, okay.
That's a possibility.
A naughty room.
Yeah.
Stokes 1 from 12. Hazelwood here, and he will stay at 1 run from 13 balls.
But partner interference came into it at certain times, and then it was, if that's the case, listen to SENZ.
Oh,
and 88. I'm going to talk about. I think I'm going to talk about Brooke looking out there at the moment. He's 88. 88.
Yeah.
That on the shirt. See, there he is there, 88. It's 2 fat ladies for bingo. You see, there he is. Look who's back to us. See?
And 3 next to him, Marnus Labuschagne at cover. 88, 3.
Outstanding. Good. That's a thought. I might build it around that tomorrow.
Yes, the players' names and numbers. I like this. It's a Labuschagne Brooke.
Hazelwood the finish. Stokes using his feet. Out of his crease, gets a second single. Retains to strike. He's 2 from 14. The lead's up to 142. At the end of the over. They're 4 for 135 England, with Brooke down the other end on 38. That's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision center for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
We're at Edgbaston for Drinkwise this session. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, there's something a bit different about watching the cricket or listening to the cricket on a weeknight compared to a weekend, isn't it, Flem? You know, from England, it's 9:35 in Melbourne. As Lyon bowls, new over. Stokes tucks it into the onside. Yet to see him really unfurl as yet, doing it in singles. 3 from 15. England lead by 143. 4 for 136. Brooke back on strike. But yes, how long can you push it? Did you have a little disco nap this afternoon? Did you get home from work and go to bed for 2 hours to give yourself 2 more hours tonight?
Yeah. For me, listening on a weeknight, it feels like the weekend's longer.
Yep.
That's what I want to. Yeah, I want to feel like what we're doing. We're providing a longer weekend with our commentary.
What's your plan? Have you had a nap? Are you sticking through till tea? Or are you in for an all-dayer or an all-nighter? Line bowls round the wicket. Brooke also through the onside to David Warner rather in the short sleeve jumper. Warner. Does well. Veteran opener, 4 for 137 after the single. Brooke 39. They've really slowed down here.
It is easier, boys, when there's not much happening, to go, no, that'll do. 1 more over. If it's a maiden, I'm going to bed. But with this series, with these 2 teams, I think you're going to have that nap early and plan to get through to 3 o'clock.
Long off out there for Stokes. He's forward. Shout for leg before. Nathan Lyon insists upon it. Umpire Erasmus keeps the finger down. He's a shrewd operator. Umpire Erasmus overseeing his 84th Test match. Nathan Lyon goes up to Carey and to Cummins, and they review.
He's not an over-reviewer either, Nathan, is he? Like, he's normally very good with his reviews.
Our reviews for IMAR Insurance. The tradies mate, call 13 IMAR.
They're the tradies mate. That's IMAR.
It certainly is.
Do you like that, Jerry? Here's the line first replay. It certainly hit him on the pad. It's gone underneath.
It's not going over.
It's gone underneath the bat. That's why Stokes missed it. So the question is, has it hit him in line? Has it spun too much? They're the questions, I should say.
I reckon it might be hitting, but it's always about that how much of the ball, isn't it?
Once not given, if you haven't convinced him.
It did turn.
So we're waiting for presumably Slicko first because it went under the bat. They'll check that.
An under edge.
Stokes looks a bit timid, leaning on his splice.
Yeah, he is.
Upstairs is umpire Chris Gaffney from New Zealand. Slow clap goes round the ground while we wait for the technology. Still being held here.
Yeah, we are, aren't we? Yeah, as I was saying, Nathan Lyon, he's very good even when he's not bowling. If he's at mid-on or if he's at point, you know, he'll go too high and all that sort of stuff. That's why it gives me a little bit of confidence that he was so confident.
Close, yeah.
And talking Cummins into, no, let's have a look upstairs.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be one of those situations where they've lost the projection.
No.
You see that from time to time. Oh, here we go. Ultra edge first.
Oh, it's at the bottom of the bat.
Although that line is pretty consistent before the bat as well. This is where I feel some sympathy for third umpires. He'll have to give it not out, and it is. And that's fine in keeping with the precedent that we know as the crowd cheers and Australia lose their review. 4 for 137 it will remain, but I do feel like third umpires are in a little bit of a hiding to nothing with those because the spike started before the ball got there and they're not audio engineers.
Still like to see it though, Flan.
Yes.
Still want to see the end of that. I mean, yeah, it's not out, fair enough.
Yeah, but
let's have a look, carry it on.
Just so Australia only have
edge.
one review left.
Something for Stokes to think about, though. That did keep very low.
Great escape being sung over to our right as Lyon halfway through his over bowls to Stokes on 3. Very slow start. Defends again, 3 from 17. This is reaching a stage, Flem, where it might be against the interest of what England require. Who would have thought Stokes might be in that position? Your thoughts on the sticko again, Jeremy? Got your finger at the TV.
Yeah, I think that's going on to hit.
Yeah. Height wasn't a concern. Lyon bowls. Stokes forward defending. And we've got the faux appeals coming from the football fans to our right. 1 ball left in the 30th.
He's 3 off 18, Ben Stokes. And just see he pulled the trigger.
So Lyon's really dragged it back. He was going at 9s in his first couple of overs, but since the wicket of Root, he's been right on top. Lyon to complete his 6th over. Stokes back and defends again. Out to cover. Lyon's got a smile on his face as well. He's in the scrap here. They lead by 144, the home side. They're 4 for 137 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Brook 39, Stokes 3.
Go on a sexy splurge at Sexyland this end of financial year. Grab up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of adult toys, couples games, lingerie and sexual wellness products. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight, 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Mac as Adam Collins with Jeremy Coney and Damien Fleming. Phil Long informs me 8 runs in 29 balls since they lost Drew. So it's been a very different half an hour or so. The first hour, they were galloping along at 7 and over. So the lead's still healthy, 144, but any hopes of being up around a 200 lead by lunch? Well, out the window now.
There'll be another twist here before we have lunch.
Hazelwood to Brook, 2 catching mid-wickets and a gully, and Brook defends to the straighter of the pair. That's Marnus Labuschagne, no run. Feels that way, doesn't it? Every time this test has entered anything resembling a groove, there's been a twist.
Yep, certainly so. And just they're building the pressure really well here, the Australians.
This is what England did to Australia yesterday, first up, didn't they? Khawaja couldn't quite get away. So then the wicket started to fall. Carey got out, of course.
I should say for the record, that projection on the line leg before, it was missing regardless, so it wouldn't have been out even without the inside edge. Using his feet, Brook, up and over cover. Haven't seen that from him so far in the innings. It stops and props and crawls to the rope. Won't quite reach it. It was when Khawaja cuts it off, they return for a third. So a calculated risk, and we know that Brook likes to go inside out over the offside. He's into the 40s, 42 from 39, 4 for 140, lead 147.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of his shots, isn't it? He uses his feet to the quicks and he hits beautifully inside out. He didn't middle that, but that is a hot zone for Brook. Let's see. Stokes has showed no intent. No intent whatsoever.
It's got to change, doesn't it? We've got 32 minutes till lunch. What sort of damage can they do from here? Slipping a gully. This time it's Stokes, and he takes on Hazlewood, the deep point, in front of point. So they'll get two. The sweeper just behind. Travis Head does the tidying up. Stokes 5 from 20, 4 for 142. That might be the moment there from Stokes, the first time he's really swung the bat.
Yeah, I mean, but it was a poor delivery. If you're not putting that away, you're in real trouble. I mean, Hazlewood doesn't bowl a lot of those. A wicket here for Australia. Massive.
Yeah. It'll open up the door to bowling them out again relatively cheaply. The challenge earlier, when Root was still there, was, well, where's the...
Stop the bleeding.
Yeah, where's the route to 10 wickets? But now, one more they require to get into them, you fancy. Hazlewood over the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who off the back foot places at the deep backward point again, and they'll only get a single. Brook wanted two, but Stokes was looking the other way. Stokes 6, the lead's an even 150, 4 for 153. 2 balls left in the over.
Well, Bairstow can score.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so he's next in. And then, of course, Moeen, which we've just posited the question, you know, how easy will he find it to bat with that issue, and that's his top hand when he bats.
And he lives Bazball, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he's just going to play. And he's dangerous. You do not want to give him too much width. But that battle against Nathan Lyon, he just wants to take him down every time.
Hazlewood is away from us at our pavilion end. It's Brook on 42 over the wicket. Brook plays with soft hands into the gully. You're not getting past Cam Green. Picks it up and throws at the stumps and misses. Yeah, Bairstow up against Lyon later in this session or early next session will be fun. He'll be trying to hit him back over his head over into the city of Birmingham.
He's a superb striker of the ball, Bairstow.
What's the best case scenario then for England? Is it getting to lunch with this pair and then Bairstow getting an early look after lunch?
Well, it depends on... I mean, Brook's just going to go and run a ball.
Yeah.
So if he stays in, the run rate's going to accelerate.
I suppose what I mean by that is Hazlewood finishes. Short ball. Brook takes it on out the deep backward square for 1. Retains the strike. 151 the lead. We'll let Daniel Norcross pick up the conversation with the score. 4 for 144. Stokes 6. Brook 43. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
We've all heard it. Washing your dishes by hand saves water. It's a myth. That's why Whirlpool designs innovative kitchen appliances with the environment in mind. Featuring patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool dishwashers save up to 50% on energy and can clean a family-sized load with just a fraction of the water you'd use in the sink. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Daniel Norcross, Damien Fleming and Jeremy Coney are in the house up until the lunch break. And Damien, I need to have a quick chat with you about something. I was talking to my wife last night and she had a little listen in.
I often do give her some advice for couples.
She said that.
Counsellor Fleming.
That bowlology does, it's very broad these days.
It's a holistic experience, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So please,
the thing was,
open up.
The thing was, I said, I'm struggling to call Flem by his name, Flem, because of phlegm. P-H-L-E-G-N. Yes, Lion is in and defending his Brook at the onside.
I'm struggling to follow this. Yep. What do you mean?
So I said, you know, I've occasionally been calling him
Never heard that before.
Damo, Flemo.
Yeah.
But I think people seem to be calling him Flem a lot.
Yes.
Oh no, you can't call someone Flem, because phlegm is what we expect to rate from the back of the throat.
Yes.
As Lion is in, has punched off the back foot in the air briefly out towards wide long off for a single.
Well, what did you call Ian Fleming, who wrote all the Bond novels? What was he known as?
Well, he was in England, so he was called Ian Fleming.
You had to say two names at the same time?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
yes,
happy with that.
Yeah. But I can't be able to call you Damien Fleming all day. That's too
Why
much.
not?
This cricket commentary, it's not a lot of time. It's a mouthful. It's a mouthful, like phlegm.
Then we're back into it's a circular argument.
As Lion is Ed, the left-handed route, who defends on the crease. So, and you being Australian, it normally ends in an O, your nicknames, don't they?
Definitely. Yeah. No, I get Flemo as much as
Flemo
Flem.
okay?
Yes.
In that case, I'm sticking with Flemo.
Okay.
So is that okay? Do you mind?
I think it's... I feel more affectionate when you put the O on the end.
Lion in, clipped away at the onside of ball. It kept a bit low. It has done a touch for Nathan Lyon so far this morning, and Stokes squeezes a single out to deep square leg. 4 for 146. Well, Flemo it is.
Yeah.
Flemo.
Like it.
Flemo, thank you.
You're in a rhythm now, aren't you?
I'm sorted now.
Yeah.
I feel much more relaxed. I'm wondering how to approach this with you, because...
Yeah, make sure you do it on air.
Yeah. Good point. It doesn't, we're like ships that pass in the night otherwise, aren't we? Lion into Brook, goes back into his crease, works into the onside, short mid-wicket, there's no run.
What was Catherine's advice? Was that, don't call him Flem?
Yeah, she was just opposed to phlegm generally.
Well, I just didn't know, when I played a fair bit against Stephen Fleming, I never really knew what to call him. And him, me.
Steve called him Flem?
Yeah, so I called him Steve-O when he was coach at the Stars, Melbourne Stars.
Last ball of the over is defended by Brook into the onside, and at the end of the over on the Beaumontar scoreboard, England are 4 for 146.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
By the time this ad airs, there will have been shifts in the market. They'll have been reported on TV, in the paper and online. And chances are they'll shift again. At Harcourts, we live and breathe the market and will give you the full story as it happens. Empowering you and getting the best result possible is another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
SEN Test Cricket. Here's the 30 years of McCafe, and the box is now harmonious. Phil Long.
Longo.
Oh,
Longo.
Yeah, I'd go Longo.
I'll take Long. I don't like Long E much.
Yeah, in England, for some bizarre reason, we had E's. You've got Rooty, Brooksy, Stokesy, Cookie, Belly. In Australia, they're all Bello, Cooko.
No, he just put an O on the end.
We. Yeah, Loggy.
17 runs off the last 7 overs.
Well,
snooze ball.
Do you know what? There's been an outbreak of sense, hasn't there?
An outbreak of Test cricket.
Yes, well, England were in a bit of
I don't like it.
They were in bother when Root was there. You don't like it, do you?
No, I want wickets and runs.
Furrowed.
Wickets and runs. Oh, here we go.
Well, everyone wants wickets and runs, don't they? And especially Australia, because they're in with a really serious chance in this match. As people often say, add 2 to the score, and England would be, in effect, well, that's another cliche we like, with that 7-run lead, they'd be 6 for 153, and suddenly Australia would be very well on top on a pitch that hasn't deteriorated particularly. It looks okay to bat on, maybe keeping a touch low. As Hazelwood is in, down the wicket comes Stokes, of course, and he drives without timing up to mid-on. A good tumbling stop prevents more than a single. It's a tumbling stop from Usman Khawaja, who's often berated a little for his mobility in the field. He did pretty well
he needed to tumble there.
No.
He got there.
Is he trying to prove
then he landed
that
heavily, and you've got to get up. He's improved, though, Uz. We've probably, we've had teams where just about every batter was just a gun fieldsman.
Yeah.
But we've also gone through a modern era where we just carry a few. Travis Head's in there as well. Marcus Harris.
Oh, is he not?
They're okay.
Yeah.
But they're not like guns. Like when you used to have the new ball and there'd be Gilchrist or Healy and Tubby Taylor and Mark Waugh, Warney, Steve Warwick Gully, Hayden at point. Ponting at cover
Langer
and Andrew
somewhere.
Simons at mid-off. You're going, well, where are they going to score if you pitch it outside there? They're all guns.
Hazelwood in with a catching cover and a gully to Brook, who covers up in watchful defence back to the bowler. There's no run.
Is that a little sense of reverse there? Just a
What
little
over is
bit.
it? 33rd, yes.
Well, we've seen more swing today than on any other day. We saw a bit of deviation on the second morning when there was a little bit of more moisture, perhaps. In the
and then
pitch,
yesterday when it was at its worst.
Yeah, then, well, all
But
hell
this
broke
was legit swing bowling.
What's going on?
Yeah. I mean, it's cloudy, but the sun's out as well.
Yeah, it's good. Good old healthy sun. Hazelwood into Brook, who drives firmly straight down the ground. Will only get a single for it. There's a hesitation from Stokes, who can ill afford to do that with his wonky knee. Brook was coming, come what may, and he's got through for a single. The half stop from Cummins prevented more than that.
That's very good fielding from a fast bowler, isn't it? He cut that
Who's
off.
bowled all the overs.
Now, he can field, Cummins.
Yes. Gets run-outs.
Yeah. And Warner, of course. Warner's a live wire in the field. Very pugnacious one. He reminds me quite a lot of Johnny Bairstow. They both look like policemen chasing after a child who's stolen an apple from a cart in the 1950s black and white film.
Could be a role for him post-career.
Yeah.
No, but I reckon, I don't think I've seen anyone chase harder than Dave Warner.
Really goes
for all the attributes, different criticism he gets and the positive about his batting, I think he's been outstanding in the field.
Is the ball being checked? I think it is. We'd hope that the batch of balls this year was better than the last, and I think it is
It's a bad
little
year.
better, but it's not great.
2023, not a good vintage.
It's still good. It's still poor leather.
Poor leather.
Yeah, don't think that grass is
cows?
rich enough as the cows.
Their hide's too warm. Is that what happens?
Maybe thin. Or
How do we
something.
cool that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe they need richer soil. Maybe they need to be fed on beer.
Ice baths.
Yeah.
Have they tried ice
methane
baths?
gas, isn't it?
So we're getting a replacement ball.
It's the gas.
And Australia have got previous of
it's a problem.
profiting from a replacement ball. The thing is, that last one did actually swing 2 balls ago. Phil?
Yeah, very quickly, Nathan Lyon.
Oh, yeah.
Our favourite Australian here in England, I think we can agree at the moment. He's moved on to 106 Ashes wickets.
Wow.
Who's he level past or level with?
Level with Clary Grimmett.
Oh, the great Larry Grimmett.
And
New
Fox.
Zealander, yeah.
And Sydney Barnes.
Sydney Barnes. I bet he got his at an average of about 16 or 17.
Greats.
Yeah.
You didn't.
I was chatting.
You wouldn't have come across. You're not.
No, not quite. He just finished before me.
Hang on a minute. This reminds me of when...
You've got to ask a question.
When Henry Blofeld completely bamboozled Phil Tuffers. You must remember J.T. Murray. He was at Middlesex. J.T. Murray, come on, Tuffers. You must have played with J.T.
poor
Murray.
Tuffers.
J.T. Murray finished playing the year that Tuffers was born.
Yeah. But
Actually,
Grimmett
Clary Grimmett probably finished the year you were born, did he?
I don't know when he died.
Settled
But he
in
was-
Adelaide.
He was a...
Played for South Melbourne, Victoria.
His last test was in 1934, so close.
Yeah. So Tiger Bill O'Reilly kept going a bit longer, didn't he? Why was he called Tiger Bill, by the way? I never got to the bottom of that.
Well...
Did he roar?
Yes.
Did he?
Yeah, funny
Next
enough.
delivery, driven firmly through the offside. It'll only be a single. We've got the replacement ball at last, and that one came off a bit straighter than the previous one. 4 for 149, Stokes to 9.
Well, I think Bill O'Reilly was likened to Shane Warne. They were wrist spinners, but different. I think O'Reilly had the pace of Anil Kumble, but he bowled a leg break. But both was described, the late, great Shane Warne and Tiger O'Reilly, being spinners with a fast bowling mentality.
But he was very, very accurate, and apparently he attributed the reason to this to his youth. I'll explain in a minute. As Hazelwood is in to Brook, who drives slightly away from his body, back to the square on the offside, and gets a single, moves to 46. 4 for 150, the 150 Uppington lead by 157. Because Bill O'Reilly's garden had a slope down. When he practiced, he used to put a big concrete slab at the bottom of the garden. And if he missed the slab, he'd then have to go chasing after the ball because it would go down this long slope. So bowling metronomically and trying to make sure that he hit this wretched concrete slab so he didn't have to go chasing down the hill for it is what he attributed his accuracy to.
And also temperament, because you just never get the wall out, do you?
Nah.
You can't dismiss
the wall. No.
And they don't walk.
English walls walk, I'm sure.
Old Tiger O'Reilly.
Hazelwood in, outside the off stump, through to the keeper, end of the over. Stokes 9, Brooks 46 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. England 1 at 4 for 150.
Safety Steel, time to get real.
Tim Watson here. Can you remember as a kid painting goals on the side of your dad's shed and shooting for goals day after day? Well, they built them tough back then, just like the sheds from Safety Steel. For prefab steel kit buildings and custom designed sheds that are tough and durable, search Safety Steel. For your dream shed, search Safety Steel.
Safety Steel, time to get real.
17 minutes to go before lunch on SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. And we've been talking about Tiger Bill O'Reilly. As you do, why not? The great Australian leg spinner. And you told me something there, Phil?
Yeah, 102 Ashes wickets for Tiger O'Reilly. As we just mentioned, Nathan Lyon 106. Next on the list for him, Wilfred Rhodes 109.
Another spinner.
Could get there today. Lyon is in and Brook defends of a thick inside edge. It goes to short backward square. There's no run. Labuschagne is there.
Wilfred Rhodes had that long career too, doesn't it? Like,
yeah, really long. He finished last game when he's 49, I think.
Like, opened the batting with Hobbs in one series and dominated, and then ends up at number 11.
That first wicket partnership is still England's record.
Oh, really?
3-2-3. Yeah. Lyon is in. Down the wicket comes Brook and then doesn't run past it as Lyon sees him coming and very wisely just plays defensively out into the offside.
And that's interesting, just with the history of Australian English cricket. You know, the Australians just don't, you know, the old days don't have the same length of career. You know, you're not professional players, and some of those English players and the stats they had.
Lyon in. That's pushed off the back foot. Can't beat the fielder.
Yeah, Wilfred.
His head.
Wilfred Rhodes' first test 1899, last test 1926.
And what about his first-class career? Because he kept going, didn't he? Got over 4,100 wickets. But of course, in England, you were getting paid. There was no incentive to stop, I guess.
No.
Whereas Australian
and his performances are obviously still going very well.
Lyon in. That's
still
Hoyt. Oh, and straight into the hands of brilliant Labuschagne. Diving to his right. What a catch! What a catch as we come up towards lunch. There was a shortish ball from Lyon, and he got hold of it, Brook. He got a great connection. But Labuschagne diving to his right is now mobbed by his teammates. And England now are in more than a spot of bother at 5 for 150.
Now, he tried to create length there, Brook. He was getting frustrated. He's done it a couple of times this game. That over. He wanted to score. And they were just short of the length-type deliveries, and he didn't get one. He didn't get back to one. And on that occasion, he tried it again. And he got himself into a half-sweep pull position, and he couldn't generate enough power, and he couldn't get any elevation. Massive wicket for Australia heading into lunch.
And good catch. Diving away to his right, Labuschagne. Two hands as well. Good control, good dive, timing. Important catch.
Well, it really is, because it's getting closer and closer to England's tail, and the lead is a slender one of 157. England's bullish approach has been to get on with it and want to get Australia in today. They know the forecast tomorrow is poor. Well, it'll be nothing to do with them by the looks of it. I don't think a declaration's going to come into it.
Here's a nice breakdown of Harry Brooks' innings. 36 from the first 26 balls he faced. Then he was out for 46 off 52, so 10 off the last 26 balls he faced.
He just wanted momentum to keep going, and he was battling. And for me, he really tried to manipulate something to find a boundary.
How much did Stokes create that as well?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to blame Stokes. I'm just saying that if you haven't got someone scoring at the other end and you're not scoring, it's suddenly the game is closing down.
Well, Johnny Bairstow comes out of the crease. He's in a rich vein of form. He
can he hit a six first ball? Can he go, I'm Bazballing, hit a couple of sixes and I'll enjoy my lunch?
Well, I wouldn't put it past him. But this is a perilous position for England. Australia will be batting today, make no bones about it. So I'm afraid back home in Australia, you might have to consider your sleep patterns and abandon sleep for the game. I feel,
and just for the game itself, just for the game,
for cricket. I think
the game of cricket.
It feels like today. I've been saying
it's not much of a
this morning.
sacrifice, just one night.
Just one night.
Yeah.
Just one night only. One night only.
Can you work on a catchphrase for that? Yeah. Just for one.
Sing it.
First ball into Bairstow. Bairstow works one to the onside, won't take the single as Labuschagne has just pulled off a spectacular grab at mid-wicket. Moves this right nimbly to field. England 5 for 150. The lead just 157.
Just if you could add some player numbers in there too.
I'm thinking one night in heaven if Australia win. You could give that.
Do you think? Give that a go, yeah.
Was that Murray hit?
Yeah. The line is in. This is tucked into the onside. It's played by Travis Head, and there is no run. End of the over. A successful one for Lyon. For Australia, not for Harry Brook. On a Beaumont Tile scoreboard, England 5 for 150.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McAfee, and the man coming into the attack, Scott Boland. He had a bit of a chastening experience from the Birmingham end when Joe Root this morning decided that with England awkwardly placed, the attack was the best form of defence, and went for a couple of reverse scoops in a 6 over the top of the keeper's head.
3 overs for 31.
3 overs for 31. Bharat Sundaresan is with us now, delighted to say, who helped us co-author the new name. Bazball's gone, Root Riders
Root Riders in. And look what's happened since the Root Ride came to an end. England have stuttered and stumbled.
Which is why it's not Bazball. Boland in to the left-handed Stokes. Outside the off-stump, swinging away after it left the batter into the gloves of Carey. And this really is, again, it's a big test here. I think Stokes looks a bit out of sorts. It's no great surprise. He hasn't batted a great deal.
Exactly. I mean
England's top order. Sorry to interrupt, but England's top order has played a lot of 4-day cricket, and in the run to this game, Stokes didn't bat against Ireland, did he?
He didn't, and he
got offence for coming.
And spent most of the IPL just watching MS Dhoni lead the team to victory.
He looks like a man just out of fluency.
Yeah.
Boland is round the wicket to him. He shuffles a bit and then plays with an angled bat to a deep gully or backward point position. There's no run.
But already in the 2 balls he's faced from Scott Boland, looks like England in their meeting this morning must have decided that Scott Boland is someone we're going to target. We saw how Joe Root went after him, and before he even played the reverse ramps, he was jumping out of his crease, whipping him away through mid-wicket. And even the 2 balls Stokes has faced so far, you can see he's coming across his stumps, standing well out of his crease. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big shot in this over.
Okay, Boland. And down a wicket comes from Stokes to order. Well done, Bharat. But can't be the field as he tucks the ball at the onside. Labuschagne does the fielding. Yeah, you could see it coming.
Well, I just guess they feel that he's the most consistent bowler, that they can kind of, know where he is bowling is the question, I think.
Yes, he does bash out something of a length, doesn't he, so to speak. And in that respect, I guess you can predict roughly where the ball is going to be. It's quite a good length, though. Boland is in, and down the wicket again comes Stokes, and he gets this fine. Tipples it fine down to the fine leg boundary before. Moves into double figures. So Boland did see him coming, but Stokes was able to get inside the line of it and just get it past the right hand of Carey to the left hand of long leg. England 5 for 154, Stokes to 13.
You saw it coming, didn't you, Jeremy? He's been walking across his stumps as well, because Scott Boland bowls like someone with a nickname called Barrel would bowl.
Barrel?
Yeah.
It's a very good nickname.
First boundary since the dismissal of Joe Root.
There you go.
Wow.
Since Root right.
Boland in, this still tucks up. Stokes wants a single, but Bairstow's in trouble here. Throw is wayward. Bairstow, what was Bairstow thinking of? He's got a an injured skipper who is not going to be able to run particularly quickly. And has he hurt himself a bit here?
I think he got hit by the ball.
Has he got hit by the ball? I thought it was more muscular than that.
I think it was more muscular. The ball went straight at Marnus Labuschagne.
Because he had to do a sharp turn.
Yeah.
Well, we're having a little look. He's okay. He's moving all right.
Yeah.
But don't forget, he has had a terribly bad leg break. England are a team of walking wounded.
They are, aren't they?
You've got Moeen Ali, who's got a finger falling off. You've got Stokes with a knee falling off. You've got Bairstow with a leg falling off. Then you've got two geriatrics on Zimmer frames opening the bowling. It's like Dad's army, really.
I think he jammed his hand. Oh, and the ball did hit his hand. The ball just brushed his thumb, or the webbing between.
Well, are they allowed a replacement keeper? I think they'll probably be quite delighted with that.
Yeah.
Meow. Yes. 5 for 154. A little break in play now as Physio. And he's out with the pills already. They lurch straight for the analgesics, which he's taking down with a healthy glug.
There's a lot of pill popping, isn't there, like with this English team?
I would like to say. I mean, please, I think we should steer clear of that. I mean, but
prescribed.
I think painkillers is perfectly acceptable.
There's still pills, Jeremy. They're popping pills. It doesn't always necessarily have to be anything that it isn't.
In Jeremy's day, it was just a sponge. They'd come out with a sponge and just
Cold
sponge. There you are, son, you're fine. You've been clocked on the head by Colin Croft. Here's a cold sponge.
And a kind word. In the ear.
Of course. Yeah. You're okay, son. Now then, you've got Roberts, Garner and Marshall to face.
Just rub it off.
Who's the president of America? Abraham Lincoln? He was. That'll do. Those were different days. I don't think for the better. Right. 5 for 154. Stokes on 13. We are going to have a resumption of play. Bairstow's a live wire. This is not going to be an easy running partnership because Bairstow believes in the rapid run. And I'm sure Stokes does too. But the problem with Stokes is that he's got a chronic knee injury. The slip is well advanced. As Boland is round the wicket to Stokes, who covers up in defence. The ball plops out square of the wicket on the offside. Steve Smith with his amusing gait runs to the ball, end of the over. 5 for 154.
Did you know the Australian government is no longer offering the low and middle income tax offset? This tax time, ITP knows how to maximise your refund. Book your appointment with an ITP tax expert. itp.com.au.
Make Wednesday's steak night at Cinder, Melbourne's best steakhouse. Step out of the ordinary with a succulent Wagyu steak cooked over the open flame grill for just $39. Served with chips, slaw and your choice of sauce. West Home Wednesdays at Cinder. Book now at cinder.melbourne.
Test cricket on SEN with Macca's is the 30 years of McCafe. Now we've had a text through, an anonymous source, who says, surely if you're playing for a result today, it's time to pull the trigger. Are England going to dangle the carrot? What target is realistic for a run chase? Thoughts? Well, are we assuming here that there's only today left? We're assuming on that basis that there'll be too much rain. What's going on, Bharat?
Firstly, that sounds a lot like anonymous could be Adam Collins from the lunchroom. That has a very Adam
Get
Collins.
on with it. Yeah.
Ring to it. But, well, I mean, forget about dangling the carrot. England need enough runs for it to be deemed to be a carrot, Jeremy.
Well, they're 160 ahead now. Half the team is out.
There's still 74 overs remaining today.
Yeah.
They need to bat at least
they still need
25, don't they?
They still need 120 runs.
Easy, yeah.
At least.
Easily, yeah.
On this surface, with no effective spinner in all probability, Phil.
And getting on with it is all relative because England's run rate is still 4.4.
Yeah. Lyon into the upright. Bairstow's able to start an over, and Bairstow clips away. He wants a single to Stokes. This time it's this way round. No, he's sent back by Bairstow. This is ghastly. This is a run out waiting to happen. You heard it here first on SEN Test Cricket.
Yeah,
they don't look good together, do they? They both have similar complexion.
True.
Makes for a combustible duo.
They could easily have been a tag team in wrestling.
In wrestling.
Yeah.
You're a big wrestling fan, aren't you?
Of course. This is the original baseball tag team. It all started with them last year.
The British Bulldogs. Do you remember them?
They are like the British Bulldogs.
Yeah. Lion in over the wicket to Bairstow, who waits and clips fine, but he's not going to get a single. It's going straight to the fielder. There's no point looking at Stokes when you hit the ball firmly to shortish fine leg.
Yeah, I guess Ben Stokes would be British Bulldog and Johnny Bairstow the Dynamite Kid. He has the Dynamite
I'm taking
Kid.
your word for it.
Yeah, Dynamite Kid vibe to him.
He's making these up.
I haven't really watched wrestling since Jake the Snake Roberts. As Lion is in, this is defended to the onside. There's no run. Although, did I tell you that Andre the Giant was a big cricket fan?
Yes, you did. I went and read about it. He
That's
was.
true, wasn't it?
He was, yes.
Yeah, he was a next-door neighbour of Samuel Beckett, the only Nobel Prize winner to play first-class cricket. Nobel Prize for Literature, that is. I'm sure Marie Curie played a few in her time. As Lion is in, Bairstow waits and cuts or back foot punches for a single to get off the mark. England 5 for 1, 5-5. That's the ripple of applause for Bairstow getting off naught, which means that Stokes has got to face Lion, which is not an inconsiderable challenge. As Lion gets a little bit of rough to play with. Yes, if you're wondering what we're talking about, Andre the Giant was so tall that he couldn't get in the school bus. So he was next door neighbour of Samuel Beckett in Paris. And Beckett used to offer him a lift to school in the morning. He was just too tall for the bus. And he says he learned all about cricket from Samuel Beckett on the drive in. And he became a bit of a fan. A giant Parisian wrestler.
Indeed.
With a penchant for cricket.
Yeah,
every day's a school day on SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Lion has a slip in place, a backward point, a short cover, a deeper cover, mid-off, mid-on, short fine leg, deep square leg. Lion in, defending his Stokes, as he has done through much of his innings. He's on 13 from 33 deliveries. Last ball of the over coming up. After this, there'll be one more over before lunch.
And Andre the Giant was quite a bass-baller in his times in the wrestling ring. His matches didn't last for too long.
I can imagine, actually, yes. You know, this is the 25th over of the day.
Will there be another over?
Well, there's one ball to go.
Silly point in, interesting.
Silly point in, should get one more. Oh, well, it's actually ticked over to 14 minutes, Bart. Lion in. Stokes defends into the ground. It's picked up at City Point by Marnus Labuschagne. End of the over. England on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, 5 for 1, 5-5.
Every 2 years, if you're age 50 to 74, you'll get a blue and white package from the National Bowel Cancer Screening Program. It's your free bowel screening test kit, and it could save your life. Here's what to do. Take it to the bathroom and put it right where you can see it. Not in a drawer, but on the bench top or on the toilet seat or in the middle of the floor. So the next time you have to go, you'll remember to use it. Please don't put off the chance to save your life. Get to it. Visit bowelcancer.org.au for more information.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. It's the 30 years of McCafe with Daniel Norcross, Bharat Sundaresan and Jeremy Coney, who's just realised that he's been sat down for the best part of an hour. You came in at 12:15. I think you were rotated for half an hour. You just forgot to get up and leave. You could have had lunch. We can't hear you anymore.
He's gone on strike.
Boland starts the last over before lunch to Bairstow, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. Just goes gun barrel straight.
Interesting innings from Ben Stokes. Well, the one thing we know about baseball is this. Yes, it is about playing very positive cricket, but it's also about expecting the unexpected, and what we've seen from him so far. Yeah. And it's a smart innings. I think, you know, we often talk about in this baseball era, cricketing logic being thrown out of the window, but I think he's shown a lot of cricketing logic. He's been out of touch. He's just giving himself some time. I'm sure he'll explode once he comes back after the lunch break.
Boland then dabbed into the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket by Labuschagne. There's no run.
And it makes all the sense in the world. Like we saw him in the first innings, he was edgy and he did get an edge, then chasing a wide one. Just getting his eye in, just getting back to the rhythm of batting, which he hasn't been in, Daniel Norcross. He hasn't had a proper hit in months. And there's so much time still left in the game, and he knows he can catch up. I think it's a very sensible inning so far from Ben Stokes. And
well, that's what's surprising to us all, though, isn't it?
Him being sensible,
yes.
Yeah.
One of our colleagues next door, the chief cricket correspondent to the BBC, Boland is in to Bairstow. Bairstow's wrapped on a pad. Big appeal. Likes it's given in. Is this a wicket in the last over before lunch? Bairstow is bound to review. He always does, surely. I heard 2 noises, but it might be 2 pads. He's coming to talk to Stokes. They're going to review, but you think he's in trouble here. Now, Boland's a tall man, but it didn't get up much. He got trapped on the crease. If Australia have picked up their 6th wicket, and this is lunch, this is unequivocally their session. This could be their 4th wicket of the session. Pope with the Yorker. Root dancing past one. Brook caught at mid-wicket, and now is this the dangerous Bairstow? LBW's given out on the field.
Oh,
it's high.
He's in trouble, though.
It's high above the knee roll, but he's trapped on the pad. We saw Steve Smith. It's a similar height to Steve Smith.
Same end as well.
He is a similar height to Steve Smith.
I think he's in trouble. He's on his tiptoes, Daniel Norcross.
Where's the crease? I think his front foot is slightly further advanced.
It is, but we've seen a few balls keep low. The Steve Smith one was shown to be hitting.
Umpires call clippy flicky.
Yeah.
Yep, could be. Right, all the players are looking, waiting, desperate to find out. Don't think it's going to be an inside edge that'll save him. He'd have gone up immediately if it had been. You'd expect him to have felt it.
He looks nervous, Johnny Bairstow. He's very confident. He didn't go for it immediately. Had a little bit of a chat with his captain at the other end. Scott Boland, like he does, wobble seam.
Here we go. Pitching outside off impact. Missing.
Oh, wow.
Missing. You can tell what that means to this crowd. It's not missing by much. Boland can't believe it. For him, it's plumb. Raza has to overturn his decision, and the Hollies stand and actually the rest of Edgbaston as well. Let's not forget them. Go berserk.
They do.
What a big moment that could be in this game. There's still 3 balls left in the over, though. And what was notable there, Bo, would you say, was the jag back from Boland. We got some real seam movement there.
Yeah, it was the wobble seam again, and jag back sharply. Very similar to the ball he bowled twice last week at the Oval to get rid of the Indian top order. Johnny Bairstow lives.
Boland into the surviving Bairstow. That's out, surely. Surely. LBW appeal. They love it. It's not been given.
Oh.
Well, that looked plumb.
And that didn't. I'll be surprised if they don't review this. Pat Cummins.
It was Fuller.
1 review left.
They've only got 1 review.
They're not doing it.
Oh my word, they're not looking at this. Is this a... Oh, dear me. Well, I might have completely misjudged this, but that looked... That looked better than the last one.
It did. Well, here we have our
surely
first
that's Fuller. It's it. Oh, back leg.
Back leg.
Similar
high.
height. Back leg, though, not front leg.
It came down to height. Alex Carey was the one who had the final call. He got a pat on the back from Pat Cummins.
Bairstow is under the pump here. There's 2 balls left before lunch. Boland is into him. And he lets this go outside the off-stop at the last minute. The crowd cheer every survived delivery.
It's a fired-up Scott Boland. He's getting the ball to go through here. That was collected over his shoulder by Alex Carey.
It's just, this game has been incredible. The fast bowlers have, for so many long periods, have had nothing out of this pitch, and then suddenly you'll get this 3 or 4 minute burst where the Boland's getting carry, he's getting nip, he's getting bounce. Last ball before lunch either way. Can Bairstow survive? Can Boland break through? He's in. And Bairstow survives. Pushes under the front foot. Plays out into the covers, the end of a tempestuous session. 127 runs in it. 3 wickets. The wickets of Ollie Pope, bowled by Cummins, and absolute beauties. In-swinging Yorker. Root, who had tried to hit the first ball of the day for reverse ramped 6 and was batting beautifully, was the victim of his own demise, hurtling down the wicket at line and was stumped. And then Harry Brook, who played a very fine knock of 46. Root also made 46, but Brook looked in great touch for 46, but he'd just been slowing down towards the end of his innings and looking to manufacture length. Pulled at a ball that might have been not quite short enough, and a sensational catch by Marnus Labuschagne, diving away to his right, 2-handed. Good for him. As the players walk off, England's lead, 162, 5 for 155, Stokes 13 from 34 balls. Bairstow 1 off 12. It's been a morning of 2 halves. The first half, inventive, frenetic, the ball flying everywhere. Second half, not so much. Well, the exact opposite. Phil Long, are you able to describe that for us?
Yes, I know halves should be equal, but let's split it before the dismissal of Joe Root and after the dismissal of Joe Root.
Yes.
Okay. The session itself, 26.5 overs in
Not
2
good.
hours, 15 minutes. Yeah.
Not good.
117 runs scored for 3 wickets, but since Joe Root was out, 71 deliveries for 26 runs.
So before that, how many deliveries for 100 for 91? Well, you worked that out.
Yes.
101. You worked that out because we're coming up to the lunch break. The Macca's delivery of the day so far. Bharat, Sundaresan. I started to have a little bit of competition, but to me, I think there's a standout.
Oh, there certainly is. That in-swinging Yorker from Pat Cummins to Ollie Pope, one of the best you'll ever see. Knocking out off stump at a time when Joe Root had taken this game by the scruff of its neck. It was pass ball. The crowd was roaring, and to produce a delivery like that, I mean, it'll take quite a delivery for the rest of the summer to beat that one from Cummins.
It was absolute beauty. It felt for Pope. Up Root and his off stump, you're going to get no argument from me. There'll be no argument from Phil Long. Have you managed to get
91 from 88?
91 from 88. There you go. It has been a session of 2 uneven halves. England are 162 ahead. They are 5 wickets down. I said at the start of play, I had a sneaking suspicion this game could end today. I've seen nothing to dissuade me from that view. Be sure to come back and join us in around 35 minutes. But up next, Paul Sebastiani and John Donahoe will update you on all the news in the sporting world.
14 at that stage. They were 3 for 77, a brisk 50-run stand to start the day. Joe Root, who was the catalyst for that, was stumped by Carey from the bowling of line, running past one when he was on 46. They were 4 for 129, a partnership of 52 that he put on with Harry Brook, who was the third man to go. The 5th all told after 2 yesterday. Caught at mid-wicket. Great catch from Labuschagne from the bowling of line. His 2nd wicket in the session. He was also gone for 46. At that point, they were 5 for 150. They are now 5 for 155. With Ben Stokes resuming on 13 from 34 down the other end. Johnny Bairstow, you heard on the highlights there, reprieved. Given out leg before in the final over before lunch. Scott Boland was sending it down. Had one back off the seam, but it was just going over the top. He's 1 from 12. The lead's 162. It's perfectly positioned. Adam Collins with you, Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber back with me. Nathan Lyon, ball in his hand as we prepare to restart the middle session of the penultimate day. He's got a slip, backward point, catching cover, mid-off, long off. So squarish mid-off, then a straighter long off, mid-on. Man round the corner at short, fine leg. And a deep square leg. Lyon around the wicket to Stokes. Begins the session here. Stokes goes back. He's hit on the pad. Went straight on, but no appeal, maybe via an inside edge. Gentlemen, we had some great stats from Longy during the break that pre-Root's dismissal, 91 runs from 88 balls with 12 fours and a 6. After Root's dismissal, 26 runs from 71 balls with just 1 boundary. The game completely changed after he went out. As Lyon gets to the crease again and bowls to Stokes, and he defends into the offside.
Yeah, well, certainly a session of 2 halves, one might say. And, but that's what kind of Australia have been doing right since the start of this match. They've been sort of clawing their way back in, losing the toss on a beautiful day and against an England side determinedly going to play their style.
Lyon delivers, Stokes reverse, sweeps and doesn't beat Boland at short third. That's what he's there for, no run.
Yeah, and it goes on to 393 and they declare and so on. Then you lose Warner, Labuschagne and Smith quite early on and you battle the rest of the day. Few partnerships to come through and eventually gain parity.
Yeah, it's been clawing to parity all the way, isn't it?
And they're nearly there, aren't they? Lyon bowling around the wicket, Stokes back and defending. Feels like one more wicket here. We've been saying a little bit, haven't we? But one more wicket here. Bairstow and Stokes so important together. And they get a real look at bowling out England for maybe even under 200. On the other hand, if these two get going, it could be a brutal session. We know what they can do together. Lyon, wider of the crease to Stokes, trying to generate more turn from the middle stump line, but doesn't. Played down the pitch. 1 ball to come.
He really hasn't spun the ball anywhere near as much as Moeen Ali, has he? Although it did cost Moeen Ali his finger, so maybe he's bowling within himself so he can bowl all the way through the series, not just the one innings.
And the one he did turn was good enough to get Root too through the gate, dancing from round the wicket. Lyon to finish the first over after lunch. Delivers here and Stokes knocks it on the head out to cover. So a maiden to begin. Stays at 5 for 155. They lead by 162. Stokes 13, Bairstow 1. Fascinating that Stokes has played the way that he has, given everyone before him. Jarrod, your interpretation of the captain's hand so far?
I just think that Stokes is a player who has 3 gears. He has block, he has accumulate, and he has hammer the ball everywhere, right? And I think if you watch Root went between, he's probably got 6 gears, Root, right? He goes up, he goes down, all these different things. And I think with Stokes, it's one thing I would say about his batting sometimes is he gets an idea in his head, and that's what he's going to want to do. I think in this situation, you probably want to block a few, but you also want to manipulate the field a little bit more than he has. He allowed Australia to get that pressure back on top. When he's Ben Stokes, he doesn't need to do that. But I think what we expected, Colo, was him to come out and swing the bat wildly.
Jeremy?
Yeah, my memories of when he starts this way, he can play quite a long innings, and he kind of makes a bit of a difference. I don't know whether your memory. I'm just thinking 2019 and in the World Cup and so on, and against. Well, Headingley, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It took a long time to start.
Boland delivers. Carey up to the stumps. Bairstow, first ball of the session, driven to cover. Doesn't get it past Warner in there close.
He also quite often takes a long time to start against off-spin, because that's the thing, he doesn't feel as comfortable. Once he's faced a lot of off-spin, he's a completely different player. But early on, he doesn't like going out and facing off-spin straight away. And obviously, Ashwin and Lyon have got him about 15 times each, so it's fair enough.
Kind of based on our chat before play, Jeremy, and acknowledging that there is rain about tomorrow and all the rest of it, we do think that this will be the last session they bat, if it goes their way, that is. As Boland delivers, 2 catches behind the wicket. It's pushing again out to the offside, so 8 balls to start the session, kind of belying the point I'm about to make. But if they were to go well in this session and make, what did they get last time? 117, another 117 here, and they're up around that mark where they might feel comfortable pulling out and giving themselves whatever time's left in the match if there is rain tomorrow.
Well, it's interesting, just a 26 overs, 26 and a half overs or something like that in, 2.25 hours.
Yeah.
That's very slow. Now, at what point does that count against Australia if they, when they're in with a little sniff of victory?
It's a great point as Boland delivers here, and Bairstow thrashes through the offside towards deep point from the crease. It's his second single. He's faced 15 balls. 5 for 156 to lead up to 163. I mean, as you say, if Australia do go through England here, let's give them 200, right? And then they're left 208 to win, and they may only have a session and a half or 2 sessions if there is rain tomorrow.
Have we got a definitive forecast for tomorrow?
I might check with Phil Long. Phil Long's had the radar up at the back of the box.
It's kind of what we're basing that argument on, I think.
The app that I've been using, which was really accurate yesterday, basically suggests that there's going to be light rain from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Fairly consistent, but not a lot of it.
So enough to be problematic.
Keep them from the field, yeah.
Carey goes back, Stokes on strike, goes after Boland, using his feet, up and over the top of cover, doesn't get anywhere near enough of it to get to the rope. So Labuschagne will collect it 10 yards inside in front of the Holly stand. That's 2 for him, moving to 15, lead 167.
Did you play that shot much?
That lucky shot over cover.
Running down the wicket at the 87-mile-an-hour ball.
No, not often. I'd be back tucking it and getting an inside edge into my pad and taking a quick single just to the offside. No, it's interesting what you were saying, though, about how he plays off-spin, Stokes, and you can see straight away a different attitude against Boland.
Yeah.
So Boland round the wicket with a slip and a leg slip. Green the ladder of those 2 bowls. Here's Stokes through the offside. Comfortably his best shot so far. Had a gap at cover, forced it through it. So Stokes has clearly made a decision to attack the pace of Boland. Up to 19, the lead 169.5 for 162 England. 1 ball left in the over.
I think what he's attacking is the consistency of Boland.
Yeah.
That he is speculating as to where this is going to bounce. He's speculating the line. He gives himself a little bit of room outside leg stump and hits through the line. Effectively
what Root did with those reverse ramps in the second over of play today.
Well, we've seen them use their feet to Boland more than anyone else as well. They know where the length is roughly going to be. They also know that sometimes he's moving it so far that they can't do anything with it.
Sun very much out as well. Good conditions for batting. Boland bowls. Stokes goes the reverse. Off balance, but along the ground to deep third man where Travis Head does the fielding. Stokes retains the strike. He's 20. The lead's 170. England 5 for 163. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
Bring, bring.
Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15 with first month free. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In Spanish, La Cabra means the goat, and in English, the goat means the greatest of all time. And now you can experience the goat-tasting food of the Mexican people at La Cabra's newest location in Mornington, or visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
The sessions for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, as much as I trust your app, Jarrod, I trust Longy with my life. What are you seeing? As Nathan Lyon starts the over, he might come back after this ball. Bowling to Stokes, who's squared up, spits out to mid-off. Quick single to the danger end is Bairstow, but he's through. He's a good runner between wickets. Stokes 21, 5 for 164. Phil Long.
Yeah, early morning, heavy rain from about 6 through to maybe about the start of play. Still rain at a sort of percentage of over 50%. Going down throughout the day until maybe 4 or 5 when we're down to the showers look like they've moved on. So
that's pretty much what I said.
Yeah, nothing definite.
It was a bit more detail.
Yeah. All right, fine. It's going to rain tomorrow. All right? Jeez.
But it's not going to pour all day, and so that would be a gamble to bank on that, wouldn't it?
But I think they would be intending to declare with 4 sessions to go regardless, on the basis of our conversation earlier about they'll be too far ahead of the game to dangle the carrot, and Stokes is committed to doing that. Line over the wicket now. Change of angle to Bairstow. Sweeping. Pass short leg, but straight to Boland at deep backward square, sweeping himself. He's on 3, Bairstow. England 5 for 165.
Does Boland have the most long barriers of any modern... I mean, he really gets that knee down, doesn't he?
Better than what we saw from India last week with Shami and Siraj using the boot on the boundary time and again.
I think Hazelwood uses his boot a little bit, I've noticed, in this test as well.
He might have an injury or two an injury that he's managing or two that might count for that. Sun beating down in Birmingham. Lion bowl. Stokes goes back. Hard spun delivery. Placed out to extra cover. No single. So just the one catching man. That's Stephen Smith at slip. So nicely poised. Lead 1-7-2. Who throws the first punch in this final session, or this middle session, I should say. Line delivers. Stokes goes back to cut. Gets it in front of point. So there'll be 2 to Green, the sweeper. No, there won't be. Green does really well off the rope. Athletic as always. Stokes 22, 5 for 166.
I think Lyon's got to get the ball above Stokes' eyes, because what he really wants him to do is either go over long on or just try the slog sweep. If Stokes can get away with it, he will cut as much as possible. And that's a safer shot for him than I think some of the others. You want him to either force or slog.
And their stoushes over the years, Lyon and Stokes, they've been going at it for the better part of a decade.
Johnny Bairstow spotted something again.
Oh, funny that. So
I think it's the bird above the stand. It's the seagull. Can you move the seagull, please?
It might be.
Maurice?
I think it's the corporate seats above the sight screen. He's got some issue with.
Is it a door? He doesn't like doors.
Always watching Bairstow. 3 from 16. Line to him here. Sharply spun back towards the stumps. Negotiates it well. Out to deep backward point for 1. Bairstow 4. Lead 174. 1 ball left in the over. How big the sight screens are now, and yet somehow Bairstow always finds something wrong. Back when you played, Jeremy, you'd push it from one side to the other.
I did. And you could see the members walking behind it. Shadow puppets.
Line passes umpire Erasmus to finish his set. Wide of the crease, spun hard again. Stokes gets down to it, cuts to point. Labuschagne does the fielding. End of the over. The captain's 22, Bairstow's 4. Lead 174. England 5 for 167 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
12 runs since lunch. Our coverage for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Jarrod, Kimber and Jeremy Coney with me. I'm Adam Collins. Scott Boland has Carey up to the stumps for Bairstow. A slip and a 4th slip, we'll call it.
So Bairstow doesn't generally use his feet to pace bowl, so I'm not sure why they've done it to Bairstow.
Maybe trying to get in his head. Bairstow facing up to Boland away from us. Plays it square, not quite. Tries to get it behind point, but Warner's there. There won't be a single.
The only other thing I would think of is they want to keep him as deep in the crease as possible just to get a couple more LBWs, but Bairstow can also nick off. I'm not sure that he's going to go out LBW anyway, because that's kind of how he misses the ball. I'm not sure keeping him in the crease makes it as big a difference. Or maybe Carey just wants to practice.
Bairstow thumping the bat into the turf. In bowled a lot too, of course. Boland into the right-hander, delivers here, and he steers it through about gully, and it's 4. Cameron Green dived away to his right, but not even he could reach it. Johnny Bairstow's first boundary, he's 8. The lead 1-7-8.
Just a tad wide.
I don't think they've been as accurate in this innings as we've seen from them. It's another possible thing that Carey is trying to, an alpha move on Bairstow. You couldn't even do it to the 80-mile-an-hour guys, and I'm up here to the 86. Just calling out the speeds as he takes each ball.
Yeah, there is a pretty big gap. I wonder whether, from a team balance perspective, they'll look at this and think, gee, it would have been handy if Bairstow was batting earlier today. Bairstow at number 5 last year, we saw it, Jeremy, so did you. He was able to be the glue in the middle when they needed it and put the foot down as required. Some stunning innings, including twin tons here. Boland in, and off the bottom of the bat, Bairstow off the front foot places it out to cover. And the only way they could facilitate that's by taking the gloves off him, giving them to Folkes, and dispensing with presumably Duckett at the top of the list. And then the question becomes, who's your makeshift opener?
Yes, that's always the question. I don't mind getting Folkes in there, but the ultimate question is, who do you leave? Who goes up to open?
Stokes, because he's McCullum.
Well, yes. It would feel like Stokes.
I think it will be Stokes if they do it. I'm not saying they're going to.
Boland up, halfway through his over, delivers to Bairstow. Square drive, gets loads of it, but there's a sweeper out there. It's Nathan Lyon. They'll just take one. Bairstow's 9, 5 for 172. Yeah, I think the Stokes for opener campaign, which I was part of, to be fair, was mostly around Zach Crawley. But I think Crawley, on the basis of 2 innings in this series, he'll stay ahead of Duckett, because Duckett's technical flaw outside the off stump.
Weirdly, because of this kind of pitch, Duckett has made himself look worse than Crawley, whereas a week ago we felt the opposite.
Just can't let the ball go, and as Bharat put in his piece last night, that's not sustainable.
He never lets the ball go. That's the incredible thing, isn't it? It's just not a thing he does.
It's funny how they made a virtue of that before the series, like an alpha play again, like using your jargon from before. Boland round the wicket, 2 balls left in the over. Stokes defends. I mean, they're like, yeah, of course he doesn't leave the ball go. It's Bazball here, boys. Get used to it. But as Jeremy, you pointed out on commentary yesterday, if you're playing at balls on the 6-stump line with an angled bat against Hazelwood, Cummins and Boland,
with a new ball,
you're going to nick a lot of balls.
We saw him do it in South Africa and against the white ball. They were just banging the ball back of a length, and that was on wickets that were much more conducive to it than we saw here. If he's going out to it here, that is a big issue.
Boland's last delivery, the second slip jumps out. Round the wicket, Carey up to the stump. Stokes from the leg stump line turns it behind square. Should get 2 for that. And he doesn't because, well, I'm not quite sure why he doesn't. Must be good fielding from Green. Enough pressure there from Green, I suppose. End of the over. Jarrod, you'll jump out. We'll have Peter Lalor jumping in. Leads 180. Stokes 23. Bairstow 9. England 5 for 173 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Every 2 years, if you're age 50 to 74, you'll get a blue and white package from the National Bowel Cancer Screening Program. It's your free bowel screening test kit, and it could save your life. Here's what to do. Take it to the bathroom and put it right where you can see it. Not in a drawer, but on the bench top or on the toilet seat or in the middle of the floor. So the next time you have to go, you'll remember to use it. Please don't put off the chance to save your life. Get to it. Visit bowelcancer.org.au for more information.
Line from the Birmingham City end. Delivers here to Stokes round the wicket, just a slip catching, and Stokes snakes it past the fielder at extra cover. It's Shane. They get 1. It's 24 from 50. 5 for 174. Good afternoon, Peter Lalor, Mr. Worldwide on the telly this morning. How was that? Was it combative?
Yes. So you Australians are whingers now, are alleging. What's wrong with you? You gave it, but you can't take it. And had Ricky Ponting on defending himself, of course.
Yeah, Ricky name-checked in that weird press conference last night.
How old was Robinson? You can't use that as an excuse. How old was Robinson when Ricky Ponting was
I ran
playing?
into somebody from the BBC.
Round the wicket, now line to Bairstow, changing his angle again, and Bairstow takes it off his hip to short fine, no run.
Who had a video of Michael Clark saying, get ready for, some damage to your forearm. It was 10 years ago, mate. We have been through the Enlightenment. But we are like born again.
As line bowls. Got the long on for Bairstow. Doesn't require it here, pushing into the onside.
England are living in the past. We are like born again Christians. We're reformed smokers. We are super sanctimonious these days. We don't even look sideways at the opposition. We're all just love, peace, understanding.
This line here bouncing to the crease. Bairstow lets it sail past his front pad down the leg side to Carey. I think the point we were making in the pre-game was that, a bit of aggression, an exuberant celebration, sure, but Khawaja giving him a send-off with 141. It just didn't feel right. It jarred for that reason more than the swearing. As Lyon gets to the crease and bowls to Bairstow again down the leg side. He did play at that one. Lyon's got his hands on his head. Wasn't far away. Hands on his head, rather, from a little inside edge.
Three back for the hoik onto the leg side. 141. What I thought when I saw him coming to the press conference, he's going to clear things up here. We'll get back to this next over.
We will. Lions last ball. Bairstow defends. End of it. 5 for 174. The lead's 181. Stokes 24. Bairstow 9 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Between overs on our screen for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. They flashed up to Moeen Ali, the next man in. A change of bowling as well. Pat Cummins, he's got 2 for 33. Oh, hell of a delivery to knock over Ollie Pope earlier today. An in-swinging Yorker that took the off stump out of the ground.
Absolute ripper, wasn't it? Just that little shift in the way he held the ball.
So, Pete, you could take us into this press conference last night, the Ollie Robinson.
Traditionally, a team media manager will throw a fire blanket over these things.
Cummins round the wicket to Stokes, defends to mid on.
Yeah, the last thing that player is doing is leaving the dressing room and talking to the media. I mean, that's why there was so much surprise, I think, about the Australians fronting up after Sandpaper Go. And I saw him walking around, that's a brave call. Clearly he wants to clear the air. He's going to say it's a misunderstanding or say, I got carried away. But he doubled down. That's what got me. I could handle the heat of the moment. I mean, sort of prattish behaviour, handle that. But doubling down.
Cummins to Stokes, using his feet and getting it past mid-on for 4. Calculated shot. It was on the line of the off stump or just outside. He was committed to flaying it through the onside. And wide of mid-on it goes. So Stokes to 28. That's his third 4, his second since lunch. 5 for 178 the score. Lead 185.
But anyway, we don't want to go on about it forever, do we? But he's a hot-headed bloke. It's a provocative approach he has in the media. And I don't know, Australia have moved past that, but I guess the sins of our past follow us. Our convict stain, Adam.
Cummins bowls. Stokes wants to use his feet, corrects his shot, goes behind point, gets 4 more. He was trying to shimmy, saw Cummins banging in a bit shorter. Stood tall in the crease and steered it down to third man. Back-to-back boundaries take Stokes to 32. The lead to 189. 5 for 182. Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, earned the second boundary because of the effort in the first. Charging Cummins. A little bit lucky getting away with it. A bit sort of sloggy. But he's dragged it away to long on and then earns the cut and gets that away to third man.
So Stokes trying to put pressure straight on Pat Cummins. Good approach. They move backward points, a slightly more catching position. It's a little bit straighter, if you like, as Cummins bowls to Stokes on leg stump. down to fine leg for an easy single. So 9 runs from 4 balls in the over, 5 for 183, Stokes 33.
Well, they're doing things the batters just shouldn't be able to do, are they? Charging Pat Cummins, attempting to scoop Pat Cummins the first ball of a test match. I'm still getting over that. That's just... It's blasphemous. It's sacrilegious to play cricket like this. But you point out quite correctly, it throws the bowlers off the line. It allows him then to fake the shimmy and then play one off the back foot. There are a lot of upsides to this style of batting. We haven't seen a lot of downsides to them yet.
No, they need 125, 130 perhaps in this session to contemplate if they want to do something.
Well, it's been a brisk start. You get Phil Long to run
It is
through
picking up. You feel there's momentum just developing here.
Partnership of 33 from 54 balls, but they absorbed a lot of dots before lunch and just after.
This is a launching platform where they're at now.
Cummins over the wicket to Bairstow, first time in the spell. Opens the blade up to try and get it past backward point, but he won't be doing that because Cameron Green's there, no run.
These two can bully a cricket ball too. We've seen it plenty of times in the past, haven't we? Even before all this baseball business, when Ben Stokes got going on that last day at Headingley, he could hit it anywhere at will. He was in total command of the game. There's nothing Australian bowlers could really bowl to him to stop him.
It's funny, in that culture war within English cricket, the criticism of Joe Root being on the bench of the IPL and not playing county cricket before the Ashes. The counterpoint being, is he playing those kinds of reverse shots this morning without being in India against the white ball training every day? I don't know. Cummins bowls here, full and straight and tucked away by Bairstow, but there is a man out in that direction. Travis Head wheels around from deep square. They get one. It'll mean that Bairstow retains the strike with the single, moving into double figures. He's 10, Stokes 33, 5 for 184 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Hi, it's Rob Sanusa from State Transport and Warehousing. Do you have a commercial vehicle and looking for a better standard of work? Then call State Transport today. We have work for 1 and 2 tonne trays and vans, 12 and 14 tonne taut liners, right through to semi-trailers. So, make the move to a better way of transport. Call our team today, 9587 4433. At State Transport, our people are your solution.
We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. 29 runs in the last 5 overs, Phil Long tells me. Nathan Lyon round the wicket to Bairstow, reversing. Straight to Hazelwood, who collects it at short third. Had so many moments in this test match, Jeremy, where we're thinking, well, the next half an hour could be quite important. This feels like another. Been push and pull the whole way through. Winviz reflects that as well. It's got England at 49, Australia at 37 for what it's worth. Round the wicket line, Bairstow forward. No run, remembering that's a backward-looking measure, so it doesn't build in everything we've seen through the week. Can text us in as well before I jump off comms in an over or so. 0433 98 11 16 or 8833 in New Zealand, Jeremy.
Yes.
We'll be in bed there. As you said, there may be kicked to the spare room.
Brooke and Labuschagne.
Bowling again is Lyon. Bit shorter. Bairstow should have done better with that.
Names on the shirt.
I saw that little promo you recorded. If someone's interfering with your current connection, was
Excuse me, let's just concentrate on the game.
Jeremy Coney's preview videos every day on the
your
SEN
wife
feed.
making conjugal demands, is it?
It's relentless.
Lyon bowls and reverse sweeping for the second time in the over. Bairstow getting the angle right on this occasion. Work to be done for Travis Head, who's had a busy day out there in front of the Holly stand, the eastern side of the ground. They add 1, Bairstow 11, 5 for 185.
You can always do it with an earphone.
Tell you what, Travis Head's been out there permanently this test match. He'd be dying for a trip to the family stand where they're not allowed to drink. To the other side where they're sweeping, it's a piece of cake. That at the moment's.
He's done okay today.
Scott Boland. Delivering here, reverse sweep towards Boland, around the corner, and he's gone. The reverse sweep undoes Stokes. He's standing his ground as well. The umpires will meet and discuss, remembering there is no such thing as the soft signal anymore. So this will come down, I suspect, to Chris Gaffney's interpretation. So it was Scott Boland at short third who got underneath it on face value. The crowd are chanting. trying to influence the decision of the umpires, umpire Raza and Erasmus, but surely this goes upstairs, Jeremy Coney.
Well, it looks as if it's going to, but, I mean, from the naked eye, you'd have to say, yes, up it's going. It looks as if it was caught cleanly.
From up here,
but,
yeah. He came forward, he got his hands under it.
Yeah.
He threw the ball straight up. And there's no doubt in the fielder's mind.
Australian body language doesn't seem to suggest it might be out though.
No. Oh, he's hit it into the ground.
Has he hit it in the ground? Yeah.
So it's not about whether it's carried. I mean, the first replay is conclusive. Massive puff of dust. So Chris Gaffney, the easiest decision in the world upstairs. Reviews for IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 1-3 IMAR. This won't last very long. Not out flashes up on the board. Ben Stokes, who was unmoved, wasn't he, Pete? He knew.
He knew. You can't expect Scott Boland to know that, fielding where he is with the reverse.
No, of course not. So last ball of the line over. Stokes plays off his hip. Leg stump line, round the corner. Travis Head in off the rope. So Stokes keeps the strike. He's 34. The lead 193. England 5 for 186. That's all on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles future on now.
At Underworks, we're serious about that one more sprint. And believe me, it does hurt, so you need extreme comfort from your socks. We're serious about getting you to wherever you're going. Underworks, the number wonder down under for sports socks.
Ready to tee off in the Mizuno Minutes? 10 sports quiz questions in 1 minute. With every correct answer, you get a sleeve of Mizuno RB Tour golf balls. The Mizuno Minute. Play it this week in the run home with Andy and Gazy on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. In this session, crucial session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, Pete Lalor stays with me. Bharat Sundaresan jumps in as well. Baz?
Well, clearly, England decide they don't want to be out there for too long now. Yeah. We expected this. I said this before the lunch break, Adam and Pete, that Ben Stokes was playing an intelligent innings in the sense he realized that he hasn't batted for 4 months. So gave himself some time just to get into batting rhythm, hitting rhythm. He's been the only English batter who has returned for a second hit in the nets during every training session. He's just feeling himself back in. And you can see after the break, he's been lucky on a couple of occasions, but he's ready. He's ready to pull the trigger.
Phil Long.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has been out between 27 and 41 in 8 of his last 11 innings.
Getting starts not going on with it, and in that window now on 34. Back on strike to Cummins, his opposing number. Field spread. Bowls here. He deflects to deep third where there's one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders back now. They know what's going on Australia. Stokes 35, the lead 194, 5 for 187.
Hey, looking at the field and just again going back to how Ben Stokes has constructed this innings, and he has such a limited overs mindset these days when he plays Test cricket. He's played it very smartly, like it's a ODI innings. Like he's given himself, okay, whatever, I have 22 overs, 25 overs to go. How do I play this from this point? I have an attacking batter at the other end in Johnny Bairstow. I have the likes of Moeen Ali and Ollie Robinson and Stuart Broad who can throw their bat around. I need to take this deep. This is a one-day innings we are seeing from Ben Stokes.
Bairstow will want to follow suit. He's 11 from 32, so he's played himself in. He made 78 from 78 on day one. Cummins away from us. Bowls here to Bairstow. Bairstow drives right out the middle of the bat. A classic Johnny Bairstow square drive for 4. Oh, how he plays that shot so well. We saw it on countless occasions 12 months ago, up to 15. The lead's 198, 5 for 191. England, this half an hour has been very much theirs, Pete Lalor.
You didn't have to see that, did you? You could hear how cleanly and how hard he hit that ball. Beautiful square drive. Not that far wide of, what is it out there?
Cameron Green, yeah.
Oh, Cameron Green.
So it's Cummins again. Bairstow looking to attack as well. Steering it past slip. Smith had no chance at ball. He was at second slip. He leapt across to third. Bairstow opened the blade. Perfection. He's up to 19. The partnership up to 45. The lead above 200. 5 for 195. The pressure on Australia. They need to break this partnership right now.
Pressure on Australia not to panic. Last 20 or so minutes have gone England's way. Through 2 or 3 times the ball could have gone to hand. Steve Smith is a brilliant catcher when it comes to going to his right. But this is a bit too far for him. Australia need to hold their nerve. This game can slip away from them very quickly. It's a very crucial juncture. The slip is coming out. Pat Cummins needs to back himself and his other bowlers. That they can break this partnership and they're into Moeen Ali in the tail. They can't panic now.
So the slip coming out would suggest a change in strategy altogether because the last ball went through that region. Smith goes into well, it's a mid-wicket. There's already Marnus Labuschagne there. They're going to have to get their angles right there. They're kind of not quite configured as you'd expect, but there is 2 mid-wickets as Cummins gets to the crease to Bairstow again. Back-to-back boundaries bounce so predictably underneath it.
You know what? Smith looked a little slow reacting to that one. I mean, it would have been a great catch if he took it, but he looked slow reacting. I suspect we have to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because they've pushed the slips up a little bit. They had to. They're not expecting them to go through it that high.
No.
But it was a parry rather than a nick.
It went flying. And also the change in field means Pat Cummins has realized he has to change his line. Any width to Johnny Bairstow, he'll kill you like he did the first 2 deliveries.
Fielders back at deep third, fine leg and deep square. Cummins bowls to Bairstow full and into the onside it goes for 1, beating Smith at the square of the 2 mid-wickets in position. The lead's up to 203, 5 for 196. Bairstow in the 20s now.
Travis Head. Poor Travis Head.
He's loving it. I saw him at the start of the session. He sprinted there.
Oh, yeah,
he sprinted there. He wanted to be reunited with his team.
That's Travis Head in a nutshell. He loves it.
Remember David Warner opted to field over there in 2019.
That's right.
They were asking him where the sandpaper was, but he emptied he turned his pockets inside out to show that he didn't have anything.
He was
quite amusing.
He was the choir master, wasn't he?
He was.
Over there in 19.
The same old Aussies always cheating song.
Yeah. Cummins round the wicket. Final ball of the 45th over. Stokes on strike. Squares up a little bit. Back to the bowl up. So the partnership's 46. We'll have a change in commentary. The city's over. 5 for 196. Norcross in for me. Stokes 35. Bairstow 20. And that's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
RJ Sanderson and Associates are accountants and taxation specialists, individuals, companies, trusts and self-managed super funds. Take the stress out of tax returns, financial statements, bookkeeping and BASs. rjsanderson.com.au.
This month at Lobster Cave we've got an excellent end of year deal. Grab a voucher and we'll double the value. Why not buy now, use later but still double your value? Think catering, gifting, hospitality and more. BYO wine, no corkage, valid for 3 years, only at lobstercave.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with the Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Now, ladies and gentlemen, back home in Australia, this is where you need to be concentrating, as do the umpires, because they're just checking to see if the ball needs to be changed again. We've already had at least 1 ball change in this innings. But, yes, this is not a time for snoozing. The game is here. The setup is here. I'm not saying that the match is to be decided here, but how the match progresses will be decided in this next hour. Will England's aggressive approach result in them losing their last 5 wickets for could be 30 to 50 runs, which will make for a pretty placid run chase for Australia on a decent pitch? Or if these two aren't removed in the next half an hour, 45 minutes, England are going to have a very good crack at setting above 300, potentially 320, 330. So I'm afraid this is no time for the snoozle.
Well, I hope Alan Border isn't watching because Steve Smith has had a long, friendly chat with Ben Stokes.
Oh dear.
There have been plenty of those during this test match, haven't there?
It's further reflection of just how much Australia and Australians has changed.
Well,
England can't come to grips with it.
No, exactly.
There are bunnies and butterflies sort of foraging around in your undergrowth. There's got bunnies and Bharat's wearing shorts. We've got bunnies and butterflies.
It's very
all
flower
over.
power. It's very love. Forever Changes. 1969 album, I would say.
Did we change the ball there? Because I was just looking back to see. Yes, that's 6 times now in the match.
6 times in the match, but twice in this innings, and only 45 overs have been bowled. So a replacement ball, not a new ball, of course, a replacement ball of roughly 45 overs of age. What do you?
No, I'm just laughing that Phil. I was concentrating on Bharat's groin. I missed it.
My groin represents the modern Australia, doesn't it? It's full of free love and peace.
Yep, on that bombshell, Pete Lawler is focusing on Bharat Sundaresan's groin.
That Nick Cave song, Breathless, isn't it? You know, all the birds and the robins. And
Here we go. Lyon starts a new over. Bairstow back into his crease and flicks into the onside. Really good diving stop. They've been excellent in part. I mean, what am I saying? They have been excellent in the field in some parts in Australia. I'd say better today than they were in England's first innings. They've still got some issues about having great big burly fast bowlers who aren't the most nimble, and Head and Khawaja, but I think they've been better close up, and Labuschagne has certainly covered up for a multitude of sins.
He's the best of the lot by a distance, Manas.
Bairstow on 20, faces up to Lyon, and he just dabs this into the onside, and it goes to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
The way England bat has exposed the weaknesses in Australia's field. It's like a one-day game, as we've been saying. I think they approach the innings like a one-day game. Your fielders are running around a lot, and they have to be really sharp. If you've got a couple of subpar fielders.
Lyon in. A big appeal for LBW. Umpire Murray Erasmus has given him. My word, how long did that take? Well, we are going to have a review. I am not at all surprised, because that was a very lengthy time cogitating from Murray Erasmus. There was a reverse sweep. We can't tell from where we are. Our vantage point doesn't help us. Our replay will help. With tyre power, your tyre experts. That ball's pitched in line. I think it's out.
It looked out. It looked out from here, right? Yeah. I think Murray looked up so that I had my finger out.
Yeah, look, Nathan Lyon has made a habit of this, bowling around the wicket, getting right-handers, LBW. And Murray Erasmus took his time, like he did with the Steve Smith LBW a couple of days ago. And I think he's got it right. Johnny Bairstow.
It's a key moment in the game.
It is.
A key moment in the game.
Could it be turning too much?
Not enough.
Could there be a little flicker of under edge? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Definitely isn't. Flat line.
Line, yeah.
I think this is out, you know. This could be...
Long way forward. We can see some off stump.
There's off stump over here away to our left.
I'd be surprised if this is doing anything but hitting the stumps.
I would be surprised also. It looks like it's pitched in line. It's straightened it up. It's a great ball from Lyon, especially if someone is going to reverse sweep you.
Huge
big moment for Australia. They need to get this wicket.
Right, we're going to go to ball tracking any moment now. Ultra edge is a flat line.
Red.
The ball is pitched in line. It's hitting. This is out. It's out. It's out. Bairstow goes, playing the reverse sweep, getting nothing on it. Nathan Lyon has done it again. England lose their 6th wicket. They're 6 now for 196. We said this was a crucial passage of play, and Australia in this passage have drawn first blood.
Kudos to Nathan Lyon. How good has his bowling been? I mean, he's got 13.3 overs, 3 for 41. You know, under relentless assault, but he keeps breaking through. He's a giant.
He is a giant, and it had to be his day, right, Pete? We knew this pitch was dry. We knew he would have to have a big save for Australia to stay in the game. It gets rid of Jarrod, it gets rid of Harry Brook, and now he's broken this partnership which was beginning to take this game away from Australia again. Outstanding spell. He had nothing to play with in the first innings, bowled so well to take 4 wickets. Now with a little bit of bite, it's still not turning too big, it's not gripping a lot, just the subtle change in length. Johnny Bairstow does play the reverse sweep really well. Pick the wrong length.
Yeah, well, if you can bowl round the wicket and straighten it like that, because it's straight, it's not sharp turn, it's just perfect. It lands on middle and leg to Bairstow, and it's hitting middle and leg, and that is wonderful to be able to do from that angle. It's really good. Have we had, has that been the drinks break, or is that just the obligatory bring out drinks because the wicket's gone down? Yeah, I think it's just the obligatory extra drinks. So this now, Australia should send blood here. I got Moeen Ali back in England's side. He has got many test runs, but as we discovered, he had many test wickets. He's not test match fit.
Yes.
Not played a red ball game for years. He strengthens England's tail, yes, but Australia could look here to getting them now for another 30, 40 runs.
He's been playing T20 cricket. He's exactly the batsman they need for this moment. Drop your cynicism.
What they want, yeah. This Lion is into everything. Lets it spin into the gloves of Carey. That's a bold leave.
T20 leave.
T20 leave, yeah.
No, you do see the occasional leave once every 40 days in the IPL.
Oh, Virat Kohli. Kohli will leave a few. Yeah. Slip in place, waiting to gobble up a chance. As Lion is in and plays with an angled bat. He's off the mark, gets a single. Now, there's a very venerable sage in these parts called George de Bell, who has been living in Birmingham and comes to Edgbaston on many, many occasions, who posed the question...
He lives by the ponds, doesn't he?
He lives by the pond. It's a great big pond. He posed the question, has any Warwickshire player ever scored a Test 100 at Edgbaston? Belly didn't. We wonder. Moeen Ali is, of course, a Warwickshire player. Don't think he's going to have a chance today as the final ball of Lyon's successful over spins into the gloves of Carey on the end of the over. 6 for 197.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. We posed the question, Warwickshire players to have scored 100 at Edgbaston in a Test match. Brian Lara has been suggested by Bharat alongside me and Pete Lawler. If you've got any ideas, text to us 0433 98 11 16, or if you're in New Zealand, to do my Coney voice, 88 33. As Cummins is in, right arm around the wicket to Moeen Ali. A ball dies on the keeper Carey and goes through outside the off-stump.
Brian Lara's highest score here was 95. I'm sorry, Pete. So he never made 100 either. 95 and 50.
Dennis Amos was a good suggestion from Phil Long, back of the box.
What Australians played here?
Australians who played for Warwickshire. Yeah. Not a very Australian county.
It is, isn't it? Actually, good point. Yeah.
It feels a hostile town towards.
I think, well, it's a hostile town to me. So. The brutalist architecture of Middle Earth. Cummins is in. This is defended by Moeen Ali up to mid-off. There's no run. It's said that J.R.R. Tolkien got his inspiration for the squalid misery of Middle Earth from Birmingham town centre.
Well, I thought that it was from New Zealand, but anyway. I've also read that he got the inspiration from the Himalayan sort of the woody regions of the Himalayas.
Oh, that's for the Shire, isn't it, and all that?
The Himalayan foothills. Up that way, but done some walking up there myself.
Cummins to Moeen, who drives, but gets a thick inside after the bat, rolls up to Hazelwood at mid-on.
Nepal, I think.
Another intriguing passage of play.
I've got something for you.
Yes.
Phil Long wants to talk to you.
Phil Long, baby.
Well, firstly, I thought it was from the lands around Bloemfontein. Where was he born, or he lived there?
Oh, bloody hell.
We'll never find out. Anyway, we're talking about Australia trying to get parity within this game.
Yeah.
Partnerships today, 50, 52, 21 and 46.
So they're getting in, they're getting out. They're doing well, Australia, giving these wickets regular intervals. Moeen Ali drives, push drives, defends really up to Quadra mid-off, no run.
I have the answer for you. Got his inspiration from that indoor pitch.
I really enjoyed that pitch because do you remember that there were 4 overs at the start which were utterly wasted. Australia's quick bowlers bowled, and then Nathan Lyon's first over, didn't he get one to spin an absolute mile to Pujara? And we knew then. We've got a 2-day test on our hands, lads. Better find a nightlife and indoor. Cummins into Moeen Ali down the leg side. Go close to keeper. Carey, and it runs away for 4 runs. Not leg byes, a touch of glove. And Carey leaping to his right was not far from that at all. The 200 is up. England with a slender lead of 208 on a blameless batting pitch.
I think it's only fair. The test match has been so close that the half chances have gone both teams' way. This time, just a bit of glove. Moeen Ali wasn't comfortable. Alex Carey had a long way to go.
Yeah, just too far. About 2 or 3 inches away from his outstretched right hand. It was a really terrific effort again. I like the way Carey moves his feet. I'm pleased with that. As Cummins is in. This is driven in the air briefly, and Cummins throws his head to the heavens. He thought I might come back at him. It didn't. At the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, England are 6 for 201.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, featuring leading experts with decades of experience in the game, bringing you the in-depth stories that matter. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
Do your existing tiles meet the Australian standard required for slip resistance? Avoid potential injuries with anti-slip tile treatment from TileSafe. We make tiles safe and test all areas after completion to verify our results. Call before you fall. Visit tilesafe.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And Tony in Warrnambool, who I presume is an Aussie, has been in touch on the text. I'll tell you with what in a moment as Ryan starts in you over to Stokes. Stokes goes back into his crease and punches off the back foot. They'll get one. They'll think of a second. They'll get it. An ambling second, really, is deep backward point. A fair way to go to his left. 6 for 203. He says, hope you all realise that millions of Australians have taken you all to bed with them.
Aww.
And listening on the SEN app on their phones with the sleep timer on.
Sweet. How
it's
sweet
lovely to be in bed with millions of Australians.
Oh, yeah. And he says in bed again. So
in bed. I hope it's a large bed. I don't like people too close to me in bed. But
everything in Australia is large. The bed's
it's
large.
huge, isn't it? It's a very big, yeah, there's space. It's a bed the sort of size of Tasmania is how I'm imagining it.
It's more Western Australia.
No, well, that's too far. That's not an intimate at all. Wouldn't care for that. Line into Stokes. Stokes plays away from his body at a sharply turning ball and dabs it.
It's happening.
Down to Boland. And there's no run. What's happening? What,
Nathan Lyon is beginning to get the ball. I said in my last stint, it's around this 45th over mark that Moeen Ali started to get it to grip. I mean, the 48th over of the innings. Nathan Lyon can feel it.
He can feel it. He's in. That also turns, not quite as sharply, but a little shorter, and Stokes able to just push it into the covers safely along the ground.
Maybe on the top of its bounce there.
It is a little bit of bounce as well. The quick turn is what had some of the Australians in trouble when Moeen Ali was bowling.
Stokes faces up, Lyon is in. This is defended from the crease, there's no run. The finest user of the word bounce. It's Michael Holding. If there's something I miss most about a summer's day these days, it's Michael Holding saying the word bounce.
Oh, I miss his whoa.
Well, it's about this time of day we normally give our listeners the petanque trick.
Oh, the petanque, yeah.
So we could give them the bounce trick instead if you like. Line in. Sweeping is Stokes and successfully for 4. A very firm shot. Great connection. And it has run away down to deep backward square. A bold shot. He moves to 41. A risky shot with Lyon turning the ball in the opposite direction, but he's really leathered that.
Well, Stokes had been playing an anchoring role up until the last dismissal. Now he's going to have to make the running while he perhaps gives him the strike.
Line into him again. Shot, cut away. Should just be the signal this time. As Labuschagne, actually Labuschaigne's running, thrown in at the non-striker's end, and Moeen has got good running from Stokes and Moeen. There are runs in that over, runs galore. 6 for 209 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard at the end of the over.
Ready to tee off in the Mizuno Minutes? 10 sports quiz questions in 1 minute. With every correct answer, you get a sleeve of Mizuno RB Tour golf balls. The Mizuno Minute. Play it this week in the run home with Andy and Gazy on SEN.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, bringing you all the latest news and in-depth stories from around the globe, as well as every stat and live score. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe.
Just saw Mitch Marsh run out with a towel, but more importantly, he seemed to be running out with some observations from the pool deck. Suggests.
What do you think those observations are?
Their scoring runs too fast. Gets the wickets.
I don't think Australia need to worry here. There's plenty of time left in this game for them to force victory. 216 is a small lead on this pitch. Australia are on top here. England are helping them. They're getting themselves out as Cummins runs in to Moeen Ali, who plays away for his body, drives square of the wicket, will only pick up a single. 206
I remember sitting in this very box 4 years ago, World Cup semi-final, England and Australia, sitting right next to this very man. And England needed, I think, 40 runs in 28 overs, and I had 9 wickets in hand.
We can't do it.
And Dan Norcross was like, oh, Australia are in front still. It's England. They can still lose 9 wickets. So to all you listeners in bed in Australia, don't listen to Daniel Norcross and his classic pessimism.
It's not about pessimism. It's just look at these are not difficult batting conditions. They're not difficult batting conditions, and England's loss of wickets have come from aggressive intent, and Australia don't need to show that to get to the target.
No, I agree.
So they're not going to be forced into playing these
And a
sorts of
tired
shots.
bowling attack, no Moeen Ali, or a little bit of Moeen Ali.
Cummins in. Oh, big appeal for LBW. That looks out. It's given. It's Stokes. The finger's gone up, and Stokes will surely refer. He'll say it's too high, but I think he's in trouble here. I had a really good feeling about umpire Sundaresan has given it.
Yeah, I think he's reviewed it very reluctantly. He's already starting to walk away. It hit him in the knee roll.
Yeah, he doesn't like reviews. He's not a big fan of them. And he's thrown his head into the sky. He thinks he's out. He thinks he's out. He's shaking his head. It was a great ball. It was fast. It beat the defensive push. I think it's hit him in line, or worst umpire's call.
Oh, beautiful.
It's hit him. Oh, it's on the knee roll. The only thing that can miss is leg stump from that angle. It's hit him in front of middle. It would be hitting most of middle from that angle. He's only just advanced to the crease.
That's middle stump. You can see there, so it's a bit leggy.
It'll hit leg stump. I still think it'll hit leg stump.
I agree.
Pat Cummins doesn't go too wide of the crease. Brilliant bowling.
Brilliant bowling.
Played around his pad on that.
Ultra red shows nothing. He's a long way from it. A long way from the ball.
That's out.
He's only a foot and a half in front of the crease.
One red line.
One step back. Bang. Bang. Umpire's call. Clipping the top of leg. A healthy clip. A fair amount of ball.
It's a healthy clip, yeah. Good call.
Stokes has got to go. He may consider it unlucky with the umpire's call, but, you know, they felt out. Felt out in the naked eye. Umpire Sundaresan gave it. Umpire Norcross gave it. Umpire Lalor had given it out before the ball had been released. But Australia have got England now at 7 for 2-1-0.
That man, Pat Cummins, Pete Lawler, he just finds a way of doing this for his country. Captain to captain, Nathan Lyon had just broken the big partnership between Stokes and Bairstow 2 overs earlier, and they needed to get rid of the big obstacle. He stood between them and an Ashes victory so many times, Ben Stokes. He had to be eliminated. It had to be Captain Cummins.
Australians in a big huddle at the moment. It's not an official drinks break, is it? No. But there's critical moments here. They get through these next 3 wickets.
20, 30 runs. There's not a lot of batting left.
They're on top of the game.
They really are.
For the 9th time in 12 innings, Ben Stokes falls for between 27 and 43.
You love that stat, don't you?
Well, he's out. He's out, so it works.
and most importantly, in the middle, Ollie Robinson has walked out and not a single word has been said to him by any of the Australians. Not yet, anyway.
Malcolm Conn had a word, but no one else.
Malcolm Conn has run onto the field.
Yeah.
They did have a huddle. Like we're going to get this one.
But I can see Manas. I can hear Manas Labuschagne giggling away.
Well, you've got to bring him in and set him up for the short ball. At least in his mind.
There's two options here.
Yeah.
It's at his throat or at his toes.
Well, I'd be bringing the field in for the short ball, and I'd be bowling at his toes, but it's very predictable.
The problem is
I'll leave it to the
both sides are predictable, isn't it? That's the issue. They're both kind of predictable, really, because you've only got two options. Now, the umpire's moved to point. I don't quite know why he needs to. Maybe the sun was getting in his eyes a little.
You know, I think it's the line that they're going to bowl. Once again, to keep an eye on the two guys to see if they don't.
Of course, to keep an eye on the behind square. Here we go, Cummins. First ball into Ollie Robinson. Short. It wasn't at the toes, and it's dabbed to a short square leg. There's no run. Now, Moeen Ali, when he gets on strike, he now will feel the onus, because Ollie Robinson has got some ability with the bat. He's a better number 9 than Nathan Lyon, but he's really a good number 10.
He is.
Okay.
He's a good number 10.
It's slicing sashimi,
Yeah,
that stuff.
it is a bit.
Yeah.
It is a bit. But, yeah.
He's at the top of the bottom half
he's
of the class, not at the bottom of the top half of the
He's
class.
not a Graham Swan number 9, let's put it that way, as Cummins is in short, ducking through to the keeper. There's no run.
And what I've seen of Ollie Robinson in his career, he's got a decent defense. I've never seen him play a lot of shots. And what England need from this point on is runs.
Yep.
But credit to Australia, every time they've been hit hard by England today, they've found a way of taking wickets, they've found a way of breaking those partnerships.
They really have. I'm sticking my mind prediction. This game could yet be done today.
Australia don't need to hurry though.
Extra half hour.
Yeah.
No sleep for you guys back in Australia. Cummins into Robinson. Oh, block hole delivery. Dug out well by Robinson. Late dip and swing into the toes.
Yeah. Held his ground there, Robertson. Wasn't backing away, preparing for the short ball.
Unlike Tasmania, he's moved on from Hobart.
He has.
When he did literally face the last ball of the Ashes with one leg in Hobart International Airport.
And it was Pat Cummins,
Well, the rest of his squad was in.
They were already there.
They were
Yeah.
flying over the Tasman.
They were lying in business class.
Were they allowed to fly business after that Ashes?
Well, no, they made you swim back as Cummins in short, and he goes for the larrup. Hits the bottom of the bat, and it rolls up to Hazelwood at mid-on, and people wonder what on earth's going on. The moment tile scoreboard at the end of the over. England are 7 for 2-1-0.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
England, New Zealand, South Africa 283 for 5 in 2008, and then you mentioned Dan, England 378 for 3 against India last year. Ouch.
Yes. It's been getting a bit easy about here for a while. As Cummins rolls in to Robinson, who gets another bouncer, which he evades. Cummins thinks he's got some glove on it. It's gone through to Carey. Umpire is unmoved. There was a little bit of what looked like movement or deviation. I initially didn't think it came off Robinson.
I don't know if Carey's going to help him out. Camo's in. Oh, he's going up.
This is their last review if it's not successful. Well, this could be one of the great reviews, you know.
Yeah, my worry is sometimes, though, you've got adrenaline as a fast bowler. He's very good when he's at mid-on, Pat Cummins. He'll go to Carey, Smith, Lyon, square of the wicket.
Here we go, we're front on, having a look here. It's nowhere near Robinson. They're not going to need ultra edge for this. It is nowhere near him. I think. Yeah, it's nowhere near. He turned his head. I don't know. I didn't even clip the helmet. I don't know what they thought. I think they were deceived by the movement after the ball left the batter.
But it only looked like it could hit the helmet, not the gloves. That was a very quick direct review system decision.
But he played it quite well, actually. Got his hands down and out of the way. I mean, he turned his head, but...
Yeah, I don't like... He turned his head.
Which we don't like.
Yeah, you make yourself very vulnerable.
But he put his hands and bat out of the way as Cummins is back into him. And he just guides this ball down to Deep third, riding the bounce, shortish ball, but a lot of short balls to Robinson. I wonder why. And England moved to 7 for 2-1-5, a lead of 2-2-2.
Yeah,
Robinson has 3.
He might need to spray some bouncer repellent, I think. It's very much coming. I wonder when they go full, though. Pushing back, try and get that Yorker underneath the bat.
Well, especially Cummins. He's bowled the ball of the day, the ball of the match. Could be the ball of the summer by the end of this summer.
He's definitely leading by example, isn't he, Dano? He's grabbing it. I'm going to lead this team.
And I'm really pleased because I was slightly concerned watching his follow-through. I wasn't quite sure if he was quite there, but he's really finding his rhythm now as he rolls in to Moeen Ali, who drives, doesn't get a thick inside edge. It moves a mile and is brilliantly taken by Carey to his right. The Hollies stand is cheering every time Moeen survives. He is, of course, of this parish. Born and brought up only a couple of miles up the road in Sparkbrook. An area not too far from where we're staying. That's
deviated. It's off the seam.
And this is a ball that's 50 overs old. So there's stuff happening out there. Cummins into Moeen, who defends a full delivery, slightly gingerly. If you don't mind me saying, up to mid-off. There's no run. One ball remains in the 51st over.
He's giving it all, isn't he, Cummins? Yeah, he's putting everything into every delivery. It's such a big little session, isn't it?
This spell. How many overs is this spell?
This is his 5th.
The lead 2-2-2.
Last ball of the over. Moeen faces and survives. Pushes short extra end of the over. One task score. England 7-2-1-5.
Here at Astoria GWM Havel, new car sales are booming, and we know why. It's because our customers say there's simply great value for money. With drive-away prices for Canon Utes from $33,990 and Havel Jolion from $28,490, plus our new hybrids, you can see why. Good stock means immediate delivery, plus an extra $1,000 up to $2,000 off on some models with our end of financial year sale. And we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Havel, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Go to the ball track any moment now. Ultra red is a flat line. Ball is pitched in line. It's kicking. This is out. It's out. It's out. Besto goes. Player in the reverse sweep. Getting nothing on it. Nathan Lyon has done it again.
So all you listeners in bed in Australia, don't listen to that Norcross.
It's not difficult batting. They're not difficult batting. It's loss of wickets from aggressive intent. Australia don't need to show that. We're not going to force them to play.
Anytime bowling attack,
oh, big appeal from TW, looks out, it's given! It's Stokes! The finger's gone up, and Stokes will surely refer, he'll say it's too high, but...
SEN Test Cricket Magnus is the 30 years of the Cafe. The two huge wickets in the third hour of play today. Johnny Bairstow leaped 4 wickets to Nathan Lyon for 20 on the reverse sweep. They reviewed, they were wrong, and then Stokes leaped for 4 wicket from the bowling of Cummins for 43. At that stage, England was 7-210 and now 7-215. Robinson 3, Mowing 8, so all told that hour. 60 runs, 2 wickets in those 14 overs, Fleming. And that might have just opened up this test match for the visitors who they've been scratching to reach parity. I think they've finally gotten there. It's taken until drinks on day 4, they've finally gotten to level picking.
Yeah, definitely. I want to get rid of this tail as quickly as possible. 250 would be just a bonus for the Aussies. Anything under 300, good possibilities. But once you start getting over 300 chase in the 4th innings, going to be tough work. But England, we don't have any bowlers they've got available. There's no one out alley. That's a massive out. Stokes' knee. How's that going?
And the benefits of Australia batting across 5 separate sessions and taking it out of them. We've got Phil Long as well. We've got Wind this year reinforcing that point. Australia has just ticked over 50%. And England 46. Australia never led on that at any stage during the test match for what it is worth.
They've got to close this out, Lalor.
Nathan Lyon, no one better at that. So there are still 2 back on the leg side, 3 back on the leg side, and deep back point with Robinson on strike. He's got briefer. First ball here of the fresh hour, pushed down to cover off the front foot, no run. Robinson, no mug, got a first-class ton, enjoys giving it a whack, which is why the 3 men are back to the western side of the ground. Next man in broad. Line up, delivers here. Robinson goes back and plays against the spin to cover. Cummins with the throw, Alley back. Carries as well in the end, denying the overthrows. The lead up to 223. England 7-2-16. That makes Robinson 4. Wonder how Alley plays as well. More recognised batsman. He's such an impressive body of work as an all-rounder.
Oh, it's a beautiful player to watch. But his downfall is often facing Nathan Lyon, isn't he? Just ego wants to take him on. And it's not that easy.
Lyon owned him in Australia in 17-18, didn't he? Round the wicket. The left-handed bowing goes forward before shouldering arms. So that was a bit of a tempter. Just a slip in terms of catching. Couple of covers, backward point, deep point, long off. Deep backward square. Travis Head bless him in front of the Hollies all day long. Now 45 mid-on. Lyon's got 3 for 55. 17th over, up to the crease, delivers here. Across the line, swings and misses, not far away, and Lyon knows it. That familiar pose where Lyon wraps his forearms around the back of his head, suggesting it was close.
It's a go-to shot for Alley. And actually, the overspin saved him. They could have just bowled him off stump. Well taken from Alex Carey.
Seeing that against Tyre experts, Lyon again. Delivers here, searching for a 4. Moeen on the front foot, pushing out to extra cover, well played.
So there's been a block, slog, block. I think he's going in here.
And guess what? Cow corner. No one there. They want him swinging across the line. Are you up for it, Moeen Alley? Line here, finishing the over. Moeen goes back and steers the deep point. Keep strike with that single, pretty well played. He moves to 9, the lead 224. England 7-217. That's on the Mobile scoreboard.
Need a mobile plan that doesn't compromise on data? Mate! Switch to Mate and get double data on selected plans for 6 months. Like the Soulmates 5G plan. Usually with 120 gig of data, now doubled at 240 gigabytes. Simply enter the promo code TRYMATE on sign up. So what are you waiting for? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
This pulsating session of Test cricket to drink wise. Remember, if drinking to drink wise. It'll be Cummins to Alley. So Green at about 4th slip. 2 catching covers, deep point, deep-ish, mid-off, nearly long off. Likewise, long on. So 15 metres inside the rope, tempting Moeen. Deep mid-wicket, fine leg. Mid-wicket conventional position. Cummins round the wicket away from us, bowls to Moeen here, wide of the crease, Moeen drives. Behind square, or behind point, I should say, against the boundary. Outside part of that, not where he was aiming, but 4 valuable runs for the hosts. Moeen, double figures since 13, second boundary. England 7-221.
He's not like was Kawaja when he plays square of the wicket on the offside. He's got a beautiful swing at the bat, but there is that slice fade that even though he's trying to hit it square, it gently goes to the left of that. Now they've got two men, third man and backward point on fence the Australians.
Moeen facing Pat Cummins bowls here, and he places it to the square for catching in wickets. Moeen who turned 36 yesterday, picked up a fine on the day. Yeah, 15% of match speed or whatever it was for the spray put onto his hands. Back in the test side after 21 months, having not faced the red ball.
That looks a big callus on there, doesn't it? Like open wound.
He's got 5 test centuries, but none of those against Australia. High score of 77. That was back in the 2015 Ashes in Cardiff. Average 25 in Ashes cricket. Cummins here, back of the length. Again, finding Shane at cover alongside Smith in that wall there. Saw that used by Stokes yesterday.
Yeah, it's just besides field, it's pretty traditional test cricket here. I think Stokes would be going. Ali, go. Tail.
Feels like they'll be in keeping with the way they're going about it. They're not going to bat for much longer anyway. So I think if they get rock and roll for 250 here, well, got a great finish, obviously. Rain notwithstanding tomorrow, which is forecast. Cummins. The cloud covers the pitch, bowls to Moeen, defends down the strip. Cummins kicks it away with his boot out towards mid-wicket. No run. If you're Moeen here, you know you've got about an hour at sort of damage you can do with 30 or 40 balls.
Oh, he is. High strike rates always the ball in T20 cricket, IPL. Dangerous player. So it's not like that sort of scenario is foreign to it, because he's generally plays T20 cricket these days.
Field is spread, so there are now 6 men out for Moeen. Happy to give him a single. 2 balls left in the over. Bowls here, slower balls. Pace from Cummins. Haven't seen many of those today.
I'd like to see more of them. Even to Robertson now. Robertson's been pushed back a lot. Will he play a shot? He sees slow ball. He might try and take it over the top. And it's just ripping a little bit.
It's been slow surface throughout. There's been cloud cover with the new ball. There's a bit of activity, but not much thereafter. Tell you what, that in Yorker from Cummins earlier today had you purring.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Can he get another one of the play here? To Moeen to finish 13 and full defended. Lalor gets a third touch of the over at cover. End of the over. 228 the lead. England 7-2-21. Robertson 4, Moeen 13. Our coverage is brought to you by Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Cafe.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Macca's I'm loving at moment for the middle session. New season of the McSpicy range at Macca's was when, other Bairstow or Stokes take both huge moments, breaking partnership. Getting rid of Bairstow and reverse sweep. They line, of course they line.
Yeah, I thought he really hung there well in the first innings. He probably wasn't expecting to bowl that many overs. Slow, the one-lot turn, he deserves wickets in the second innings.
Into Robertson. And they break through again, of course. There's a shout for leaf before. I thought he went through him. I thought he went the whole way through based on Carey's response through the arm club way. Not in celebration, it was in expectation.
There's bowled too many big turns. This is like it.
So we're behind Robertson here, so we need a second look. Hit him on the front pad, turning a mile. Line again, got the short leg, the only catch it, delivers here, using his feet, Robertson, down to Lalor. On the bounce. Lands about 10 metres in front of Cameron Green. For a moment, like he might be in the frame, not quite. Robertson, being a slightly dangerous life. He's 5, 229 the lead, 7-2-2-2-2.
Using his feet, he wanted to hit that straight over Nathan Lyon's head. Moeen Ali, he tried a slog sweep last over. Besides that, he's been quite sedated against Nathan Lyon. Happy to go back and just punch square of the wicket through the offside. Now they're putting long back as well, the Australians.
Field changes with line to Moeen, spread out. Still got the slip. It's on the mark, on off stump, spinning away, and Moeen defends with the spins to Scott Boland backward points.
Another four there. That's tough to hit that. It's quality. Look at the dip. Didn't turn a lot. Actually kept low.
What if it's shine side? That ball that maybe used to bowl and now time to time sneak through. In again, Moeen swings across the line out towards deep wicket. That's what they want him doing, but the execution is outstanding. All the way to 6. Moeen's first big one, up to 19. The lead 235, 7 for 228. So on one hand, Australia will think that is now open. He's going to play shots like that, but when he nails it, it's going all the way.
The sound that made straight away, Polo. That was 6. I called it straight away.
Line bowls Moeen leaves alone. Cricket hitting a big one.
Beautiful box swing, wasn't it? And he's waited. He's been sweating on that line, that leg stump line. And he knows he's got enough power. If he gets anywhere near the middle of the bat, it's going to 6.
Great play to tyre experts. Like kissing the turf when he made contact. Last ball of the over here. Not quite forward. Just about caught on the crease. Hard to shout the leg ball sneaks through, ends up carry. Whips off the bowls as well. Ended it full over, 235 to lead England. 7 for 228. Robertson on 5, Bowen Ali on 19. Now coverage in this session is drink wise. Remember, if you're drinking, drink wise.
The cheese and bacon McSpicy is back.
Check out Henley's exclusive community
covered
at the
in a
Dale
crispy,
Donnybrook.
spicy
Land from
coating,
only
plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the cheese and bacon McSpicy at Macca's today.
From only $619,900.
Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Don't miss SEN's #1 athletic show, House of Apps. Thanks to Chemist Warehouse. Join former Olympian track star John Stephenson as he chats with emerging athletes, wellness experts, and more as we approach Paris 2024. House of Apps, only on SEN this Thursday from 9 p.m.
Good morning to all of our listeners in New Zealand at SENZ. Thanks to Rosine, Kiwis Trust, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Send us a text up 833 as people are doing Australia as well. Lawrence in Melbourne. I need to go to bed, but I can't do it. It's enthralling.
Don't do it.
Stick with us, Lawrence. You'll regret it if you go to bed, believe me. We've all been there.
And what the hot song?
Change on the bed. It's only 7 overs in this innings. Got a short leg. Bolster Robinson short straight away. He sways. Gets underneath it. Last ball of the previous over. We've got a replay. Tyre experts during the outbreak. That spun a long way. Actually missed the pad. Hit the outside edge.
So he's had 2 big spinning levers this over. The line. Oh, the holes stand just firing up, aren't they?
Who have they got out there? They've got still Travis Head. Travis Stephen Smith, DJ. Smith's the chances you're going to cry in a minute, I think. Smith's playing along with them. Doing a shift out there on the rope. Hazelwood delivers here. Back of the leg, short legs in the game. Oh, what a catch that is! As Marner snaffled it, he's thrown it in the air. They'll have to take a second look. Off the shoulder of the bat, maybe the glasses. They're not convinced. They're most certainly not convinced. I think the body language of Labuschagne, the lunge forward, collect the throw in the same motion, gives the impression that he thinks he's got his fingers underneath the ball, but it'll be far from conclusive. Bowen Ali, in the Australian camp as well.
Would have had a good side of that.
It's quite something, isn't it? The Aussie team know Moeen so well for the T20 circuit. Warner's got his arm around him. Travis chatting to Ollie Robinson. Sort of a picture of the modern game right there.
That's not the hostility that was built up in pre-match. It's not on show there.
First replay upstairs with Chris Gaffney. Oh, I tell you what. Chris Gaffney.
It's going to get back to that control factor, isn't it?
So a reminder that he's going to go straight to that everything here on the basis of the balls along the ground. So there's a crowd involved, but Labuschagne, all he could do is get his hand there. He wants to know. So we'll get another look here for Tyre. Rude of a delivery. Handle of the bat, Labuschagne with his right hand. As he caught the ball, It's hit the ground at the same time.
It's not far away. His fingers run under it, and then as it's rolled, it's hit to turn.
So a point of difference for Greens last week, but the fingers stayed underneath the ball at the oval. So we reset. Hazelwood, short leg gully, bolster Robertson, short ball again, make sure he leaves the leg. Doesn't beat Pat Cummins a bit on though, Pat Cummins to his left. They still get one, but we've got 2 or 3 from that. Robertson 6. England lead by 236, 7 2 2 Every ball has entered the moment, Damien Fleming.
Jesus, he's fielded well as well, Pat Cummins today. He's stopped a lot of runs. It's just a great test match cricket. There's a lot of 50-50s too. It's dismissals, isn't there? And the DRSs, we're out of the Aussies.
So Hazelwood back in the attack's already looking a yard quicker. It's fresh.
Yeah, the first ball didn't have much behind it. That second one was an absolute beauty. Robertson fending off. And he only looked at the catch late, didn't he? Because, he'd almost been pushed back onto the stumps.
So Hazelwood's operating around the wicket this time to Moeen. The leg gully takes on the short ball down the leg side. Given! Up goes the finger of Sundaresan. Moeen tried to help it down to fine leg. Little edge, no review here. He knows he's made contact with the ball. And Carey away to his right. That's the third wicket of the session for Australia. They've picked up Bairstow and Stokes and Moeen. They're into the tail. 8 for 229. Moeen gone for 19 after 18 in the first dig. Hazelwood back in the attack and straight in the book.
Yeah, you just alluded to it fresh. He hasn't been over-bowled today. And the hop, after that one warm-up delivery, he's bowling with serious heat and he's bowling with serious pace and bounce. Too much for Moeen. Got big on him. And that's a big wicket for Australia. A guy that can go and run a ball back well with the tail, all of a sudden on the 300. But no, wickets are falling, lead only 236. Two crucial wickets for Australia.
As we hear on the FX mic, Stuart Broad is the new man in and had a change in commentary. Looks at things with Damien Fleming making away. Well bowled, picked up a wicket there, Flem. It's going to be Jarrod, Kimber, Jeremy Coney, everyone's jumping in with me. Phil Long's got something for us as well. Put you on the spot, mate, shaking your head. So, as Norcross climbs over my back as well, we'll just get everyone to where they need to be. It's chaos. It's okay, there's been a wicket. We can regroup. 8 for 229. The lead's 236. Josh Hazelwood, fourth ball back into the attack. Only 8th over in the innings. The short ball to Robertson nearly picked him up earlier in the over off the handle of the bat. Short ball to Moeen. See what he was trying to do, getting inside the line, premeditated shot. But the feather through to Carey, he made no mistake. Now is Stuart Broad, 3,600 test runs at 18. 100 at Lords all those years ago and 1350s, including one against Australia here in 2019. And Hazelwood's going to start with the leg side trap. Short leg, and Steve Smith's gone back from out on the right front of the Holly stand into leg gully. Backward square leg, fly slip, a deep point, cow corner. They're expecting that one way, Jeremy.
They are indeed, yeah. And it's fresh too, Hazelwood.
Here he goes. Two left in the over, short ball straight away, hits Broad. Maybe on the arm guard, maybe on the shoulder, maybe on the splice. See in a moment. Either way, it's hostile from Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah, just a reminder that no one in Test history has made more runs than number 10, Stuart.
Come off the gloves, we're seeing that we play for guitar experts, so lucky to not blown up the short leg where Lalor is prowling as we've seen Jarrod Kimber.
Night time, Stuart Broad. Slightly unironic name he's given himself.
Feels that way, they need quick runs, they want quick runs. 236 ahead, short ball again, around the corner, Steve Smith dives with one hand after sprinting around the leg gully, can't drag it in. But he gave it everything. A rise smile from Hazelwood. His first over of the spell, bringing a wicket. That of Moeen. Over complete, 55 gone England, 8 for 229. They're ahead by 236 on the Bharat scoreboard.
Blunston is bringing you the new standard in steel safety. Our Rotoflex steel boots are built for whatever you throw at them. Packed with next-gen features, they combine stability and safety with flexibility and comfort. They're our toughest, most advanced boots yet. So no matter what you do or where you do it, there's a Rotoflex boot for you. Rotoflex by Blunston. Put our innovation to work. To find out more, head to blunston.com.au/Rotoflex.
SEN Test Cricket Max is 30 years of the McCafe. See a replay between over. Smith did reach that. Technically a drop catch. Line bowls here, reverse sweep from Robertson. Pulls up off his front foot weirdly. Around the corner goes to short fine leg where David Warner is.
He played that reverse sweep like someone who read about it in a book but never seen it.
The standing reverse.
Yeah, like where he went, I think this is what you do.
It's like a hockey show, isn't it?
Oh, brilliant.
So line, he's got 3 for 63, put a shift in after lunch. Bowling again, reverse sweep. That's better. Still standing up. Hazelwood down at deep third for that. So Robinson 7. Now time for Stuart. This should be fun. Leads 2:37, not that it's not fun already. How many overs on the top line?
It's 19th now. We won yesterday, so it's 18th today.
Thanks Phil Long. They'll change the field for Broad. That's the best way to get in, Jarrod.
I mean, he's going to go very hard anyway. I think as long as you keep people back and you just toss above his eye line, he might get one away. But I don't think you need to do anything particularly smart here. I think you just need to keep above his eye line. We've got, what, 5 back, do we call them?
Got 4 back, but long on, just up off the road a little bit, tempting to go over the top. Line bowls, Broad forward defence, cover all that. There's one catching man, that's Stephen Smith. Pulsating stuff. Can't look away. What a test match has been, Jeremy.
Still on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still very tight in this game.
Australia feel ahead. Got to finish the job. Line delivers, sweeping his broad top edge, won't go the full journey to the sweeper though. In off the road, Josh Hazelwood brought off the mark for his 4th delivery with a single. Leads 239, 8th for 231.
That's what I think Broad is going to give a chance. I like the idea of having him in about 5 or 10 metres into the boundary, as long as they've also told him.
Yes.
Skip, do you want him all the way back? No. Keep him in a little bit.
What they give one of those nagging Broad 29 from 20s at the moment.
Chaos batting.
Nine bowls to Robinson, the short leg back here. Robinson dancing and down to long on. Most confident. Nice shot. Gets to 8 with a single. 240 to lead. One ball left in the over. Nathan Lyons, 7 wickets in the test match, nearing 500.
If they don't get success here, it might be that they start bombing them from both ends, Jeremy. Because, I mean, they got all the field out anyway. And Ollie Roberts playing nicely against Lyon. Unless Broad does something quite silly in the next little while, they might bomb them and hit from both ends, try and take some fingers down as well.
Come back to the next over. Line finishes the Broad, reversing. Shout for leap before wicket. Umpire Erasmus gives it out. A long pause, the longest pause. Reviewed straight away by Broad. He must think he's hit it on the way through.
That's the second long decision he's taken today, isn't it?
So Lyon's gone straight up to Erasmus, as if to say he thinks it'll be overturned. The Aussies are going back to where they started, despite the fact he's given out. The first replay is inclusive, or maybe it's straight off that line. So that'll be overturned. 8:32 to complete the over. I don't think they'll have time to take a break because they've gone straight back to their position. Hazelwood's next over. So Robinson 8, Broad on 1. Coverage for Max celebrating 30 years of coffee for an Aussie. The session drink wise, remember, if you're drinking 2 drink wise, and that replay was conclusive off the glove. They're tyre power, your tyre experts.
Hard to see if you're a bowler, hard to see if you're a keeper. Of course, Bairstow was the one that he was given as well by Erasmus. It took a long time, and it was given out.
Would you, after that shot, keep Lyon on 1-1 more now? Because I said if he did such stupid, he almost immediately went out for a sweep.
Yeah, I'd keep 1 more, I think.
We know where it's going to be. There's a third man finally, deep back square, deep square. There's the leg gully. Deep back square must be in front of the umpire and a deep mid-wicket. It's going to be short from Hazelwood away from us. Bowls to Robinson here. Clears the front leg. Doesn't edge it. Reminiscent of a shot he played to complete the Ashes at Hobart a couple of years ago when he was off the pitch when the stumps were hit by Cummins.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that ball wasn't in Carey's hand before he finished.
So Stuart's coming up to speak to Robinson, perhaps just to say, look, battle ball here.
Now leave it to me. Hit it harder. Reverse it. Ramp. So many options.
Those texts coming in, 043398 1116. Wilbur isn't happy with Cummins. He's bowling well, but he's disappointed in his tackle skills. That's a bit harsh based on what we've seen from Cummins today. He's got most things right. 043398 1116. Hazelwood in, bowls here. Robinson clears the front leg, but it's followed by Hazelwood. So by the time it reaches him, he's able to correct his shot down to mid-on where Cummins does the fielding. Robinson, 9 with the single, the lead's 240. 8-2-33.
Was that a backing away, back foot on drive? From Marnus's toes. Remarkable bit of cricket. He timed that pretty well in the end too. He does, when you watch him bat like this, Colo, and you know I've seen him bat a lot now, you do think, yeah, maybe he could bat. And then you look back at his record, has never really made many runs.
It's an odd character. First class 100, made a
first game, first couple of games I think he made it.
Had a 40-odd on test of all the years ago against New Zealand.
Worked himself down after a good start.
Leg gully, short leg, round the wicket, Hazelwood to the left-handed broad, short ball, swings, up the stumps, misses. It's all rather predictable at this stage with broad. Lead at 240 feels absolutely perfect for a thrilling finish here at Edgbaston. Couldn't have scripted a more exciting day so far.
When's Hazelwood going to pitch one right up? Bring the stumps and play, yeah?
This is where he's T20 bowling should be handy. After all those years not being allowed to do it.
And to ask you about bombing the tail end, bowling the helmet. Often fast bowlers get criticised for that. People are watching on telly, social media and all the rest of it. Hazelwood bowls full and Carey does pretty well after the ball goes beyond bat and leg stump. Carey dived all the way across with his right glove and dragged it in, no buys. There is some method in what seems to be occasional madness though, isn't it? Short bowling tail enders, according to all the data, actually does work.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got a chance of injuring as well, which is part of the whole thing. No ball there, was there? It's been called. So you've got that, but also on a pitch like this, where even if you get a top edge, it's probably not going to fly a 4 or 6. You're either going to hit them, which is what we saw with Cummins, or you're going to scoop it up in the air.
Hazelwood. On the approach, bowls here, short ball, top edge from broad, out towards deep square, won't carry again, so a couple of top edges neither have made it to the sleeve, it's broad 2.
If you look at Nathan Lyon's dismissal on the first innings, he actually timed his ball pretty well. It's not an easy pitch to hit a short ball a long way unless you absolutely get it right out of the screws. And so this is very different. Remember when Stuart Broad did this to Jasper Bumrah?
Yes.
And went horribly wrong. That was a much faster pitch and a couple of edges can go for 6. In this one, I think you can get away with it quite safely.
Steve Smith claps the Holly stand who are booing him for fun and games. Yes, 35 for the overs, wasn't it, last year here in Edgbaston? Hazelwood, 2 balls left, Robinson clears the front leg, smacks him straight back over his hand, and let it go for 4. Made room, cross back slap. Nothing more, nothing less. Robinson up to 17. That's his first boundary, not for a lack of trying. 8 for 239, the lead, 246, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, just enough room, and he also just gives himself just a tad of room, and sort of forehand bunted down the ground, over the bowler. Safe shot, actually.
We practiced that one in Hobart, didn't we?
So the partnership in the double figures, and they make it 20 or 30 and really prove problematic for Australia. We'd love to finish them off here. Hazelwood bowls, Robinson dances, and again down the ground, Cummins drops himself back a long on. They get 1. It's the end of the over. Robinson keeps the strike on 14. Broad's on 2. 57 overs gone. 8 for 240 on the Beaumont scoreboard. After the break, Daniel Norcross taking you through to tea.
Hello, Hello.
It's City Mazda's
Frank
Big
Walker from
Buy
National
Sale. Grab 5 big offers
National
and unbeatable
Tiles has just
driveway deals on
landed from Spain
BT50 and
magnificent range
CX9.
of
Take
super
your pick
large
from over
atmosphere floor
55
tiles.
BT50s
Our
or run out
introductory price on these
CX9s. In stock
magnificent
now,
$80
ready
floor
for immediate
tiles
delivery.
is an
So I get
unbelievable
5 big offers with every new
$59.95.
BT50
That's
or
right.
CX9?
Save over
Yes.
$20
Plus
per
an
metre on
unbeatable
these
driveway
magnificent
deal.
1200 by
Hurry,
600
stock
Spanish
won't
floor
last.
tiles.
Head to City
But you'll
Mazda
have
to
to be
view all
quick
5
to
big
save
offers
over
today.
$20 per
Love my
metre on
city,
this
love my
exclusive
City
introductory
Mazda.
offer.
Conditions
So
apply.
rush into
LMCT
National Tiles now and
11621.
save.
SEN Test with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. What are you looking at there, Jarrod?
Ireland playing Oman. What qualifiers?
Who wouldn't be entranced by that? I mean, there's only an Ashes match going on.
Oman beat Ireland.
Oman beat Ireland.
You're a little bit more interested now.
I'm interested. The Lions started you over and swept by Robinson. Out towards the leg. Almost wrong way. But he's back on track now. And they get through for a single. 8-2-4-1 lead. 2-4-8.
That's a very big upset.
Very important. Yeah, how much did they beat them by?
11 balls there. Ireland left out Curtis Camphor.
That's not a wise move.
Turns out you're correct. Harry Tector ended up having a goal.
Well, there you go.
That's a huge upset in World qualifiers.
Broad on strike, 2 off 8. Lion into him. And the Nighthawk goes for a sweep to a ball so wide off stump. The best thing about it is he's going to get a toe end on it. It spins away with gloves of Carey and there's no run.
Yeah. Not so much telegraph that is. What's the great when around his house the night before. Told him he was going to play.
No, decisive moment he was going to do it. Lion. In again, Broad, defends on the front foot, there's no run. Pushes out into the cover region, Shane with the field, wipes the ball. Line with 3 for 67, go with the 4 wickets he took in the first innings. There's a bit of encouragement for him, what a champion bowler he is. 7 wickets in the match, counting. Sweep from Broad, hits the pads, he likes his line, the umpire doesn't. That's one thing we do know. If it's given not out, Australian bowler, it will remain not out. It was outside the line of stump, I think, possibly turning even further away. And he did give it a proper jazz hands, wiggle. So again, flatter, push to the offside. That's a single. And what that means is that Australia will require at least 250 to win.
Did you see how that Lion was hitting that last ball? Ball sort of took it up half the ball and started to run. Yeah, the ball was taken very rapidly. He would have run out on the Robinson by about 70 metres, but good on him.
By the way, it's Jeremy Woods. Thank you. Jeremy's doing valuable work. I just wasn't sure whether I was allowed to include him on.
Welcome to Jeremy Coney Research Corner.
Right, lovely. Because
you found the answer?
Well, there are issues. It's mostly around playing conditions, you need to understand here. Because the tea is a removal feast, and it moves slightly differently from lunch, actually. I'll explain what I mean in a moment. Last ball of the over, Lion in, and a horrible hack by Robinson gets the six. Horrible ball versus Summarisers. Short on the line, 23-69. One scoreboard. England 8-2-43.
Don't miss SEN's #1 athletic show, House of Apps.
How
Thanks
good's
to Kevis
that
Warehouse.
shot?
Join former
Nothing
Olympian
feels like a
track star John
Mizuno.
Stephenson as he chats with emerging
All golfers
athletes,
want to rip them
wellness
off the tee
experts,
like
and
that.
more as we
Get
approach
onto
Paris 2024.
MizunoGolf.com
House of
and learn
Apps.
more
Only
about
on
what
SEN
Mizuno
this
has
Thursday
on
from
offer for
9
your
p.m.
game.
Stay on the ball
Irons,
while you're on the
woods,
road.
hybrids,
The SEN app
wedges,
is now
putters,
available on
balls,
Apple
bags,
CarPlay,
and a
so you can keep up
Mizuno
with all the
Golf.
big moments,
Custom fitted,
expert commentary,
custom built.
and the latest
Find your
news.
nearest
When it
stockist
happens
or
in
fitter at
sport, SEN has you
MizunoGolf.com.
covered. Find the
Nothing
SEN
feels
app
like
on
a
Apple
Mizuno.
CarPlay.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. It's the 30 years of McCafe. Hazelman's going to start you over to Robinson. And the thing is that David Warner listens to the playful soundings of the crowd by cupping in here. Tea can take it a little bit earlier if we could score. I don't think it's just for 10 minutes before. It might even be as much as 15 or 20. But you can never tell. It changes from tournament to tournament. We'll try and find out for you. Hazelwood starts a new over, and that's guided down over the face by Robinson. Ran away to head. Hazelwood followed him, and then he just let the ball deflect off the bat down to deep third. The single goes to 17. 8-2-44, they lead 2-51 now. As we approach the 25 of scheduled time. Jeremy.
Well, I think Lalor 11.6.1. If an innings ends when 30 minutes or less remains before the agreed time to tee, the interval shall be taken immediately.
That's what I meant. It's different from lunch.
They can't move corporates.
Something like that. So here we go. If England bowled out, they will take tea. But also, what happens if they're not bowled out, but they're 9 down? Sorry.
We get an extra.
Until the wicket falls.
Hazelwood into Broad. Broad, it's a thick edge down to deep third. It's an extraordinary shot. It's a leading edge by a man who was leaning back, almost as if he was looking to see if there was any washing hanging from a line in the hotel room above him.
That's exactly what it was. Muhammad Ali on the ropes, wasn't it? Leaning back and almost looking up. He's got it off the middle of the bat.
Oh, I beg his pardon.
Absolutely brilliant. He's somehow scooped that to the offside from his groin, from outside leg stump. In the middle of the bat.
These guys, they may be crazy to watch, but they really are testing the old thesaurus and speed of thought, commentator. That's what Rick Wyatt does to you. There's Hazelwood is in, the right-handed Robinson. He gets a wider ball outside the off, becomes the wrong position to play. He's leaning backwards. And Bharat is, because I use the correct terminology, in normal speech. Rick Wyatt, if you're listening.
That's happened first, the dust bowl, yeah, the football bounced to fun to carry. It was almost like a UFO the way that came out of his fingers.
So 23 minutes to scheduled tea. If two wickets fall before then, tea will be taken. Immediately we will have an extended final session. If the ninth wicket falls, but not the 10th, Robinson himself some room, digs it for delivery back to the bowler. So the run's not there. Then we go on for an extra half hour until that final wicket falls. I hope that is easy for you to understand your sleepless states of mind from one side of Australia to the other.
Big balance to the second bedroom.
Is that what it was?
Jeremy,
because of interference from your partner.
Interference from your partner.
Yeah, interference from your partner. Check it out. You can find them online. Jeremy Cody's text dictations. Hazelwood in short and a little deflection. Flying down towards the third. The round that's a very clever shot. There's an enormous amount of space for a player. It's quite fine, but he's just waiting for it with no slips. You're going to be quite unlucky to get out to it. I'm not sure it's the right ball to be bowling ready to this field. Short outside the off-stump, Jeremy Cody doesn't seem right.
No, too long. It looks very comfortable playing now. It doesn't look as if he's surprised by each one either. I think he got almost go back. Nice steady bowl, just for a few deliveries. And then it becomes uncertain when is it going to occur.
But we're going to change the field. There's the fly slip in place now, where Lurch was yesterday. As Hazelwood is in, gives himself room, and carves it. 3 point. Great diving stop. Super work from Nathan Lyon. He manages to snap the ball just inside the boundary. But they do get 2 more. Rapturous crowd is loving this. England is 8-2-5, 1 line to look at the score. After the break.
Knocked out in the early rounds of AFL Survivor? Play AFL Survivor Second Chance and you could win $2,000 cash and a VIP AFL Finals experience thanks to Bharat Motor Group.
Keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage.
iCanWin.com.au. Driven by Bharat Motor Group.
News, interviews and analysis
on and off the field every Sunday morning.
It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year. So make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today.
This is your journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN.
Right here on
Tuggle Brothers Funerals,
celebrating
life.
SEN with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. For an Aussie, we are in the second session with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise, and Nathan Lyon had put a very bit of fielding on the last ball of the previous over. So doing, dived, almost was right, and he's a bit sore in the shoulder from doing that. He put the left hand down first and dived with the right. It was the right shoulder he was clutching. But straight after that, he threw the ball in. Yeah, when he's bowling, and he's got broad defence into the offside, into the gap, square the wicket. Applause. It's a Robinson on strike. He's picked the prize on 23. England are 8-2-5-2, the lead 2-5-9 now. So if he hurt his arm in fielding, which is probably makes the most sense, straight after that, he gets up and throws it. It's an incredibly painful way that he dives into the ground. It's a bit jar, actually. Why not? I'm use your left hand. He's a deep conflab with his captain at home. He's just looking at his field. Robinson's got Fleming here. We've still got the best part 50 overs to bowl today. We'll absolutely not have with an end time of 7 o'clock. Less than 3 hours. As 9 is in. Robinson defends on the front foot. Back to the bowl, no run. So we've got a kind of, what am I saying? Deep slip. Perhaps deep third slip, deep gully, I don't know. Deep backward point, mid-off. Short mid-on, mid-wicket, back square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep back square leg. Line to Robinson. Robinson gets down the leg side that Carey can't take cleanly, deflects it. That's the half fine leg. Warfields, underarm, back is no run. Great work from Travis Head actually on the Holly stand boundary to collect a beach ball on the run and then like an expert rugby player flick off the pass back into the ground. Is it down the wicket? Robinson, it's in the air, but it's going to land safely up towards wide, long on. Cameron does it more total late 2-2-5-3. Even more so, because Travis Head doesn't come from any rugby state. If he handballed it, that would have been natural to him. Like breathing or drinking water. But he is left-handed though, so he's using the left hand. Oh, okay. Is that what you're doing, rugby? Well, if you play the pass from left to right, yeah. Stop twisting it. Broad faces, sweep misses, bounces off Carey, there's no run. One ball remains in this line over. Bowles is warming up as well. This partnership is getting a bit annoying now. 24 runs from it. This is Broad. Broad goes back to his crease and plays a short ball into the covers. That is the end of another over. England have survived once more. They're 8-253.
The supercars are on track.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this one front, it'll be all right.
SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year.
Come on,
so
mate.
make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today.
You can catch it on the highlights.
Right here on SEN, your home of sport.
It is Bowling who's coming on to bowl. He's had one wicket. Oh, wickets. Tony Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. He's not had quite the impact that perhaps he would have hoped. It's really a pitch for him. We have had 3 wickets in the session with all the biggies as well. Stokes, Bairstow, Marine Alley. And England's tails trying to wag, trying to get eke out as many runs as they can to make that job and much harder for Australia. Tea is scheduled 16 minutes from now. This is the second session. Second session, drink-wise. Remember, if drinking, drink-wise, it's something that I think Holly stands a little bit wrong. On Father's Day, there's a lot of wise drinking. It's a messy day for cricket Father's Day. Anyone who's never been, 3 T20 games back. Straight. Does anyone else do that? Do you remember one year that Hampshire were playing? They got knocked out early. George Bentley went into the crowd and started drinking with them. I love George Bailey, the smilingest man ever. Boland is going to bowl. And he's into the right-handed Robinson, a very wide slip in place. And Robinson lets that go by. It's sweet, really. Last year, final stage, you saw something I'd never seen, but knew eventually would happen, which was the winning wicket, which turned out not to be the winning wicket, was taken off Noble. I was on commentary, and I gave it the full thing, you know, like, I'm sure I've done this, that, and the other, up some the entire day. No ball. Did they do the fireworks? Fireworks did everything. People jumped each other's shoulders. It was calamitous. Boland did, and that's well defended by Robinson. Basically offside. No runs. It took about 45 seconds. And then deep controversy, because no was given. I think 3 runs you needed to win. And they changed the field. The umpires didn't notice it. Should change the field. But he bowled him anyway. He didn't get him out anyway, I think. Nathan Ellis. And Nathan Ellis. Nathan Ellis is both Tasmanian. Both Hobart. Boland in, that's pushed to the offside. No run. That's how your brain was doing it. Probably. So the very good end. Did you ever see the women's bash game where there was a celebration at the end? And whoever had the ball, I remember if it was keeper or the fielder, threw it up in the air to celebrate, and they ran an extra run to win the game. Although they celebrated for throwing the ball up. We've seen some good ones over the last couple of years. Yeah, and there was a brilliant man the other day as well. This guy absolutely deserved it. He was about 5 yards out of his crease. He was in the under-19s. Anyway, back to the Ashes. Boland did well defended again on the front foot by Robinson. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, this is a bit of those. It makes more sense from Australia's perspective. But basically, it should have away all day. I mean, what, 3 guys got 40s, no one's got 50, and they just kept on picking up wickets throughout today. They really, this is becoming a bit vicious as far as they're concerned.
They've very much been England-assisted, though, haven't they? I mean, England could, with a different approach, quite easily been 223 today. Boland is in, short down the leg side, no, 224, let's say. And they would be drifting towards a light draw or rain on the horizon. It's also interesting, though, that Boland swung balls in the zone. We saw Hazelwood swing one, yet I think now there's been 4 balls that Robinson has faced been his half.
I think green too. It's just time to have a change from the buildings to the years. I think Kimber just for a couple, just try it. Let's have a look and see.
Last ball of the over. Boland into Robinson, who guides this. One more to the total. 254.
The federal government wants to introduce a new law called Same Job, Same Pay. It doesn't mean equal pay for men and women. It means by law, employers will have to pay workers with little knowledge or experience exactly the same as workers with a lot of knowledge and experience. Let's find a better way, because Same Job, Same Pay takes your reward for your experience away. Go to findabetterway.com.au. Authorised by T. Constable, Minerals Council, Australia, Canberra.
SEN Jeremy Coney is left. Sundaresan's coming in. He's a terrible tangle. You're a terrible tangle. But you'll be fine. That's a text coming through. I'll read them for you in a moment. There's a line comes in around the wicket. Right-handed Robinson goes for reverse sweep, but it's been past leg stump. And raises Spain. Thank goodness for SEN to bring me the Ashes. I can hardly agree with you, Aussie, on holiday in Spain. And this is the best commentary I've ever. Raw, funny. Keep it up, guys. Raw is worrying. Down the wicket comes Robinson, but he doesn't make the mistake running past it. And he's not at the pitch, the ball works with the onside fence. No run.
Some excitement in front of the Woolly stand. A lot of Australian players being created.
Line in. Robinson's just sitting on the side, slightly square leg, wide field.
And I'm sure you're going to pick up some keepers, maybe with a jig.
baby.
No,
we can hear you very well.
Just needs moving closer.
Might do. Line in. Down the wicket comes Robinson. He's in the air. It's gone straight. And it's gone for not a boundary. A really piece of work from Mr. Cameron Green out there on the boundary. He's in octopus arms. He's managed to pull off the stop. And has kept Robinson to just 2. 8 for 2, 5, 6 plus. That's that temperature. We'll get on with it. The line is in. Robinson down the wicket again. Clips in the air. He's going to be caught. That's it. Green takes the catch. A very poor shot. Just a little chip. We're not going to get it over Cameron Green like that. He didn't really go through with the shot. Came down the wicket and then planted the ball into the hands of the enormous Green. And that ends an awkward 9th wicket partnership of 27. Australia is celebrating 27. Another wicket for Toby Brothers' funeral. Celebrating lives. But one life too many. Roddy Robinson goes to 27. He's getting some applause. I think England now lost their 9th wicket. The score of 2 for 6.
Cam Green is thumping his chest after taking that catch with a smile on his face. Ollie Robinson, 27 crucial runs. There's been a top 50 target test match. Never know. We could well have played a match-winning hand. Just 27 runs. Annoying 9th wicket partnership for Australia. Ollie Robinson, I can see, have a quick word with Damien Anderson. Walks out to bat yet again. This is famous ground.
If he does a reverse sweep for first ball, because if he wants to win the Macca's moment of the day, he's got to beat Joe Root's attempted ramp ball. Absolutely. The only way you do that, the only way he does that is if he actually reverse sweeps it to 6 for the Hollies. Is that fair? It is fair.
He's facing the Holly stand in that sense. He does want to play the reverse sweep. So everything's set for Jimmy Anderson to play the reverse sweep, but like I said, a very crucial hand from Ollie Robinson, and hit the line that man again. He took 6 wickets the last time he bowled here. In the second innings. He is. Crucial fiver as well. Been times during today's play where England have looked to motor along.
Easy to say. Line in, the left-hand Eddie. And he's got it. Reverse sweep, he's got a 5 for 4. Get it, Jimmy. That's marvellous. Very predictable. At the end of the over, a successful over for Australia. England 9-2.
When the Jarrod looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria.
I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered.
With career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus you'll receive a sign-up bonus of 5K. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a 5K sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au.
or log on to acecoverage.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. It'll be tea at the fall of the 10th wicket. Or, very unlikely, in 37 minutes. The 10th wicket is falling within 37 minutes. So whenever the 10th wicket falls, it will be tea. Just to warn everybody, and the studio back home. Because as bowler is in the left-hand broad, both batters are lefties, and the tangled back. Down towards the single. He's not going to protect. And it's another single. Just every single run now feels precious for them. 9-2-61, the lead 2-68.
Question for you, Phil. When Anderson and Brad back together. Anderson and Brad have been around so long, maybe he did play with Brad. But when they're back together, it has to be the most number of test matches in all in the partnership, I would assume. Long chance between Broad and Anderson. Just going back to what I was saying before my mic got cut off.
Sorry.
So Holly's hand has been serenading a lot of Australian players. I'm sure you guys have spoken about Steve Smith doing a little bit of a jig. But David Warner just spent maybe a couple of overs there. And obviously that was the loudest the Holly's crowd got.
Well, it's into Anderson, it'll be short leg. Well, actually it's not. It's one of the off-stump pieces.
And he was the only one who turned around, walked over the rope, stood in front of them, facing them, almost like going, come on, give me your best shot.
Well, he loves it.
He loves it. He loves it.
He loves it. It's pantomime. It's pantomime plays. And Edgbaston is most pantomime.
It is. It's not nasty. Can be nasty at times.
Can be, but it's pretty good-natured stuff, I'd say, for the most part. More good-natured off-field, perhaps, than in some cases. A few cases. One or two. Boland into Anderson. Anderson clips it. He's tearing up for the first, and he's running back for a second. I'm having some of that, says Jimmy. It's 270. Texas come in. Made my 68-year-old mum cry when I told her we were going to Lords. Dad had tried for years to get tickets. Only thing keeping me sane on a 5-hour Euro train trip to work is your commentary. And hopefully we can end this tale short. You will, don't worry. Go Aussies. We won't be long now. Then it'll be tea. Boland into Anderson. Short. Jumps as he does. Inside the line, the ball is in the poke. Misses.
I've never heard a more English voice say "Go Aussies" before.
Go Aussies. What you go Aussies?
No. Stick to your English accent. Your English accent.
Dwayne says, night shift on a forklift. Great listening through the speaker. Thanks for being with us, Dwayne. Thank you to all of you sending your messages. It keeps us going. It does. Because although it's in the middle of the night, it's long days sometimes. And it's really quick. It takes an earlier. Boland into Anderson. Beaten on the outside edge. Anderson's defensive technique against the quicker bowlers leaves a fair bit to be desired.
It's worse in the time.
It has worse.
I remember his career so long. I remember a time long ago.
Long time ago. You can still remember.
I do. And he used to bat like, there was a bit of American pie about his batting. He used to feed a lot more.
Yep. He did. I mean, they basically stay on tweaks, don't they now? Boland into him. And his feet stay on the crease. The ball flies past outside edge to survive the over. England still going 9 for 263 on the mobile scoreboard.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering, with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including America's Pro League and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers, now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au on Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
SEN Test Cricket fan Maccas. England's tail is now being on by the thinnest of filaments, the gossamer thin thread. Broad on strike, fairly well know what he's going to do. Long on, a bat, deep mid-wicket is back, deep back square leg is back. Broad saying, hang on. Is this somebody moving miles away?
Yeah, this is somebody
way away. I mean, it's not right by his line of sight. Marnus Abhishek did this, got out to his first ball. Lyon into Broad. Broad defends an angle back. Thinks of a single. Anderson wanted a lot more than Broad. He's sent it back. No run.
Yeah, would take on Marnus Abhishek. Not only is the quickest of the Australian fielders, but also it's a great knack of hitting the stumps.
It's good to have that. Lyon into Broad. Broad defends in the offside. Thinks of a single this time. Anderson doesn't want it. These two are like an all boring couple, aren't they?
They are.
Single? No. No, we won last time. I mean, I was happy with them last time. No, thank you very much.
Up to you.
No.
You take all the calls.
Lyon in. That's played at the most describably feeble and insipid fashion outside the off-stump. Turns into the gloves of Carey. Looked quite nice as a man. Turn off the pitch, but it was nowhere near Broad's bat because he couldn't get anywhere near it.
Sharp turn again. How many overs more will he give us? That's what Ben Stokes must be wondering.
Lyon into Broad. Broad defends single this time. Okay then. We'll take the single. 1964, Broad moves 7 Anderson now on the straight.
It's like one wanted to go for Greek, the other Asian, they ended up in a curry house.
suppose that's sort of halfway between, isn't it? Greece and Thailand.
Yeah.
Ends up in a Pakistani restaurant.
Yeah, perfect. Balti restaurant here in Birmingham, as it's called.
There's a curry mile here now, was it? The curry mile's in Manchester, but what's the curry porter?
Is it the Baltimore?
The Baltimore mile, that's it. Was a Balti supposed to be invented?
It is.
Is that true? Anderson faces up to line. Surely reverse sweep. No, of course. It's a push drive off the back foot. A quicker ball. Line just push it a little faster.
And just for you guys out there wondering what Balti is, it's just a big vessel. A big vessel.
Like a marmite. Yes. Last ball of the over. Line into Anderson. Goes right. Over mid-wicket. Comes to toe end of the bat. Rolls out the offside. So, NBA 9264. If you're thinking, is this tea time now? Well, somehow England's tail managed to cling on to the schedule. Tea break. So, tea will be taken in half an hour or when 10th wicket falls. And my brain tells me that will be within half an hour. But it must be quite late. Now, remind me of the time difference. 9 hours to Melbourne, is it?
9 hours to Melbourne, Sydney, 8.5 to my hometown of Adelaide.
9 hours to Melbourne would be 1:11.
That's right. 7 hours to Perth.
It's quite early there. It is. 10 past.
Chuck in 11. Have that extra glass of red.
That's 11 in Perth.
If you are on the Western Seaboard, I always wanted to say that.
Have you? What have you done now?
Everybody talks about the Eastern Seaboard, nobody mentions the Western Seaboard.
You. Boland is into broadside. Anyway, we come charging now. A wicket. Bit of something on it. Rolls under the onside and there's no run.
I have an answer to a question, Bharat. It's a surprise. I'm surprised. It's only the 38th time these two have batted together in a test match.
Oh, really?
You think it would be more? How many tests have they played together? Paul batted at 8, didn't he? They've got closer over the years.
And he doesn't normally get out quite quickly these days. Got over 3,500 test runs. The only man for 580 test wickets and 3,500 runs. Boland into broad. Works to the onside. They'll get a single. It was 30 yards inside the boundary. Give one. Have it bowled man. Give a single. England's lead moves to 272.
I think Stuart Broad will take a lot of pride in this fact that Australia is spreading the field out to him so that they can bowl at Jimmy Anderson.
Does it mean, though, the pitch is so slow? Because Broad is not happy. And they're not really testing him. Is it, what are we going to get? 64 overall ball, plus slow wicket equals.
They try to go short. Rod's a tall man as well. I'm sure they will try to go short at Jimmy Anderson. He didn't look very comfortable in the last over.
Boland into Anderson. Comes.
Oh, the wicket! What a shot! I mean, I was watching Bedstone. Wow! And for all of you listening back home, I don't want to bring back nightmares, but that was the shot Ben Stokes played at Leeds to win that famous test. That is the shot that Jimmy Anderson has replicated. That's a Leeds shot.
You know what? He's got double figures. How many times did he reach double figures in the last 30 innings? I don't think it's many. Boland is it to him? And he works as the onside. The guy has got the short. Anderson looks at Shane. Anderson remained perpetually grumpy. They could be having his most brilliant loving out there. But Anderson would be the one who
I think he enjoyed that shot. He enjoyed that shot.
James Anderson last week double figures against Australia at the MCG in 2013.
Wow.
10 years. That's nearly 10 years. Nearly 10 years. Boland. It gets away from the short ball. Flinches. Turns to the outside. Gets a single. He's moved to 11. How many did he make on that occasion?
He made 11 not out.
So he's now his joint highest score since then. When does that take him back to?
Well, only Adelaide on that tour, which is 13 not out.
Right. We mean the world, us, Jeremy, we were all so young back then.
I mean, we were just about alive. Well, Britain had left the European Union.
You weren't even thinking of doing it back in 2013.
David Cameron was Prime Minister, about 19 Prime Ministers.
And this is his 26th innings since then.
26 innings, and it's the first time he's got double figures since then. Boland to Broad. That's worked to the outside. And they made another six. 9-2-7-1. Broad strike. Now on to just strike. See where he can get to. This is marvellous stuff. What's his highest score against Australia?
I was very lucky before this test. For some reason, I printed out Jimmy Anderson's test scores against Australia. And for once, it was worth wasting a little bit on it. And a bit of paper. His top score against Australia way back. It's in 2009 at Lords. He was on a run there, 26 and 21 out of Cardiff.
Yeah, he didn't get a duck.
29 at Lords, He was on fire.
But when was the last time he got... I mean, double figures, he hasn't get into quite a while, has he? He's been very poorly lately, I thought. 9 to Broad, he goes, I could reverse sweep too, he does, but he can't beat Labuschagne. He's nothing like it comes to reverse sweep for his Anderson.
And while we've been enjoying Jimmy Anderson innings at least snuck up to 278, it's changing that really tricky phase for Australia. Will Ben Stokes suddenly just declare?
It's defended by Broad. He is
enjoying the Jimmy Anderson innings, and now that Jimmy Anderson has got to double figures, which Jimmy Anderson he's reached the milestone.
But he probably wants to declare twice, because it's quite an alpha move, isn't it? Line into Broad, defence on the front foot.
And also to deny Nathan Lyon a fifth wicket.
Yeah, but he's not cruel like that, those days. I don't think he thinks in those days. He's actually pretty generous when it comes to other people's balls. Other England captains would have done that. I mean, Douglas Jardine would have done that. Quite right, too. Line into Broad, sweeps, appeal for LBW, but it's fruitless. The Hollies haven't had an appeal that they can crow at for a while. Now finds their voice. A couple of balls left in the over in theory. We're now 7 minutes past the scheduled tea break. His line is into Broad. Broad pushes into defensive outside. Single. He gets double figures. When was the last time Anderson and Broad both got double figures in the same innings? 9-2-72, and now the target's crept up to 280. My favourite test match possibly of all time, MCG 1982.
Oh yes, famous one.
When the target was 283, and the four innings were within 4 runs of each other, something like the same. It's the sort of target the pitch just gives us something. Line in, big swing from Anderson, and that big square leg. The single with 12. Richards, over 24th is done. The 66th of the England innings, so 273. And 9 the other way around, confirms it's 12, Broad 10. So yes, I've set Phil along, it's pretty easy, pleasant task in my time, but now he's going to... I don't think he's happy to be here.
I'm just looking at Jimmy Anderson's highest scores for a while. There's been 11, 12 and 13. The last time he made more, well, not a lot. The last time he made more than 13 was at the Oval in 2016.
That's 7 years since he got to be beyond 13.
That's ridiculous. That's right.
I think you are right. It's only a couple of years after he hit that 81 on the flattest pitch ever at Trent Bridge, which was doctored, wasn't it? For being... I mean, basically, I don't think the pitch expects the pitch, just expect the scorecard.
You don't even put it through that system.
No way.
28 successive innings in Test cricket without reaching double figures.
That's pretty before today. Yeah. Thank you. Cummins in, and that's defended by a short ball into the body, and he gets it straight enough to evade Labuschagne's short leg. We're now 9 minutes beyond the scheduled tea break.
And what this partnership also does is it kind of stalls that momentum that Australia had.
Yeah. And it definitely takes us into the fifth day.
It definitely does. And Australia they're polished off the steel, they cock hook, they walk off confident.
Cummins into Anderson. Short edge, caught. Brilliant catch from Carey. Diving away to his left. Anderson bending the ball. That's how it's out of time. He won't reach. Something Douglas of 14. But Ian Broad just a bit irritating there for Australia. He runs at it, and it means that we now know what our final rank will consist of. Australia will require 281 to win the match. Tea will be coming up, so 4:40 UK time final session will commence. So 2 hours and 20 minutes more played tonight, which the way these sides bowl is probably around 33 overs, 32, 33 overs. With Australia needing 281, as Anderson will walk off a couple of years. They've got 20 minutes to have a cup of tea. Whatnot. Then he's struck out their bowling boots on again. They were doing last. Yes, they will also help. And they will therefore finish on 273. All out. Sundaresan alongside me, Daniel Norcross. We'll be going to our tea break features shortly enough. But I will run you through the wickets that have fallen in that session. There have been 5 of them. Johnny Bairstow, reverse sweeping, LBW line 20, that's 6-1-9-6. Ben Stokes, good ball from Cummins from around the wicket. Trapped him on the piece. It was an important time because Stokes and Ali together could have plundered runs. They did it. It was 7-210, then 8-229, and with the lead 2-3-6, it looked curtains for England. But actually the last 2 wickets, they've added 44 runs. Ollie Robinson with a very useful 27 before he was caught chipping the ball down the ground of Nathan Lyon into the hands of Cameron Green. And then the last wicket to go, Anderson really well caught by Alex Carey, diving away to his left. Is Cummins come back into attack. Cummins, for me, the pick of the bowler is really superb effort today. We were slightly concerned about him yesterday, but today seems to have his rhythm. 4 for 63 and 18.2 overs. Hazelwood, only 10 overs, 1 for 48, 2 maidens. Nathan Lyon, champion off spinner, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 18. He's been expensive, he's taken 8 wickets in this match. Bowden, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 61, 5 over Cameron Green, 2 overs for 12. Stuart all remain unbeaten on 10. What's been your Macca's delivery of the day so far? It hasn't changed for me. I think it's still the same one. I think it will be the Macca's delivery of the match. We'll have a different delivery tomorrow anyway. Shall we say it? It has been swinging yard or volleyball early on. But it's just set up what a fabulous day of cricket we've had. One of many fabulous days we've already had in this series. And it's set up a fabulous run chase for Australia. And the day started with Jarrod playing an extraordinary innings. It was ramping. The first 3 balls or 3 times for 7 balls he faced in the morning. And then Australia fought back with wickets. Then came the Stokes-Bairstow partnership. And then Australia fought back again. And then just when you thought Australia would roll over the English tail, Ollie Robinson, Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, a little bit of Moeen Ali has made sure that the game is beautifully placed. Well, we thought England's tail was weak, but in comparison to Australia's, that might be the difference. Look, it's still a pretty blazing pitch, and they're going to struggle not having a spin Moeen Ali. You would think to be able to rely on Joe Root out there practicing. He'll be bowling a lot of balls. I thought I saw him, but he's not there. Should be. Because he's going to be bowling a lot. Australia, they need to be mindful that there's a bit of weather around tomorrow, so they would like to go help them or anything. But they would like to get, knock off 100 or so of that chase. They'll touch on 80 on tomorrow. It's a very gettable target at Edgbaston, but it's also giving England a chance to. So beautifully poised. Do rejoin us when we return after tea break about 17 minutes time. Let's take about Junior with Paul Summarisers.
For Henley Homes. Land from $350,000. Celebrating 30 years of Henley Homes at the Dales, live from England. The Ashes. On SEN Cricket.
Take command of your business communications with Commander. With reliable and competitively priced solutions that are made for business, Commander offers phone, mobile and high-speed internet. And Commander wants to give your business a boost by giving you the chance to win a $2,500 Commander communications package and a $5,000 SEN advertising package. Just head to the SEN win page at iCanWin.com.au. Take command of your business communications with Commander. Visit commander.com.au.
Whenever you need to build, repair or create, Loctite provides DIYers, tradies and engineers with reliable adhesive and sealant solutions. Lock it down tight. All it takes is a few drops of Loctite. Get the job done right. Search Loctite.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, featuring leading experts with decades of experience in the game. Bringing you in-depth stories that matter for all your sport now in the one place. Visit Code Sports today.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything and up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's number one, Beaumont Tiles.
So rush into National Tiles now and say,
the world's fastest sport.
Looking for a career in the smoke repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5,000. That's right. Join Sheen's lineup for a $5,000 sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's apply.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love and up to 20% off royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers. Now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
It's Seamaster's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on VT50 and CX-9. 5 year scheduled servicing, 5 year Schmidt membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5 year new car warranty, and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 VT50s or run out CX-9s in stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply. LACT 1161. The supercars are on track.
Fitness member are you?
And SEN
I'm active already and looking for ways to stay motivated and get more out of fitness each time I go to the gym. I want ongoing guidance, new programs and tracking.
I want to develop a better understanding of my workouts with a trainer and learn new things about physical health, mental health, and be shown how I can eat better.
Ready to make more progress? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps members feel motivated and inspired. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
For Henley Homes, building a new home for the cafes. Celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Build on live from England. Live from England on SEN Cricket. On SEN Cricket. The Tea Break for Host Plus. Host Plus has been named Super Rating Super Fund of the Year for 2023. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the SCT at hostplus.com.au.
It's out. Besto goes. Play the reverse sweep. Getting nothing on it. Nathan Lyon has done it again. England lose a 6 wicket. They're 6 down for 196.
With Robinson scoring 27, Moeen Ali 19, Broad 10 and Anderson 12.
maybe those extra runs, well, they'll definitely help England, no doubt about that. But it could be the runs down the bottom of the order for England that end up helping them win this Test match. So we are delicately poised heading into the final session on day 4 again. Usman Khawaja and David Warner will open the batting as we head out of tea. So let us know who you think is going to win. 0433 98 11 16 is the number to text through. Or if you're in New Zealand, text through 8833. Paul Sebastiani wrapping up a very, very quick and short tea break because we have to get to the wrap up here and then we have to get to Edgbaston because the Australian chase is going to commence. 281 runs for victory. We'll see you at Edgbaston.
For Henley Homes. Land from $350,000. Celebrating 30 years of coffee. Henley Homes at the Dales. Live from England. The Ashes. On SEN Cricket.
You don't want to miss Flight Centre's spiciest Asia sale yet with great savings for Japan, Thailand, Bali and beyond. Save up to $1,000 on Thailand, 40% off the Maldives, 20% off Hong Kong, $1,414 bonus value on Bali, and up to $865 off Singapore. Don't miss out, these time-rivet deals won't last long, so book now. With over 300 stores in Australia, find your local travel expert and book today.
ICANWin.com.au, driven by Berwick Motor Group.
Doing end of financial year spreadsheets. Big offers and unbeatable driveway deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run out CX9.
And right now you can get up to 65% off an awesome range of the biggest brands with like Apple, Kogan, Matt, Samsung and more.
Plus an unbeatable driveway deal. Hurry, stock won't last.
Don't miss the Kogan.com awesome end of financial year sale.
Love my city, love my city Mazda.
Kogan.com.
Apply LMCT 11621.
See website.
Roofers, plumbers and builders, are you fishing for a great flashing supplier at Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre? They make flashing products for the roofing, plumbing and building industry. Curbs, tables, chimney and window flashing, barge, vent rig and more. They turned over 500 tonnes of Australian steel into custom flashing last year alone. Drop them a line. Visit rscentre.com.au.
and use the code IMAWIN.
That's rscentre.com.au. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. Everything sheet metal from the roof down.
It's saying yes to that great job offer. It's saying yes to a night out. It's having a relaxed conversation or giving an opinion without going red. It's life without facial blushing. Do you fade into the background just to avoid blushing? With Northwestern Vascular, you can stop fading and start blooming. Don't let facial blushing hold you back any longer. Visit sweatyhands.com.au or call Northwestern Vascular on 1-800-SWEATY. It could be the start of life without facial blushing.
Take command of your business communications with Commander. With reliable and competitively priced solutions that are made for business, Commander offers phone, mobile and high-speed internet. And Commander wants to give your business a boost by giving you the chance to win a $2,500 Commander communications package and a $5,000 SEN advertising package. Just head to the SEN win page at iCanWin.com.au. Take command of your business communications with Commander. Visit commander.com.au.
From the TAC.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, slues and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Anytime Fitness. Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and Brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Games and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers. Now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style. Dribble,
what type of Snap Fitness member are you? I want to be able to find a routine that I'll stick to and then really work on staying active more often. So I'm wanting more step-by-step support and guidance.
I'm looking to build health and well-being into my lifestyle, but too often I take quick fix and fail.
The teammates
I want help to stay on track.
Jump online at
Need a regular routine? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps members feel supported and encouraged. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
For Henley Homes. Building a new home from a cafe. Celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. Build live from England. Live the Ashes from England on SEN Cricket. On SEN Cricket.
Cummins into Anderson. Short edge. Brilliant catch from Carey. Diving away to his left. Anderson begging the ball. He won't reach. Sometimes that does it all. But Ian Broad just a bit irritating there for Australia. He runs at it, and it means that we now know what our final angle consists of. Australia will require 281 to win the match.
SEN's Test cricket makers here 30 years of the cafe in England. All out to 273 in their second innings. This is 6.2 overs. They started lunch again at 5 for 155. They lost their bottom half, but were able to take the score 118 runs further along, which means that Australia have been set 281 runs to win and go 1-0 up in the 2023 Ashes. Adam Collins with you, Lalor with me as the players make their way back onto Edgbaston on a sun-kissed afternoon. The comparisons to 2005 are inevitable and they're fun. Australia on that occasion was set 282 and we're all out 279. Hello.
Strap yourself in. It's a sensational day of cricket. And now the next installment is Dave Warner. Oh, sorry. Dave Warner is on the strike his hand.
Yeah, Warner took the first ball first time around.
No, it won't be too far away. Warner be broad. Was quiet, refreshing, and fantastic potential first innings in England. It's one that really meant a lot to him.
They're already looking at the ball.
You're kidding.
It's on screen.
It's gone out of shape on the way out.
Jarrod's got it in his hands now. We can see this on our screen. Tyre experts. Stokes and Anderson and Broad all chatting to Erasmus, the umpire. David Warner's part of it, of course. And they unhappy with the look of the new Dukes. Broad's interrogating the scene. Hands all over it. Ollie Robinson's there and thereabouts as well. I wonder what this is all about. Wonder what options they have at this stage. Well, I know they get to pick a ball out of the box, but can they have another go? They've changed their mind. So fourth official running out. So there'll be a brief delay of play here. Australia's over 8, nothing to write home about. Only bowling being filled today. They restarted in the 11th over, 66.2. So despite having an extra half an hour of play already, in addition to 10 more minutes. They've been playing today for 5 hours and 10 minutes.
55.5.
Yeah, not great. Which might indeed become a factor, not because of the frustration of over rates being slow, but just how much time will Australia have to chase this 281? In theory, 4 sessions, but there is a chance that rain will play a role tomorrow. We hope it won't. The forecast isn't great. To the start of the day. So the fourth official leaving, they've got the ball they're happy with now. Ben Stokes with the thumbs up.
Seen a few firsts in this match. Joe Root trying to ramp the first a little bit in the morning. From Pat Cummins, of all people, lack of respect. Now we've seen a ball change before a ball's been bowled.
So Stuart Broad's going to bowl from outer in the pavilion, and James Anderson will bowl first change for the first time since 2009 in the first dig. He's going to take the honours from the Birmingham City end. He picked up 1 wicket in the first innings. That was Usman Khawaja. My apologies, it was Alex Carey, of course, yesterday. It was like a long time ago that. So much played out since. Figures 153 to 21. He'll start with 3 slips. Root, Crawley, and Duckett. Anderson, first ball to Khawaja, delivers here and he plays out through point off the mark. should get. And they'll be happy with one. They could have got two if they pushed it. Ollie Pope is tidying up. Easy does it early on. So Australia, none for one from the first ball, and Warner chopped on for 9 in the first innings, having faced 27 balls. The interrogation of him, we'll talk about the interrogation of the ball. Warner in England, we all know the story.
Well, he's taken a guard on the middle. He hasn't dug those little holes for himself behind the crease that he did in the World Test Championship final. Maybe the umpires told him not to. Well, I can't see why. It doesn't matter. Warner. He needs some runs.
This country as well, averaging 25. Anderson on the first ball down the left side. Does catch up with it. Hairstyle waiting is right. Performative appeal from the crowd, not to be.
Well, a couple of failures over Warner. Australia will probably be forced to make a call for Marcus Harris or Matthew Renshaw as the next opener. It'd be a big call because I don't expect we'd be seeing Warner again. He said he wants to play until Sydney, wants to make that call. He'll stick with it.
Anderson was useful for the bat, making 12. Delivers here to Warner on his hip. Balloons up into the onside, presumably off the thigh pad, looking for a call from umpire Erasmus. Given as run, so Warner's off the mark as well with a single.
Well, lucky there.
No leg gully. Not that it would have quite reached leg gully. So movement from Anderson inside edge onto the thigh pad. Kawaja batting in the sleeveless jumper as he did throughout his epic 141 the first time around.
I don't think he's taking his jumper off the whole game, no matter how hot it's got.
Catching cover for Kawaja as well. Anderson, City end, bowls here, Kawaja pulls, gets it fine, gets 4. Good start. Inside the line, way from Anderson. Helps it on its way. First boundary of the chase. Target 281, Australia number 6.
Straight there, Anderson. Get it into Kawaja's body. Or perhaps just looking to bang it into the pitch. Get a bit of this lacquer off the ball. This seems to be his best. As we could say, a few overs in.
Anderson tends to start wobble, so before it starts really swinging, Anderson up. Bowls here to Kawaja. Edging through the cordon. In between the wicketkeeper and first slip. It's got to be Bairstow's catch with that in mind. 4 more for Australia, then under 10. That'll make for a frustrating replay for James Anderson when he looks up the screen. It does so now. That's the tyre power, your tyre expert. So here's the wobble seam. Kawaja played inside the line of it. And it falls between, as I say, Bairstow and Root. And a catchable height for Bairstow, not a catchable height for Root. Of course, the staggered cord, Root standing back. Bairstow's not having a good game with the glove speed. Could be a factor. Anderson in. Bowls again to Kawaja, who uses his feet for flipping into the onside. Won't get a run there. In all first over. Number 10.
There's an excellent delivery, not over James Anderson. Pitch just on a 4 stump line, cut back. Kawaja was quick enough to get net on it, and yet again we see a fail by the wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow, who has really got a lot of batters for reprieve in this match.
I mean, there's never any doubt in his position in the side. I think that was lost a little bit in the conversation over here, Pete.
Yes.
A few weeks ago. Of course, he had a long way off injury, a serious broken leg, no cricket. But even though he only played those 2 county games, he was always going to play. The question was team balance. Were they better suited having him at 7 with the gloves or at 5 where he dominated last year? They went for the former, and that's not paid off. Look, may well be them ducked into the gun next week.
Well, surely the question is not where he bats, but who doesn't bat if we bring in a specialist keeper. Sure, who are we going to drive?
I think it's Duckett based on what we've seen because of the problem he's got outside the off-stump and his obsession with feeling bat on ball and the Australian seam. As I saw Jason Gillespie this morning, he said it would have dreamed about him. Straight, tempter, Nick gone.
Bairstow's missed carry on 26, 52 and a half chance on 46. He's missed Cameron Green before he got off the mark.
So broad to Warner. These old adversaries, 15 times in Test cricket, picked him up. First ball around the wicket, Warner plays it out to cover. There's 2 men stationed on the bounce. Saves 4, that's the man Ducker we were referring to before. My apologies, Pope's in there. We've got the two slips backward point and the position we saw in the first innings, no ball signalled, which you wouldn't quite call a short point, kind of a short cover point, about 4 pitches over, plus Ollie Pope at the more conventional catching cover. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg or forward square leg and fine leg.
Good intent. Good shot from Warner. That's what we expect. We don't see him take it. It's expected to take it backwards step.
Broad. Charging away from us. Passes up. Bowls here. Warner. Plays straight to the square cover. From the crease. No footwork to speak of. Angled in at the body. So far, so good.
Yeah, well, England have got at least three, possibly four men blocking that in the region where Warner likes to drop and run. Also got one around the corner where he likes to pull around on the leg side. So it's nice little get off the strike shot early in innings. Also to look for the boundaries, already done in the first innings.
Quick Phil Long.
Yeah, the players at the moment 36, 36, 36 and 40.
Brilliant. Thanks, Longy. Broad again. Up to the crease, delivers to Warner on the hip, helps him down the fine leg. It's his second single. Fielding done by O'Malley, who turned 36 yesterday. None for 12 Australia. So a positive start, notwithstanding the chance should have been taken. This ball of the fourth innings between Bairstow and Root, neither of them went, should have been Bairstow.
Well, will O'Malley be able to bowl a lot of overs? He really needs to bowl a lot of overs. I think the best opportunity is with the seamers. But at some point, it gives you that advantage of being able to use your seamers as a strike bowler from one end while he holds the other.
The new ball won't be effective for long. They've got to make most of it. Broad. Wide one on the crease to Kawaja defends him. He did so many times in the first innings towards mid-wicket. There won't be a single get right. I mean, Nathan Lyon's taken 8 wickets, all from the Birmingham City. Mo went 2 in Australia's first innings, but the question about how many he incredibly bowled with his finger so blistered up and how effective it would be when he had the blistered finger here in 2019. He was no good at all deeper into the match.
Australia got 52 overs out of Nathan Lyon, and that's against a side that's not batting a lot. Batting a lot of overs. How many overs was that innings?
66.2. Catching cover stay for Kawaja. Broad arrives and bowls back of the length. He plays hands away from the body out towards backward point. There's no singles as well.
Lyon's almost bowling 40% overs. He's holding up one end, allowing Cummins to call the changes from the other end. Let the see what works out here.
What a performance from Nathan Lyon. 8 wickets in challenging conditions. They were going after him most of the time. Nearing 500 test wickets all told.
Well, that's 9 wickets last time he was here, 8 wickets this time. Like it here.
Sorry, Pete, over today from the far end, bowled the first 5.
Thanks, Phil.
Nice one. Broad 2 left in this over. Up to Kawaja again, bowls here, Kawaja defends the cover. Short cover, Lee Pope's doing the fielding there. Throws it back into Bairstow. So 269 for the runs to win. I wonder where we'll be close to play. It's compelling. Every ball, every little interaction here. Even the shift in momentum throughout the course of the 55 overs we had in sessions 1 and 2, Pete, felt like Australia really on the back foot in the first hour. Drag it back with a couple of wickets, 3 wickets indeed in the second hour. And the push and pull through the middle stretch as well. Bairstow and Stokes getting off to a flyer after lunch. Both getting out in quick succession. Broad bowls, Kawaja leaves alone outside the off stump. That completes his first over. Australia number 12 after 2 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Kawaja 9, Warner 2, the target 281.
Pulling away from the dealership is just the start with Hyundai. Imagine convenience and transparency with online service booking and upfront pricing. Imagine 12 months of our premium roadside support plan every time you complete a scheduled service with us. Imagine driving unlimited kilometres and still being under warranty 5 years later. Imagine having a lifetime of care with Hyundai iCare. T's and C's apply. Elements of iCare are limited in duration. Visit hyundai.com.au/iCare. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Anderson bowls, Warner plays the first ball, the new over, out to cover, no single. And Labuschagne coming in at 3 on the pair, of course, after nicking the outswinger first up a couple of days ago. Kimber indeed. And then there's Stephen Smith at 4, who got a start, didn't get on with it, rather. And he has diminishing returns through a test match, doesn't he, Phil?
Absolute staggering figures. Steve Smith, first innings of a test match, averages 86.8. The pertinent number here is 21 centuries. Second innings goes down to 56.3 with 600s.
Anderson in, bowls to Warner, who drives hard hands out to cover point. That man in close. Nice stop, save 4. Very good in there.
Very good fielding that. Kicks Warner on strike, a little bit frustrated. There was 4 in that shot, in that delivery and that shot. Well placed field.
So the second half of the game.
Second half of the game, third innings, Test match averages 44.6 with 400s in the final innings of a Test. 29.5 has never scored 100.
Really does fall away. There's theories around that as well, Pete. Anderson bowls and Warner defends on the front foot to cover. Sitting the ball there. Every delivery at the moment.
Doesn't sleep. Does not sleep during a Test match. So exhaustion sets in. By the fourth innings, Steve's a zombie.
And that's the theory. His inability to sleep during a Test match does mean that he becomes less effective. And what it means for him to make a meaningful contribution here over the next 24 hours.
I think the science of sleep tells us that if you miss sleep, you're operating sub-optimal levels, aren't you?
Anderson, the 40-year-old, into Warner, bowls here, Warner in behind in defence. Played by him, started pretty well Warner here, bat on ball.
And dark Duke's balls, just listing like a diamond, most of it, that sheen on it, catching the sun. Sun's been out most of the day. It's cloudy, but finding its way through.
Makes the new ball all the more important. We know that experience through the Test match, when it's not quite so new anymore, it's quite easy to bat when the sun's out. Warner's 2 from 9, Anderson delivers to him here, and Warner, outside part of that with soft hands out to back point, well bowled and well played.
So those two movements Warner have changed significantly from what I've seen in the last 12 to 18 months. At the worst of it, it's just the back foot is drifting back a little. It's going to pushing forward across, back across.
Found a way to make it work, started the Ashes a couple of years ago, especially Mark Brisbane worked him over, hit him a number of times and made 95, but it was a bit of a sign. Anderson bowls through him again, and Warner plays it through mid-wicket. Nicely timed and placed. Good work to do. The hat comes off as always. They add a couple, Warner to 4. Australia none for 14, and that will be the end of Anderson's over. Targeting again 281 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt,
how good's that shot?
And you
Nothing feels like a Mizuno.
by winning a sports membership
All golfers
of
want to
your
rip them off
choice
the tee
worth
like
up
that.
to $1,500.
Get on to MizunoGolf.com and learn more about what Mizuno has on offer for your game.
Brokers,
Irons,
the teammates
woods,
of every
hybrids,
trading.
wedges,
Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR
Custom
and
fitted,
use the code
custom built.
IMARWIN.
Find your nearest stockist or fitter at MizunoGolf.com.
That's
Nothing feels like a Mizuno.
SEN Test cricket fanatics is 30 years of the McCafe between overs. The camera trained on Marnus Labuschagne. Big smile on his face. Next.
He's awake, is he?
Because where we last went, the Oval. Burst into action after falling asleep. So we thought, broad bowls here, new over, Kalaja plays it out to point from the crease. No run, we welcome Damien Fleming. This is fun.
G'day, gentlemen. It is, isn't it? It's just an arm wrestle, it's another no ball. Stuart Broad talking about the first thing, saying, no, I don't bowl or no balls. I think it's just a bit of a one-off. Well, it's progressing into the second innings as well. Just brighter conditions for the Australian top order than, early day 2 when the ball was swinging and seeing around.
So Broad bowling from our pavilion end, away from us. Passing up Raza, delivers to Kalaja, back of the length, leaves it alone. Flies high into the glove to best.
That's quicker than day one.
Kalaja's getting low in his stance, isn't he? He's almost like a bloke who's got a bat that's a size too small. He's holding it down at his knee level almost.
Yeah, nicely he opens up too, doesn't he? Just to show where they're at, though, like that pull shot he played in that first over. The previous ball, Dave jumped up and sort of squirted it for one. They were virtually the same delivery. But Kalaja puts it away 4. Dave's uncomfortable against it.
Broad to Kalaja again, leaving the line on a similar line, a little bit fuller outside the off stump.
Just wonder if want to find a couple in the middle, for his characteristic shots, and that gets him going. Because this is set up for the day when we're in his prime, isn't it? A chase like this.
Well, he's found the middle about a few times. The field's denying him those runs, trying to get through. So it's a lot better at the wicket. Sorry.
No, you're right. He does look better than he has done in recent years. Brought up bowls here, Kalasha. The front pad down to 5 legs, another single. Comes up to 10 from 12 balls, albeit with one fortunate down, done 16 in Australia. The way in which he's played out for England, they won't only ever really going to bat 2 sessions anyway. So you look at it. They didn't get as many months as they would have liked. They would have liked 300 in 2 sessions, but Australia didn't bowl that many overs, 1 and 2. They found themselves in trouble a couple of times and still managed to bat through the tee.
Yeah, I mean, we were thinking it was around that time finish, but certainly I would have thought all the runs on the board. What a cracking last session.
It's a perfect target, isn't it? 281. Need to be taken. Bowls to Warner. Broad here, pushed into the onside, albeit the stickers of the bat. Played with soft hands, mentioned before you jump on the target here in 2005 was 282. 281 this time, we know that was resolved by 2 runs. Thrilling finish. We should be so lucky to have a finish like that tomorrow. Just got to hope the rain gives us that opportunity.
It's the total, isn't it? It's not 350, 400 where you go, someone needs to be 100 here. Not 150 where you can finish it off quickly.
England chased down 378 here in the 4th innings this time last year. Broad delivers to Warner again, bends the cover. Bit of extra movement off the seam on the angle too.
The one positive is I think this is easily as quick as it was on day 1. So batting boys, you should be able to play your shots a little bit more. Broad's getting the ball to swing away from the left-handers, which is a great skill. But it's not excessive swing in these sunny conditions.
Looks faster to me.
Yeah, definitely.
So Broad was the best of the England team the first time around. Pushing for something early. Ideally Warner. Mean a lot. Bowls here to Warner. He's in behind it in defence. Watching it right under his eyes. In the middle of that as well. Number 16 after 3 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Kalasha 10. Warner for the target 281.
The Supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with their exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars right here on SEN, home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket Magazine is 30 years of the McCafe. In theory, we've got 38 overs left today. There's so much cricket remaining. Stick with us for every ball here at Edgbaston. Anderson delivers to Kalasha, plays some soft hands after defending from the crease.
How many will they get through, Colo?
Well, the cut-off is 7 p.m, so we're under 2 hours from that. 27, 28 at best. So full 10 over short. Yeah, certain.
Those funky fields slow things down. Shocking. It becomes like a game of an NFL match where you stop. You set the field and the next play stop. Set the field.
Anderson from the city end towards Kalasha bowls here, soft hands, the backward point, no run. We at different points through the test match probably suited one team or the other for it to be slower in pace, but now Australia could do well to see most of these overs acknowledging that they get most of the 38 in, and they, so long as they're not losing wickets, that is.
It's not just the rain, it's actually the conditions. If it's cooler and overcast, like day 2, it's just hooped around.
There'll probably be overhead conditions tomorrow with clouds and so on. Anderson bowls here, Kalasha playing a missing in the channel outside the off stump. He looks down, Kalasha replaced for a kick. As if to say, don't waft those ones early on, try and shoulder arms if you can. That's the beauty of James Anderson. Once you get back to tyre power, that's the wobble scene. When that's coming down at you, play balls you shouldn't. Replace the tyre power, your tyre experts.
We saw like that duck back Kennedy earlier. That was one that he nicked past Bairstow.
Just a very tempting line from Anderson.
That one didn't nip back.
He's in again. to Kawaja, who pulls and gets through the gap and gets a boundary. Had one man to beat Ollie Robertson at mid-wicket, far from the most nimble man on the ground. And away it goes for Kawaja 14, his third boundary of the innings, done for 20 Australia.
Jimmy not happy. He's kicking the pitch. There's dust flying everywhere. And because it's been that slow, short of the length is virtually a half-tracker. You have to bowl good length and probably a little bit as full as you can, that's not a half-volley. That's when it quickens up. If you're just short of the length, it just sits there and collides. It's a beautiful player at that type of shot through the leg side.
Much stump height as well. Anderson again, Kawaja, Fuller, pushing to mid-on. That was a lot of balls he pulled from stumps, didn't he?
Or even with spin too. Isn't it? Yeah. And I think he sets himself back anyway. So that the length is always a little bit shorter. But he's a sublime square of the wicket player. Was Kawaja. You need to tempt him outside off stump like Anderson did 2 balls ago.
Good observation view about Anderson rumbling to himself, seeing on the screen way back to his mark. He's not happy. He's got one ball left in this over. His third bowl. Here to Kawaja outside the off stump, a second waft. Classy bowling from Anderson, 2 tempters. Kawaja lucky to still be there, all told after the edge in the first over. He's 14, Warner's 4. The target 281 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Huge sail on now, Australia number 20.
Need a forklift? Don't just get a forklift. Get a Toyota forklift. Toyota is the world's #1 forklift brand with a great range of power jacks, walkie stackers and reach forklifts right up to their leading Toyota counterbalance forklifts. Legendary reliability and safety with cleaner, greener electric options. Toyota can tailor the right forklift solution for you. It's all part of the Toyota Forklift Advantage. For more, visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Talk about the bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
Broad to the crease, shade over the surface as he bowls to Warner, defending from the middle stump line and coverage from Mackes, who's 30 years of the cafe. And the great unknown, Flem, I mentioned before, Mohamed Ali. He's wearing a Baz told me between overs, he's wearing a plaster on his spinning finger. That won't last long if he starts bowling, I'm sure. But
would be allowed to wear it? Would he?
That's a good question. Can you wear a plaster when you're bowling? I think you can't. We learned from... No. We learned that in India with a judicial start. He wasn't allowed to wear the racing guard. So he's wearing it presumably for protection in the field. Warner's 4, broad. So here he leaves alone outside the off stump. That's a good shape. Nice shape into the gloves on Johnny Bairstow. Good pace. Yeah.
Look, Damien, you know this, but you don't want to take when you're bowling because you really do need to feel the ball.
I think spin, and if you're a swing bowler, you like to be able to put the ball back of the ball there. But no. If these Australians can get through this spell from Broad and Anderson, then you're back to Robinson, who did bowl very well when sunny conditions. Stokes on one knee.
Broad up, bowls to Warner from the middle stump line, pushing to mid on, that won't be one, Anderson's after it. I wanted to required Anderson in the midfield, he didn't. Previous ball, Flem, saw a replay, that was a genuine outswing, so he's put the wobble seam away for now, Broad. He wants to get Warner driving and bring those 3 slips into play.
Well, he's worked so much on that outswing, it got marked as a wide one, so there's no reason. Really, he's one that went into the left-hand in 2019 was the actual cross seam, and bowled the same, but it went straight on. But he's certainly got the in-swinger and the away swinger.
And the last ball's put in the middle of the wall as well.
Yeah, lost that.
Broad. Up to the crease, bowls here, on his pads, and Warner tucks it in front of square, out towards the rope, just about make it, Robinson cuts it off, relay effort with Mohamed, piece of fielding, they get through for a third, Warner up to 7, number 23, the score, text coming in from Nouse in Melbourne, Warner won't be dropped, if they were going to drop him, they would have done it before, now you text in on 0433, 98 11 16 in Australia or 8833 New Zealand. I think now somewhere in between. They're going to drop him for the series that would have happened, but he knows he's not test, maybe 2 at a time.
He's got the first. Yeah.
Match when not here, you get the series.
Indeed. Kawaja facing broad, back, bit of extra bounce, out towards Hope at close cover.
It's certainly the fuller you can bowl that's not a half volley, it's quick at this pitch. And you've got to be so disciplined. Broad's bowled a huge percentage of really good deliveries, but the previous one to Warner, I couldn't see whether it was the in-swinger, but he attacked stumps and Warner was good enough to hit it through the leg side.
And that man at square leg, that's a drop back 15 metres, Ollie Robinson. So they're giving broad protection, going to get a bit too straight to the left-handers. Last ball of the over. So the crease, wider on it to Kawaja, full driven, but wide of mid-on, there's support there, Ben Stokes, mid-off rather, extra cover. End of the over, Warner 7, Kawaja 14, Australia number 23 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on, now the target's 281.
A great surfer doesn't attempt
looking
to catch
for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5K. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5K sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T&Cs apply.
Amazing. The Bean Highway.
LCT 1897.
SEN Test Cricket Max is 30 years of the Cafe. Anderson to Warner. Bowls here. Warner leaves alone in the channel, where Kawaja played in this twice in his previous overs. That's good batting from David Warner.
We watch here, they're just believable deliveries, aren't they? But he is tempting both of them. Probably it's about a 6 or 7 stump line.
And with the Duke's ball, Fleming, we know it takes a bit longer to really start swinging. This is probably when Anderson bring that into his game.
Yeah. And also it's the bonus of coming around the wicket. Often left-handers will play a line that they don't need to.
I think probably the wobble cut back in coming soon.
Two slips, Anderson bowls, Warner defends. Full on the off-stump line, nothing wrong with that from the Australian left-hander.
So he's bat. $900 back row. How much do they cost these days?
More than that. Four figures.
What?
Yep. For the top line bats, you want to go to the shop and buy one on a given day. Of course, that's not a factor for the international cricket. Tools of the trade. Anderson closer to the stumps. Drifts on the leg stump. At the other end, where Warner contesting behind square. Comes back for two. Takes on Robertson. Picks the right field to take on. He's 9. Number 25 Australia. There's a cheer on the screen saying a Brain Legend is $1,300.
Okay. Ooh, there you go.
Geez, that's going to hurt Mum and Dad.
So that's a top range stick.
Mum and Dad went to 28-year-old son.
Don't you throw that back when you get it. Warner still so fast between the wickets. He's been a terrier, hasn't he? The way he chased the ball in the outfield, the way he's always run between the wickets. Been a real model.
Anderson approaches, delivers, Warner defends. I think the fact that Anderson can bowl long spells, Fleming, but he won't want to bowl a really long spell now, will he?
I'm not liking his follow-through. Look how short it is. When Jimmy's bowling really well, it's almost halfway down the pitch. He's stopping after a couple of steps here.
Just before we leave the bats, I've got a bit of news. Might have happened in the World Test Championship final. I hear.
Tasty, we wait. Anderson to Warner, leg stump again, second time in the over. Mo and Elliott finally only one on this occasion. Double figures for him, 126.
When did Rich start making that? He's got 40 odd, didn't he? I hear he's batting with Ulysses back. Ulysses back. I heard he borrowed his wife's bat in the evening.
Wow. Might not be the last time because he got it really well.
Try it with a lighter stick, as they say.
Unless they made more runs with it, Mitchell. Anderson here to finish over the top of the off-stump. Well left on the basis of length by Kawaja. He's 14, Warner's 10, changing commentary after the break. Norcross in for Australia. None 26 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Bendix EV hybrid brake pads are designed to meet the changing needs of EV braking systems, ensuring a low environmental impact while delivering low dust and quieter operation. Cleaner wheels, longer brake disc life, and Bendix green titanium strut technology for instant friction without the need for bedding in. Ask for Bendix EV hybrid brake pads at your next service.
Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN with the Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie or two. I have two on my side. Lalor and Damien Fleming. Broad starts a new over, pushing his water slightly hesitantly away from his body to mid-off West Oakfield.
How are you travelling? You going okay?
Okay.
How are you saying this out there?
Well, there's a few things I'm thinking. I'm thinking to myself that Australia would be wise to make the most of these conditions tonight for a couple of reasons. Tomorrow could get a bit skanky with the old weather, and we don't know in England, especially with the mountains that are the English, just how many puzzles might suddenly arrive, and how long it might take to sort out the next day. Broad is in, and then Warner playing around front post works a short bit because there's no run. And you can get those horrible drizzly days as when they get out. So you might only have 20-30 overs to play with. So there's that side of it. The other part of it is that if they do get out, there's going to be a lot of rain in the morning. We've seen when the rain has been around, and then the cover comes off and they play juicy. It gets quite interesting. So I think Australia ought to look to be positive this evening without being reckless. I would like to see them try going around about 4 and over if they can. Just get a sizable chunk out of this target. That would be my advice. Two catching covers, two slips in place, board in. Hits the pad, single hesitation, no. I think Australia are favourites because I saw Ring chase down 370 odd for 3 on this track last year against India. Then India had a better attack than England currently have, and England got a problem with their spinner. So pretty business got Australia at 6%. I think that's pretty fair. Might make it slightly higher, but there are those vagaries of conditions. How are you seeing it?
I'd rather be where Australia is, but it's all those questions that you've come up with ahead of us, aren't they?
Yeah. I think they are. Broad in, beats the back. He's got him. No, says the umpire. Says no. Bears don't think he's got an inside edge. Wagner's Wagner. Warder is big batting. Stokes is asking him. Must have heard noise, but it could be pocket. Running out of time. 1 second. No. Well, Broad did the old run away thing, but that means nothing. When he runs away, wheels away, and
it took too long. They weren't confident there.
We're seeing this back on the replay street with tyre expert.
It is the stumps.
Do you think that's actually it doesn't roll these fingers over that ball almost like a leggy?
No, a leg cutter.
Yeah. Cut back and bounce through Warner over the stumps. But we've seen him get out. Beautiful delivery. Chopping on doing that quite a bit, haven't we? There it is, on the hit. So, very sensitive and non-review. Just see the replay screen. Beautiful. Two back. Next ball is too straight. Tucked away. Now they will do the film. 1-2 total, 27. Leg cutters. Now, I remember growing up, Dennis Lilly bowling the leg cutter later in his career.
He's probably the only one, I know that did lose pace doing it. Because the thing is, when you bowl a leg cutter, you go down the left half of the ball and you lose a bit of pace, but you're looking for a bit more grip. Or sometimes it hits the same and goes straight on. But Dennis was probably the only one I know that didn't lose much pace when he bowled it. Big delivery. And generally you bowl them on spinning conditions, obviously. That you know the ball's going to move.
Where you're getting a bit of grip from the seam. It was well executed that time. He's really got some varieties going, hasn't he?
Sits around the wicket. That's defended low. Defended by Quadja. Up, turn it on. Where Anderson does the fielding. And Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail. Australia get the over and done 27.
booked out in the early rounds of AFL Survivor? Play AFL Survivor Second Chance and you could win $2,000 cash and a VIP AFL Finals experience thanks to Berwick Motor Group. Our tip, stay alive, win big at iCanWin.com.au. Driven by Berwick Motor Group.
In Spanish, La Cabra means the goat, and in English, the goat means the greatest of all time. And now you can experience the goat-tasting food of the Mexican people at La Cabra's newest location in Mornington, or visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of cafe. As Big Lalor leaves, Jeremy Coney joins, and Jimmy Hill comes in. City end, Warner pushes it to the offside, and then it's fielded by a diving Brook. Covers. There's no run. Jeremy.
Warner's done okay. I mean, he's defended all right. He's let the ball go. And they bowled a little bit there. He's waited and he's picked off a few nicely. He's running between the wickets. So don't put the mockers on or anything, but you know. If you do those things well, letting go and defending well, bowls will change.
Anderson in, this is defended by one. Back up the wicket, he's got two slips in, Crawley wearing 6, Root wearing 66. This is indeed the number of beast behind Warner.
So they start to go searching just a little bit more, and I think that's what we've seen so far. I just speaking to some chap out of different episodes, he said, not that bad tomorrow. He said up until sort of 11 o'clock, and then it sort of stops. And then at 3 o'clock there's a little bit more. So maybe it could be great.
Anderson in, pulled away. Nicely, that was the backward spin around. He can't quite get round. He's not nimble enough there. Long leg.
Jimmy bowled short. I can't remember the last time. He's followed through real problem. It's a couple of steps. He's not driving off that back knee. The lazy bum theory. And he's just putting the ball into play. There have been his bad balls. They're not bounces. They're just legitimate half trackers.
Should he be bowling over the wicket?
I've been saying that on text. I just think you get LBW, you just get the cross.
To Warner, to defend, the thick side edge. Mid-wicket, no run.
It's a bit of follow-through, so he's probably gone through his pre-ball routine and gone, I didn't get through the crease, so wherever that pre-ball routine is, it's drive, pitch hard, get through the bare stone, whatever it is, obviously alleging on these self-coaches, but there's been 3 of them, haven't they?
But I'm feeling this is the last over in this spell.
I think it's easy to do around the wicket.
Yeah.
You're trying to just use that angle a bit when you come over. You follow the ball a bit more.
The other thing I think would be quite useful, apropos what you just said then, Dan, is might be quite good to have an early look at Moeen Ali and just see how his finger is. And also get the ball nice and tight to that sort of off stump.
I suppose they want the ball just to be just a little bit softer before he uses it. Yeah? Would there be part of that going on? And Anderson is in. That's well defended by Warner. Back to mid off the front foot.
He's not out to Jimmy. Keeps kicking it to
Yes, he is. And that shows you how dry it is too. All that dust rising up.
Well, they've created a chance already, as this innings. They've created it very early when Johnny Bairstow, for some reason, did not move a muscle to a ball catchable height away to his left. And then into Warner, who defends slightly uncertainly into the onside. End of the over 4 from it. Australia over one task, scoreboard at number 31.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident and it wasn't your fault? 1, you'll need a replacement car while yours is getting repaired. And 2, you shouldn't have to pay for it. And at Australian-owned Amiga Car Rentals, that's their promise to you. As the accident replacement vehicle specialists, they'll save the day by offering you a like-for-like car. Take over all the communications with the insurance company and guarantee you don't pay a cent. Save the day with Amiga Car Rentals. Visit amigacarrentals.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Now, Robinson's in the attack, Broad's coming out. I'm pretty sure Anderson's come out of attack. If you might get your wish, fellas, if you can see a bit of Murray now shortly. Unless
to start with, isn't he? I'm looking to see whether Marwan's warming up and doing all those big activities, but it's not really his go, is it? It just one run. Oh, he's bowling.
Down to be Seymour Brook.
I wouldn't be surprised. Robinson's going around the wicket. I'm going to tell you the field after this ball as Kawaja comes up in defence. Around the wicket line has not been one that's been fruitful to Kawaja, although Robinson did get him out eventually with a very full straight ball.
Like the Victoria earlier. Just a couple of stop balls and then go bang.
When he's got similar, not on the leg side, 3 on the offside, 1 on the leg side, so not the full umbrella. It's just a small catching colours. To have this small. It's a hillbilly smile, really. Just missing 2 for 2. This ball's pushed up to mid-off. There's no run.
Because he did try and go, I'm talking about Kawaja, try and go square when he was dismissed. In sort of advance, looking to go square to beat the smile, if you like. Go into the moustache.
To make it
Yeah.
Get into the moustache.
Another tooth's coming.
Oh, it is. Yeah. And it's making fast work as well.
$1,500, please.
Broad's that short mid-on. Robinson in. Forward comes Kawaja. Defends to Stokes. So what I'm going to say is, what we're looking at is we've got 5 teeth here. So we're missing a left incisor.
Right.
We've got Broad. We've got Broad as
we want a bridge
and middle teeth. 2 middle teeth are Broad and Stokes, aren't they? And then you've got Pope. And so it's a couple of points. They're all catching, which is marvellously funny focusing. Stokes, I should say. Robinson in, one slip, and struck on the pad, half a field. Robinson's okay. I think that's quite right. It's going down, maybe to touch high as well. Bright sunshine, these are good conditions that we have seen throughout this match. Sun is out, tiny wisp high cloud. There's really no problems whatsoever with that.
The pitch actually seems as quick as bouncy as it's been. Here we are late on day 4.
And then therefore it's a good time to score as well, isn't it? Well, a little bit of extra pace on the ball. Now fine leg and so on.
Now 35 minutes left today. Wide of the off stump, left alone by Kawaja. Just a little floaty, 81 miles an hour. It's not Robinson's game, is it? You know, Robinson's game. When we've watched pretty much his entire Test career, he's just a bash out and late from over the wicket, coming back into the right hand, really.
He prefers more live grass.
And here he's just straight. I'm going to float it a bit. The sense it's not. It uses his height and get the deviation.
Long-fingered English bowler.
The longest fingered outside of the off-stump, left alone. There is no run. Probably Montana. Sure, end of the over, Montana score, Australia none for 31.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500.
Tough back then.
To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every trade. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket praise be with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of cafe. Bharat, Sundaresan, hello.
Big moment of the day at this point as he's come in.
Yes. I'm not surprised. It's worth a go.
This is where they're going to find out quite a lot, aren't they? I guess, which is can he bowl?
Well, they're going to find it out, don't they? Sooner than later.
I mean, I've been a little bit harsh over the tee upstairs when I described things as having a finger spinner without a finger. A captain without a knee, a keeper without a leg, and 2 geriatrics open the bowling.
Sounds like a terrible riddle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What am I?
Sounds like we're reaching the merry-go-round.
I think that's what we're attacking weekly, but here is Bowen. Let's see how this goes. First ball, right on point. Defended by Warner, back to bowl, no run. I'd be interested, the speed at which he's going to bowl is going to be key, isn't it?
I saw him bowl a few deliveries, I think it was 5 or 7 during the innings break, and he was landing them all right. So
was turning?
Not too much.
Balls again, pushed offside, up to wide, I think it's down. We just saw the replay screen, the tyre power, your tyre experts. The Portuguese straight on the ball was rotating, but it wasn't spinning.
No, that's right. That's how many revs can he put on this ball? That's the question.
And he's already looking at his fingers, Jeremy. This is the second delivery. Must be hurting him. And see, he's listening, even though pretending like just chewing gum and enjoying it.
You can use the third finger a bit more. Put the third one beside the second finger.
Here he is. Short ball, played out of the back foot through the deep back point. Warner comes back for a second. Moves to 17. Australia advances to the number for 33.
I like the way that Warner's gone. I mean, rather strangely, I think probably Australia are a bit concerned about David Warner. I think England are concerned about David Warner as well, because he can score quite quickly if he happens to get going. Let's kick the hands in close to the body.
Moeen in once more. He's played really late, well by Warner through back point. He wants to again, just turns and hurls back. That's brilliant running from Warner. He knew it was 2, and he didn't even think. Just laid it to the non-strikers and back.
And now that MS Dhoni doesn't play international cricket, David Warner by far the quickest runner in between wickets on the wrong side, on the other side of 35.
He plays the shot he's running.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see him try to come back to the third one.
I would be worried if I was Kawhi.
Oh, yeah.
Not quite so quick. Because sometimes it can create a problem when you've got one very fast runner.
In. This is defended comfortably by Warner, back to the bowler.
He did change his running technique a few years ago, courtesy a running coach who got on by his wife. And remember him saying, run with your hands, not your legs.
Because she's an iron.
Yeah, she is.
Around the wicket, Moeen, and that's come again, but this time, for a while, bounces in front of the sun had it roared. Dials scored. Australia number 35.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Dottie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers. Now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay, and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's is the 30 years of McCafe. And good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SEN. Thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, get involved and send us a text on Jeremy.
Double 8.
Yes, double 3. Get your texts in. Thanks to Resine.
Look, they could paint this time in the morning with Resine.
Robinson's it. This is defended the offside. They run around painting outdoors, I know.
Yes,
it was screaming out for some Resine.
Yes, I was. And I have.
Yep.
Done.
And you've got
very happy with it. I'm not
because we've got a tricky condition. Special New Zealand conditions.
Near the water, near the salt.
Yeah. And the wind whips around, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, you get weather there, don't you? Weather and fush. As Robinson's in. This is pushed out of the offside to Stokes mid-off. We've got this, like we said the other day, this umbrella field, this twin field, 3 on the off, 2 on the leg.
I was going to say a big chops as well. But the really is also interesting that David Warner has survived an entire Stewart Broad spell for the first time in many years, in England anyway. Now they stood next to each other, in between balls, having a chat. I'm sure they're chatting about how he managed to do so.
Yes, what do you think? This pitch. Not helping me. Robertson into Kawaja, who defends from the crease. Very little ambition here, pushes the ball up to broad, there's no run. My one concern would be, if I were Australian, is that they're sort of letting the bowl up a bit in the best conditions, the best over. I don't know why, because it's only 281 to win. You don't need to go hard, there's plenty of time. But when there's an unpredictable beast, and this pitch has been unpredictable. We have to think that yesterday, 22 balls batting looked impossible.
Well, it doesn't help when you don't leave the ball down, Daniel. So,
well, who could possibly have done that? Robertson into Kawaja, pushed that offside. We're going to have great fun with Bharat and Ray. I can tell that.
He's going to make 184 balls at some point.
Well, yeah. Probably at some point. It might be very streaky. It'll be on 100 balls.
Yes, 84.
We went left, Denny. We can be fairly sure of that. Fairly sure of that. Robertson in bright sunshine was a stiff breeze. Away from us, brilliant end into Kawaja, who defends the ball, does nothing off the pitch, just comes on in the arm. Gets no real bounce and carry for Robertson at the moment. Back to the ball all in mid-on, there's no run.
I completely get your point, Daniel, about them maybe focusing on scoring slightly quicker. But Jeremy, in a situation like this, as captain, generally let the batters back normally, as normally as you can. And both so far have stuck to their natural tempo. They haven't tried anything onto it, and they haven't had to. Not too many balls beat the bat after maybe the first 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, that one chance presented and not taken, not even attempted to take. Is in, that's defended by Kawaja. He's faced 12 balls from Robertson. He's patted them all back to the bowler or close fielders. End of the over. Australia, none for 35.
Imagine a brilliant blend
Go on a sexy splurge at Sexyland this end of financial year. Grab up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of adult toys, couples games, lingerie and sexual wellness products. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight, 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au.
Today, T's and C's apply. Imagine that, Hyundai.
SEN Test Cricket Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. And now the Moeen Ali is going to continue. What do you see, Bharat? You're pointing at something.
No, it's just Moeen Ali was trying to tie his hands into the dust. And Ben Stokes was next to him, bent down on his knees.
Here is Moeen and Warner cuts off the back foot, finds space between his cover and cover point. This was a boundary. Is in. One more. Who's that? Wood.
It's Ben Duckett.
It is Ben Duckett.
Yeah, and it looked like he's taller than Ben Duckett. He does. Maybe he should spend more time on the boundary.
Yeah, I think it's the near far thing. Is it far enough away? Look. I don't know. Slightly taller. Moeen in. Something of Kawaja. It's a horrible tangle. The ball, I think, it's turned a bit sharply there. We need to see this on a replay with Tyre Power. Your tyre experts. That really has turned. And Kawaja just had the bat left there, almost like an afterthought. Just a little knock at the ground. No run. Moeen in again, and that turns Kawaja around. Plays it to backward point. There's spin there for Moeen. It's a very uncomfortable spin for him.
It's going back to the chat. Ben Stokes seems to be happy because off spinner didn't look very happy. Neither looked very happy. Maybe he's asked how many overs can you give me more?
Yeah. This is it again. Kawaja beaten on the outside edge. So these three deliveries now get the crowd going. Joe Root's getting the crowd going. Tossed up, didn't even need to play it. Characteristic of Kawaja, way away from his body. He just lets his hands keep going. Moeen in. This is defended. It was astounded by Kawaja. The offside.
That's scored a run since the 5th over.
So what is he now face? 14 on 38. He was gifted a few half-trackers from Jimmy Anderson. Bowled all well on that City. I mean, it's completely over. It's missed it. Taken by Bairstow. Well, I mean, all sorts of at the end of it, though. What survives? Scoreboard. Australia. No. 36.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef
delivery van with plenty of room. Have a look at an LDV,
is
deliver
for any
nine.
gathering
Get an
with
ABN
cold
price
beers on
Australia's
tap, great birds on
best-selling
plate,
large
and
van
live
for
sport on screen,
2022,
including American Pro
and
Leagues
even
and
electric.
your Aussie
Choose from short
heroes.
or long
Bite
wheelbase
into
models with
Wahlburgers.
30,000
Now
K
at Sydney's
service
Upper
intervals.
Keys,
Don't take a
Manly
chance,
Beach,
come to
Byron Bay and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlburg style.
It's 30 years of McCafe. You're looking in the binoculars, Bharat, to see what.
Why the batsman having so many drinks? No, I was just watching what happened. David Warner got some eye drops, and I'm not sure what happened, but he's popped pill as well. Painkiller of some kind,
and eye drops as well.
Yeah.
Well, hay fever. Could be that. Grass pollen would be pretty bad this time of year. Although good barometer, there's a lot of grass pollen. They're all tough. He gets it bad. He was wearing shades this morning, so a little bit of that knocking about. Robinson, right arm round the wicket, flashed away for 4. Out 3 point. Super shot for Warner. Only the face hit into wicket. A little too short. Robinson's first drag down delivery. First ball is not bowled at Kawaja, I'm guessing. First ball's gone 4.
He's looked flat again as this player. Yeah, he hasn't gone too many runs. But Jeremy, we were noticing just up and down, really. This is so much time for Kawaja to go back and defend. And now, a little bit of width to David Warner was asking to be hit, begging to be hit.
Pleading to be hit. Desperate to be hit. There's Robinson. One big place. Warner tucks him away off the pads. A little too straight. Anderson has to move to his left field square leg. None for 41. Warner to 25 getting into his work.
Yeah, look, Coney Robinson has been in use the last 24 hours. More than what he said to Squad, how he handled the press conference I was there as well. This is a chance to back it up. One thing being smart and cocky in a press conference with a bunch of media people, but he's got all the skills in the world. It's not his kind of pitch. This is his chance.
He's in. Bowling from around the wicket. Forward comes Hardship. Pushes the offside. There's no run. It's funny, the ball just seems to be floating.
I agree. Bowling it.
Yeah. It sort of breathes out of his hands. It was a knuckleball. It was a knuckleball. I guess that was what was going on.
Well bowled. 68 miles an hour.
But just generally the way he's run in these 3.5 overs, it's just not looked no energy in the run-up.
No, you're trying to get something, get himself going, yeah. Bowls around the wickets. This is driven to Stokes at short mid-off, there's no run.
As this pitch gets, to the 5th day, I mean, I suppose with all the cloud cover, it means that it won't continue to keep becoming desiccated.
That's with a lot of rain tonight.
Yeah. But it means it's quite hard with these sorts of fields to penetrate the field. And then you start looking in different areas to try and score. It can be dangerous.
Robinson turns, runs away from us. Warriors sunshine. Kawaja drives his elegant knees. Finally got going again. Release the shackles. Robinson looking to try to find that full delivery that did from the first innings. Just a little too wide, not quite full enough. Volleys elegantly deposited 3 points off front for 4.
This one wasn't begging to be hit, it was requesting Kawaja to be put away to the boundary.
And he exceeded the request. He very generously, I thought.
I mean, he's really
allowed
the Australians to break shackles this over. Poor bowling.
None for 45. Last ball of the over is dabbed into the offside. A little Jordan cover, that is. We're going to have a change of commentary. Adam Collins and Jarrod Kimber are going to come on the Scoreboard Australia, none for 45.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data. $15 a month.
Of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty.
I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain. Get one at
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins in, Jarrod Kimber in as well. Sundaresan staying put. Australia just going gently. And it's working perfectly. Now he's starting his third over here around the wicket to Warner. In behind it in defence, Jarrod. Your impression of what we've seen from the England spinner so far?
That one, he looked a little bit more normal. Some of the other balls, he's dropped his arm, and when he's spinning it, he's clearly not even holding the ball properly in his fingers. You can see it in his grip.
Bowls again to Warner, forward, defensively. Right?
Yeah, after every ball, nearly sucking his fingers, just getting some moisture on it, trying to dry it again. You see, he's in a big spot more than. Going back to the chat bench, don't seem to be having for the last over. A lot of shaking of the head.
Mowing up. City end bowls to Warner, goes back and rides the bounce, pushing out to deep point for the easiest of singles. They walk through the 36-year-olds. Warner up to 26 Australia, none for 46. So they'll know here that if they can just get Moeen dealt with, in and out of the attack, that's another bowler gone, another rotation Stokes that he won't have at his disposal deeper into the match. Long way to go on this fourth day as well. Moeen delivers. Khawaja in a short sleeve jump up, not far away from Brutus, slipped away to his left. Took pace off the ball, landed just in front of him. So that's more encouraging for Moeen.
He's done a few times now, the last 4 or 5 balls to Khawaja. He's got him playing at these slightly wide ones away from his body. Soft hand still. He's beaten a couple of times. Outside his off stump. One ball turn a lot.
That was the one who really dropped his arm, which is...
Moeen up, bowls here. Khawaja using his feet. He did so many times in the first innings. Over his head. One bounce over the rope. Khawaja joins Warner in the 20s. He's 22 with his fifth boundary. And Australia reached 50 in the process. 50 without loss. Something they were never able to achieve in England 4 years ago. A 50-run stand off the top. At such an important time in Khawaja, showing some authority there as well, putting pressure straight on Moeen after beat.
Yeah, and Jarrod, that ball didn't have much on it. He just kind of released that ball, and Khawaja picked up on it. Like all good players of spin, he leaves his speed so late.
231 left for Australia. Khawaja back and flicking, but front of squares, that Crawley's there. Into the over 15 gone, none for 50, Khawaja 22, Warner 26. That's on the Beaumont tile scoreboard.
I always wanted kids. You don't want to miss Flight Centre's spiciest Asia-sale yet with great savings for Japan, Thailand, Bali and beyond. Save up to $1,000 on Thailand, 40% off the Maldives, 20% off Hong Kong, $1,414 bonus value on Bali, and up to $865 off Singapore. Don't miss out. These terrific deals won't last long, so book now. With over 300 stores in Australia, find your local travel expert and book today.
Visit monishivf.com today.
Still an hour and 15 left on this fourth evening. So they might get 20 odd overs in if they're lucky. They do. Australia will be beyond 100. And that'll make tomorrow look even easier. Statistically, this has not been a chase that Australia's been quite good at of late. Jeff Fleming picked this up upstairs. Since November 2011, Pat Cummins debut when they pulled down 300 at Johannesburg. They've had 22 opportunities to chase 250 plus. They've lost 20 and drawn 2. One of those being the Dubai Epic 2018.
I did look at that list. There's a lot that are over 400 in that list.
Robinson delivers over the wicket. Warner placing it to extra cover. Cover point, I should say, no run.
And a lot of those didn't involve a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
Labuschagne, for example, I can't recall him being part of the side, but the run chase was manageable.
So they lost one in England, which was around 280, and they lost one in Bangladesh on a turning point by 20 runs. I wouldn't say they've lost many in these kinds of situations before.
I guess the more point there is the lived experience of being part of the side that can pull something down the fourth innings.
They don't have that.
Yeah, that's right. So here's Robinson again to Warner. Plays it very easily under his eyes to mid-off.
But there is a couple of things to point out that Australia bat first a lot more than other teams. So I was looking the other day, I think this is right, I was going off the top of my head. Steve Smith's only batted in the fourth innings like 19 times in his career. So the Australian team don't actually chase as much as other teams.
Very rare. Like I said, even those instances have come over a 12-year period. And Jeff and I were having chat about it earlier with the debate. So a lot of these members of this team haven't been at that position.
Robinson again over the wicket. Enough width and latitude for Warner to pull. And that is just help yourself stuff, really. Robinson, no pace to speak of. He's pulling it from knee height out through mid-wicket for 4. Warner's 30. That's his third for Australia, number 54. Watching the replay here for Tyre experts. That's just absolute dross.
He's just dropping the ball on the spot and asking to be hit. This is a pretty poor spell from Ollie Robinson. Ben Stokes has concerned the other end with Moeen Ali. I saw at the end of the last over once again. A lot of head shaking. But Ollie Robinson is helping his case at all.
Robinson around the wicket. Catching mid-wicket there for a miscue. Wade on the call when Warner punches it out to that cover point position and then there for the get-go. For two catching covers, just one man behind the wicket. How are they getting Warner out here, Jarrod?
This is the other thing I was going to get to. So there's been 3 stumpings in this match, guys. And there's been one catch in the cord. Taking away the wicket keeper's catch. The balls have carried pretty well with wicket keepers. A couple have gone a little bit low. Is that no ball?
Yeah, no ball for England. Robinson bowled plenty of those for the first innings.
Now, if you're in England, that's your main source of, sustenance as a bowling team.
Robinson arrives and delivers and Warner defends.
So it doesn't mean that it's in Australia's favour completely. It does mean that England, and we saw this when Stuart Broad played a ball where he backed away, guided off the middle of the bat to third. I can't remember if it was Boland or Cummins. If you're Stuart Broad, you could do that. It means the wicket's pretty good. And if you're not getting edges, how are they going to manufacture these wickets? Now, pressure is a huge part here, and they could have a collapse. All those things are possible. But the point is, so many things are in their favour in this, not to mention the opening punch.
And the conditions might change tomorrow. Robinson bowls, Warner again, too short. And he finds a gap between the two catching covers. They might have taken some pace off it. Brook, the square of the two, that gives Pope a chance to retrieve. They had a couple, Warner 32. Australia number 57.
And not to forget, bowling attack is already looking very, very tired. Forget Moeen Ali and what he can do. The fast bowlers have looked pretty tired already. In fact that they haven't really got more than 26 hours between the last time they were bowling and they're back on the field.
I take that step further. Who are the best bowlers for Australia? Their fast bowler and then their spinner. They don't have a fast bowler, they might not have a spinner.
Robinson to finish, and Warner driving off the front foot right out in the middle of the bat. To Stokes at mid-off, who has questions to answer the England skipper. Number 57 Australia, target 281. Kawaja 22, Warner 32, and that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries.
Make sure you secure your
if you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lalor Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket Cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Winbid's has got Australia up to 66. Had England up around 59 this morning when Pope and Root were tipping over. Moeen bowls and Kawaja pushes into the onside to reinforce the kind of day Australia enjoy.
And I called it like on the opening day of Test. I felt like I'm in Bali covering a Test, just looking at the pitch and the conditions.
Moeen. Can he find something? Bowls to Kawaja, not here. He won't cry, smothering any spin that's there on the onside, no run.
So while you can look at stats and numbers, you have to remember, yes, this Test match is being played in Birmingham in England, but it doesn't feel like it's a subcontinental pitch. We've said it so many times. And not a subcontinental pitch, the ones that we saw in India or the Bangladesh one where Australia failed to chase and hold down. This is more like northern India in summer. The pitch doesn't break out.
We have a straight hit fielder.
I was going to say the same thing. Most unusual.
One can call straight on, of course. That's cool. They call it straight hit.
A video game position. One playing Super International cricket in the late 90s, mid-90s, Jarrod. And that's...
interesting.
Now David Warner.
No, I think one like Ben Stokes is in his line of sight.
Yeah.
Standing right
In front of the side screen.
Yeah.
So Warner's saying, Warner's not striking. He's run down there and said, mate, if you want to field there, that's fine. You can't go behind the ball's arm.
Yeah, and you have to like, Khawaja said, I'll bend down.
I think he said, don't move. As in, you can't walk in.
Moeen bowls, Khawaja back onto the stumps and forces it out to cover, nearly stuck through.
But he's also moved a little, couple of steps to his right from where he was originally.
Yeah, but he didn't take a step in the ball. He just stood still, which is fine.
Most unusual. It's been unusual 4 days at the office for all involved, really. Moeen bowls and Khawaja gets forward, drives to cover point, no single there.
The other thing about cricket is everything, of course, is if, let's say, even if they're none for tomorrow morning, if we turn up and there's great clouds and everything, we're going to feel very differently about everything from that point.
This was what I was leading to before the last break. Conditions could change the game. In a moment. We saw that yesterday. Moeen bowls and Khawaja defends with one leg in the air out to the offside. I mean, a couple of hours let skies, and the game will feel like it'll tilt in favour of the fielding team. It's so much about overheads, so it's felt across the 4 days.
It's just the 40 over ball will be the key then, I think.
Moeen delivers, and Khawaja goes back and cuts, doesn't find the gap. Nearly did. He's fielded there by... At point, end of the over, another 57 Australia, Warner 32, Khawaja 22.
With each passing year, Danny Frawley's legacy grows stronger. And in honour of our great mate, we're uniting once again for Spud's Game, a match for mental health this Friday night. Bring your mate along to Saints v the Lions at Marvel Stadium, and for $98 receive 2 level 1 seats, 2 Spud's Game scarves, plus $10 from every membership sold will go towards the Danny Frawley Centre's mental health program. It's time to show up for your mates, for your family, and for Spud. Search saints.com.au/Spud.
You over to staff from Molly Robertson here for Maccas, Jarrod, Kimber and Bharat, Sundaresan. Yeah, that makes the performance of Pat Cummins this morning all the more important to find the ability to send down swinging Yorker at pace to get rid of Robertson when that pair put on 50 for 45 balls in the morning session. Even better than that, actually. They faced a few people last night. That was getting away from Australia on a rate of knots, and Cummins was the one who stood up and made something of nothing when the sun was beating down. Who's doing that for England? I don't think Robertson. He looks in all sorts of day 2. That's Harry Brook. Phil Long with 2.
They're looking at the ball again. They're happy with it, though.
Okay. They don't look that happy.
Usually it's Anderson, right? Usually when England desperately needs something, it's Jimmy Anderson, but they'll be mindful of managing him as well. Robertson, away from us, Holster-Warner, pulls through the onside again. Second time in 2 overs, sat up and asked to be hit. That time it wasn't quite as convincing because it went straight over the head of Zach Crawley, and I suppose might have been plucked from the air. We'll see a replay for tyre power, but the result was the same. Barely getting up, low on the bat, and yet Crawley wasn't far away to drag it down, although he got barely a look at it going so quickly.
Did he get a finger on that, though?
Seamer.
He was bending down and awkwardly.
I thought he might have just flicked his fingers. I mean, it was a chance, but if they're setting him up to be caught on the pull shot here, I wouldn't want to be Jimmy Anderson or Zach Crawley in that position. They're going to get hammered.
So Warner's 36, that's his 4-4. Couple of the last 2 overs off Robertson when he's dropped short. Back of the length here, Warner. No rush, you can hear the effects might get a bit on.
Yeah, I saw Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad having a chat with Ollie Robertson before the start of this over. They need him to give them a good spell here, like a big spell. And this isn't working out. He's let his captain down as a spell.
I think the point you made before about conditions. Anderson and Robertson and Broad have been playing 4-day cricket, so the broader criticism that they weren't preparing in a way that felt sensible for an Ashes series, i.e. playing cricket. It doesn't quite tally for the England quicks. Robertson has managed very carefully. He delivers here to Warner, who's in behind the defending, although he did pick up a foot injury, and Anderson picked up a groin injury. They did play a decent amount of cricket through April and May, as did Broad. So they're not strictly speaking underdone. The problem is they don't bowl on pitches like this in Test cricket. Sorry, in county cricket. They're not conditions running in when it's like this at home. What did you see there?
He's got a big cut. He's like blowing into his fingers, just trying to keeping it aerated.
Jarrod's warming up. It's a fairly strong sign about what's to come.
I think it takes it further as well. I'll talk to you about it after the ball.
Robertson catches in front of the wicket to Warner. He goes past the inside edge. Has he hit it? He has! From nowhere. Against the foul play. Robertson bends the back, finds something through. Bairstow takes the catch. David Warner consults with Kawaja. Not really. He knows he hit it. He's not reviewing. Warner's got 36. And Australia lose their first wicket with a score on 61. A cross-seam delivery from Ollie Robertson. A little bit quicker. Outside edge of the bat. Straight to Bairstow. Not even the Yorkshireman put that down. 161. Gives England a hold in this game again because Marnus Labuschagne walking out on a key pair, Kimber.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty much a dead straight ball. It was cross-seam. I'm not even sure that's how he would have been trying to get him out with that delivery. And that's a huge breakthrough because it's such a benign moment. But it gets England a little bit in. As you said, Marnus comes out now. Everything gets ratcheted back up because after that last boundary, that short ball, it just felt that England was deflated. Right? They just needed a little bit of energy. The crowd won't back up as well.
And you're right, Jarrod, it came from nowhere and they want him understandably very disappointed. He had a long chat with Marnus Labuschagne before they crossed paths. Basically telling him, look, nothing is happening on this pitch. It's a dead pitch. Not much that the England bowlers are able to do. Just slightly wider than a lot of Ollie Robertson has bowled this spell day one. Felt that it messed us back a little more, slightly quicker. The zip off the surface against the run of play. Well, let me do it. Against the run of play, England have struck.
Yeah, only 22 king pairs in Test cricket if you're interested. That don't happen too often.
Who's the last one?
The last one was Sam Curran at Lords. It was a couple of years ago against India. Adam Gilchrist on that list for the yards. Back in 2001. Who could get that? James Anderson's on there as well. It's India in 2016. They're taking drinks with the full wicket, so we'll take a break as well. Australia, 1 for 61, David Warner, 4 for 38.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab the 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty, and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run out CX-9. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering, with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers. Now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay, and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
Did you know the 2023 Hyundai Palisade? It's first class for you and your kiddos. Our premium large SUV features a stylish and spacious cabin that comfortably fits whatever they're into, from surfing one day to drumming the next. They'll even love the impressive connectivity and premium tech. Plus a 5-star NCAP safety rating gives you extra peace of mind. Connectivity T's and C's apply. Find out more at Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Radio! SEN Test cricket here at Edgbaston. It's just gone 6 o'clock, 1 hour left to play on this gripping fourth day. All the more on the basis of David Warner's Ollie Robertson completely against the flow of play. Taken by the wicket-keeper Bairstow, which brings Labuschagne to the middle. And they're going to set this up very carefully, Jarrod Kimber. Slip, leg slip, gully. Catching cover, short leg, catching mid-wicket, 2 of them. James Anderson on the, just next to the cut strip. Very straight catching wicket. Stuart brought over back a conventional wicket. He's working the crowd up broad as well. He wants the Hollies on their feet. No one around the corner of the gully. Extraordinary field, really. For the number one ranked ACC band in the world. It's the sort of field you might see to tail end up, but that's the kind of pressure Lalor Shane's under. First ball from Robinson in the field. So it's been across 4 days, Jarrod. Just been drifting in one direction. The match takes a turn. And losing Warner when they were just gently drifting towards a fairly pleasant landing place. They're going to go before the close. That gives them a chance to get busy.
It's also with England. I know it's slightly different. They were setting a total on the screen. I'm glad they're changing the field, by the way. That was insane. Putting someone in the covers makes all sense. But I do think that if you look at it, a lot of players got starts on this week. I'm not sure anyone ever felt completely comfortable on it. I'm not sure how much that played in day one. We saw what, 340s scored by England.
So Robinson, angled approach away from us. Lalor Shane, second ball, last ball of the over, Lalor Shane on the leg stump, placing it out to Stuart Broad, big wicket, pings it into the stumps. Wants to make it earn it. In the over, 18 gone, 1 for 61 Australia, their target 281, Kawaja on 22, Lalor Shane yet to score.
Before the siren sounds, we all start on a level playing field, 100% ready to go.
This is the Supercars Championship season like no other. And SEN is keeping you on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year. So make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Jarrod, Kimber, Phil Long, with you on the call.
Yeah, that partnership was 16 and it's actually the highest partnership that Australia have had here in England for 8 years. Rogers and Day Warner going back to 2015.
Andy Pair, Rogers and Warner, right up there with the best Australia had. Straight hit. Back for Moeen, so they're going to bowl him again. It looks like he's coming out of the attack, but they've got a wicket, they're going to try their best.
I think if there was two left-handers, Root would have stayed on, but with the right-hander on, I think they're better off to use their front line spinner.
Kawaja has to reset with Lalor Shane, first ball, pushing into the onside run. We saw Kawaja do this so well in the first innings as he lost partners down the other end. He was able to build partnerships with the Union in 38 with Smith, 81 with Head, 72 with Green, 118 with Carey, 34 with Cummins. So it was the theme. They didn't lose 2 wickets in succession after the two that fell on 29. Moeen bowls Kawaja back, out towards cover, no single. And they did the same here. That'd be talk earlier about conditions won't be too much of a factor when we rock up tomorrow morning and it's cloudy and yuck.
And if you're halfway there as well, that won't be as bad, will it?
Sure, but pressure is a whole different thing. That's harder to quantify. Deep point out, deep back square, and the straight hit. Moeen delivers, Kawaja turns into the onside. Just behind square, quick single, Kawaja is called through by Lalor Shane, goes to the danger end. Doesn't do badly at all, gets through, moves into 23, Australia 162.
So just want to talk about Moeen's fingers, just for a moment. So when this happens, basically what we've been waiting for is him to get past that initial bit of pain. Right? So it should have hurt incredibly. It should have been like having a cut on your hand and put lemon on it at certain stages. But after a while, he should get used to that. You talk to the guys that used to rip like Tim May and Gareth Batty, those sort of guys, they'll tell you that. The fact that it's still hurting this far in, that's the problem for England. Because it doesn't look like you can get past that pain.
And not just this week, but yes, next week as well. Slip of a short leg, first ball to Lalor Shane, and hit on the pad. There's a heel from the crowd. There was also a half shout from Molly Pope. Short leg, but they won't be taking too much on that. Watching the ball back on the replay screen, it's been quite away, but Lalor Shane well outside the line of the off stump. Might have been lovage as well.
Yeah, I think it's back a little bit, but not like a Moeen alley delivery. What I would say is that Marnus seemed really watching when they played late as possible to see what's going to happen with it. And now that Marnus now come down and talk to us while to go, is this winning or not?
These two, of course, know each other so well from Queensland State team. put on some important partnerships for Australia last year in Pakistan. Home summer against the Wizards last year too.
Quite interesting. So after that ball that was outside of stump and completely tied Marnus in knots, they've actually put a catcher on the leg side and an extra fielder on the offside leg side here. Don't know if that means he's going to bowl the straight or they want him to go through cover. Probably cover, I'd say.
Nearly pops him in, just missing the silly point. Moe bowls reverse sweep from Labuschagne, no one there. 4 runs off the mark with the boundary. We've seen that plenty in England. Not quite so much with Labuschagne, but leave a gap like that for a player of his capacity. You won't miss out once the 66.
Well, when they took cover out, I think Point went a little bit squarer. So just gave him that gap and he's taken it. It's good batting. That's what that shot's there for. The reverse sweep exists to manipulate the field, right? And it's already caused a problem for England. So we're seeing Robinson go finer. Robertson's looking over as they say, you sure I shouldn't move? Leave it for him.
Will he play it again? Sun's again, reverse sweep again, pass route for more. That's great batting. That is top batting. That would have been where Robertson ended up. Ends the over, 2 balls for Labuschagne. He's 8 Collage 23. Australia 1 for 70 in the reverse sweepers.
Imagine a brilliant blend of tech-powered, human-centric experiences in a Hyundai SUV. Like advanced engine technology to deliver an effortless drive with superb fuel efficiency. Well, the future is here. Hyundai's range of SUVs from the mid-size Tucson to Santa Fe and the premium Palisade are available for delivery before June 30. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom to test drive tomorrow's SUV today. T's and C's apply. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Jarrod Kimber with you on the call. Stuart Broad trying to make case to Lalor about 4 times there's something wrong with the ball. As I said before on SEN, it's like you've got to build that momentum. You've got to go time after time. It's like parliamentary motion, trying to get standing order suspended. You've got to go to the speaker over and over and over again until they'll finally acquiesce. So it is with a fast bowler and a central umpire. And he's not been successful. No. Better believe that Broad will go again.
He made it very obvious that he was disappointed.
So Yorkshire wall stuff going on again. Here, 5 catches in front of the wicket. Robertson bowls, new over, Collage defends the straightest of 3 covers, so no mid off. Stokes is very straight, catching cover. Then there's a more conventional man there than the cover point. So they're in a row. On the other side of the wicket, straight catching wicket. And the more straightforward catching wicket as well. They're all roughly, 12 metres from the bat, 15 metres from the bat at most.
Robertson, who in the last over was the over of Stokes, has to say, you've allowed a round there by not listening to me. Yes, now bowling.
So Robertson takes off again, delivers here. Collage underneath the short one. 2 back for that. Deep square leg and fine leg. Just before we part ways, so I'm off into the over. Marnus Labuschagne ranked number 1. According to the ICC. What's Joe Root going to do? 13 centuries in the last 2 years. It seems odd to me. Root's down at 5 or 6.
Don't forget that Root plays so much more cricket than everyone else. So almost every year he has the most runs anyway. And so other players don't play as much cricket, but it's not just about the overall amount of runs. Right. It's about the flurry of runs and everything else. So it's a fair question.
It seems odd that Labuschagne, who's played cold a bit over the last 18 months, would still be number 1. So he is. Then the non-strikers end here. Collage basing, Robertson to him. On middle stump, Broad does the fielding at the straightest of the mid-wickets.
Also, with all due respect to people involved, not necessarily the greatest system in the world.
I'm asking you, you have a better handle on that than I would.
Look, it gets involved with flourishes and things. I think David Gower was in the top 10 of all time. I've had some peaks. And I don't think David Gower would think he's in the top 10 runs on peaks, right? So it's not a great system.
And is back deep square leg, talking to one of the support staff. I'm sure we'll see him again before the close of play. Robertson, our end, bowls to Collage, that middle stump, results the same, straight to your corner with wicket.
So, look, why does it exist, though, Colin? It exists so we talk about it, right? It exists for content. It was, that's why those sorts of things happen. The MVP award in the NBA, they never actually say exactly what you're supposed to be voting on, so that everyone votes on a different thing and they all argue with each other. And it's very similar for, number 1 ranked player in the world. It's there, so we talk about it. So in that way, very successful. But yeah, I would bet my house on the fact that Darwin Malan, Bree Shams with the best players in the world in T20 cricket.
Wild fluctuations as well. Robinson bowls, Khawaja just one slip, and he steers it down the deep third. Might be two there. Khawaja sets up as though he wants it, and he'll get it. Good running. Khawaja, 25, takes his time, as he did the first innings, 172 Australia. It targets 281. So take Travis Head. He was ranked 13 in the world before the Adelaide Test last year, where he made 100 runs. He leapt up to number 4 after his indoor performance, where he made not 50 but a 49 not out. So, I guess the degree of difficulty was factored into the model, the algorithm there. Now he's up to number 3 after his century at the Oval last week. So it can go from somewhere in the teens to right up the top.
A flurry is what the algorithm likes the best.
Robinson finishes the Khawaja again, plays late. Cover point goes. End of the over, changing commentary with Daniel Norcross coming in for me. 20 overs gone Australia. 1 for 72 with a target of 281. Khawaja 25, Labuschagne 8, and that's all on the moment tiles scoreboard.
With each passing year, Danny Frawley's legacy grows stronger. And in honour of our great mate, we're uniting once again for Spud's game, a match for mental health this Friday night. Bring your mate along to Saints v the Lions at Marvel Stadium, and for $98 receive 2 level 1 seats, 2 Spud's game scarves, plus $10 from every membership sold will go towards the Danny Frawley Centre's mental health program. It's time to show up for your mates, for your family, and for Spud. Search saints.com.au/Spud.
SEN Test Cricket. Maccas celebrating 30 years of McCafe. Australia 172 at the moment on scoreboard. Khawaja. There's been a thorn in the side throughout this Test match. Pitch very much suits his game, no doubt about it. In conditions that very much suits his game. And Marnus Labuschagne began this innings on a king pair that has raced straight for the finals. Probably around about 10 overs left for today. That'll leave 12 unbowled, which is frankly shocking. But there you go. And Australia, though, mostly self-played for that. Because they're bowling for the bulk of the day. As Moeen Ali's into the right hand, Labuschagne bowls a full bugger. This is worrying for Moeen. Because when he did that last time, the ball was hit hard at Ollie Pope, by the way. He rebounded onto the onside, there's no run. But when he did that the first innings, the pressage was sort of beginning of the end for Moeen Ali in that innings, didn't it, really? It did.
If this is school cricket, Moeen Ali's dad would have called Ollie Pope's dad this evening.
That's what Wallace to Ollie Pope's side. He's right, it's a flesh part.
It is. Can you please take care of my son?
And he's, as I said to you before, he's Surrey man.
So they're tough.
They are very tough.
You said so many times I've started saying it's not to believe.
Yeah. Tough ollies. There's Moeen is in short, horrible, back to square leg. He's missed out on 2 eyes there. He's hit that one straight to Stokes. He's clearly fasting.
It must be. Or maybe he's forgotten how to score a straight bat. 2 boundaries, 2 scoring shots have been reverse sweeps.
I don't know this is Moeen, though. He has been able to land a few, but it's over. It's all gone. He's done another one, and it's not a shot. It's one of the boundary. Moeen's got to come off on his own. Replaced by Root. I think Broad's already warming up. And he really just placed that, didn't he? He came in and just got rid of it.
You have to feel for him.
I think you should probably bowl the next 3 seamers myself. Because it's nasty. I think that the hand must have cut open again. He's trying manfully for his captain. He really is. He knows how important he is. This is flicked away. Out to the short square leg, a short ball by Labuschagne.
It did wonder for a moment, instead of spinning the ball with the first finger, to put 2 together so the long finger helps the first finger just a little. But it would be very odd for him to bowl like that. Yeah, practice it, I think.
That's better. That's landed ball on off-stump. Defended the front foot like Labuschagne.
They had the camera on and Jeremy Wild. It's a big gash.
It's a blood blister.
Yeah, and he's blowing into it.
every ball he's trying to dry up that dust, isn't he?
I keep saying it, 29 overs in one day.
That doesn't go nowhere.
It's crazy. Last ball of the over is full, flicked away, back to square leg. He's got away with that over, actually, just the 5 from it. And at the end of it, Labuschagne has 13, 25, and total score was Australia 177.
Luxus Grades, not traditionally
Looking
a
for a
sexy
career in the
product,
smash
Luxus
repair
makes the
industry?
most
Shane
aesthetically
Panel
pleasing,
Service is looking for
appealing and
managers and
practical
panel
grades on the
technicians
market.
to join
With
our
shower,
26 stores
bathroom,
across
balcony,
Victoria.
around the pool,
Work for a
and more.
supportive family
Luxus
business
Grades
with
are
over
elegant
50 years
drainage
industry
solutions for
experience,
inside
with
and
career
outside
progression
your home.
opportunities
With
and a
customizable
competitive
lengths,
salary.
size
Plus,
doesn't
you'll receive a
matter. Plus,
sign-up
it's a
bonus of
quick and easy installation
5K.
that
That's
you can
right,
bang it
join
out in
Shane's
just over an
lineup
hour.
for a
Do you want
5K
convinced grades
sign-up.
can have sex
Apply
appeal?
now at
Let's spell Luxus backwards.
shanegroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEXUAL. You got it. Think sexual. Google Luxus Grades.
Finished the spell as Phil shaking his head in astonishment.
If only our listeners could see what I've just seen.
Yes, there's a kind of repetitive guitar drum kind of thing.
We're starting to get it.
We're making an ensemble trio. I think so. We haven't looked so bad. Like three of us auditioning. That's like an audition.
Join and people conducting the audition are running out of time. We're the last 3 years. We do it together.
We all turn towards the director. He sort of shook his head.
Next.
Back to the drawing board we go.
We have information for you though in that short time. It wasn't just us riffing away like crazy. Moeen Ali has got off the field. No surprise. I think we spotted that was going to have the first ball over. Broad is in the attack, facing Robinson. I imagine Joe Root might be coming on from City end.
He's not the worst option.
No, he's got there's a short mid-on in as Broad bowls and beats the outside edge of Labuschaigne's bat. Now, don't forget, there was Broad on Labuschagne first innings, and now Labuschagne chews his gum furiously. Moving around, Jack in the box. There's a bit of pace there, some serious carry. That's gone like a leg break.
How far outside is often Manus? He does go back and across. He ended up on fifth stump, Jeremy. He's chasing a wide one there.
But he's covered us.
He's standing on off just outside of anything about. The move across.
Broad's in, right arm over, and he moves again outside off. Defends the back point.
And I remember him talking with the batting coach, Michael David, 3 days out the test about this particular thing where he said for Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson, I can stay more middle stump and play from there. But for Stuart Broad, because of the angle he bowls from, I feel comfortable if I'm off stump. But I also need to be wary of chasing the wide one. He did it in the first innings, he did it in the second innings as well.
Well, Broad did say he was going to give a favourable new delivery, which was the outrigger. Broad into him, and that's back in. Had it a little bit late, dipped down, and Shane's equal to it, fends the mid on. There's no run. Now, I always thought that as Root warms up, there is a...
No ball.
No, of course there's no ball. Broad's bowled. I always thought that people are missing a trick, Marnus. That he's not a sledgeable man. There's no point in sledging him. He is eternally curious man. He finds everything interesting. Everything. And if you really wanted to get him out of his bubble, what you need to do is get him thinking about something. Because he will think about things a lot. In. Edge gone! What goes the finger? Is it a no ball? Labuschagne has definitely edged it. I saw it above the edge. Into the wicket as well. With his bat under his arm. England have got their second wicket. And it doesn't look like it is going to be a no ball. And Broad, for the second time in the match, has got Labuschagne just poking the ball and chap outside the off stump. What a big wicket this could be in beautiful batting conditions. Broad's come on to replace Anderson, Robinson, and has bowled a beautiful 4 balls. Ecstatic delight. Prepares a trademark punch in the air. Well, 2:77 now.
And Manus Abhishek walking on, waiting to see the replay of this dismissal on the big screen. He's done it again. It was a straight delivery. It was full. It was the outswinger. But he's been going so far across the stumps, ending up on 4th and 5th stump. Like I said just 2 days ago, I don't want to be chasing wide ones from Brody. What have you done, Manus? You chased the wide one from Brody again.
Because this sitting is going on, and he actually shimmies a little bit wider as broad bowls. And then playing wider, he's playing a ball there on 5th and a half or 6th stump. I mean, if you were batting on centre, you would not look to play that at all.
Do you know what it's reminding me of a bit? We talked about Australia.
Absolutely.
Australia. It's getting out of this time again. And you've seen a lot more of Manus in the flesh now, Bharat. Is his setup changed, or is it more exaggerated?
It's particularly close to what we're on. I mean, don't forget the one ball over the last. They recognize there's a huge moment in this match, in this series. Things look very flat in a few overs ago. Coney Robinson from nowhere got rid of David Warner. Manus Abhishek's gone as well. Get rid of Stevie Smith. Well on top. Stuart Rod getting the crowd going. What's happening?
Rod's first ball to Smith. Makes a place. Oh, I defended this. This is right.
Going back to Manus, the one bowler who troubled him a lot in Australia was Mahmood, who got him on 4 or 5 times, getting him to chase the wide one. And it was the extra pace of Mahmood that got him there. That was more the length. Here, it's a straight ball. It's not an outswinger. It's done nothing. It's a straight ball, but he's so far across the stump. It's definitely going to go.
Roy is warming up the crowd here. He's loving it. Really need to. Starts outside the offside, pushes it the offside, there's no run. 278. One ball left in the over. This has been a good over overall. 2 balls in the over. And after this, 36 more minutes of play. Today, then we have the 5th day. We expect to be very different conditions. This is working to England's favour at the moment. Just running down Australia's progress. Lots of water. Now Shane. Australia needs to just be a little careful. Into Smith. The offside. There's no run. That is the end of the over. On the back scoreboard. Australia 278.
I tell
Heading away over the school holidays.
At Melbourne Airport, upgrade your value car park with Value Express.
I would sleep
the team will park your car and have it ready when you're back.
For just a $24 upgrade fee, simply drive up, hand in the keys, and the Melbourne Airport team will take care of the rest.
When you return, your car will be waiting for you.
Conditions apply. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au to secure your spot. Park with ease at Melbourne Airport.
Get one at cookandmobile.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Last over. The crowd here, well, they celebrated another wicket for Toby Brothers' funeral. Celebrating lives. They did celebrate that wicket. Manus Abhishek. Good bowling from Rob. It's a bit of pace into the jab. But it's not really done anything. It's not like we saw Poland and Cummins bowling together in the darkness. She could get it away. Root is in the attack. His first ball is played back foot by Dwyer, punching the offside. Stokes and there's no run. Now this Root in the attack because he's got off, he's come back again, but I'm sure he's fit to bowl. And there is a brilliant fielder. There is a man placed directly behind Root, about 20 yards in from the boundary. Squad leans forward, bangs up the front of Stokes, there's no run. Is he allowed to be there? Directly behind your bowlers. He can't come on
but he has to be slightly wider of where the ballers release.
Very close.
Yeah.
Roots in. Oh, that bounces out of the mark. Taken by Bairstow. And Manus Labuschagne would be sitting in the dressing room and kicking himself. Joe, like he'd seen Moeen Ali. Joe Roots in the attack. Just made the same mistake twice in the same game. That's just better they had to get rid of it. But what's necessary? Wide outside the off through the keeper. There's no run. What's necessary was that best position for someone. At the end of the day, you just walk past Mars and you're chatting away and say, oh, did you see that fella Kimber got 312 seconds the other day? Did it? And did he? What are you saying? There's a route is in. Back in Street goes to Ward, played up the offside, there's no run. Say, realise, but the male duck-bill platypus lays eggs. Does it? That's how you get inside. He was largely intrigued by my shot this morning. That's probably your fault. Root in, wide this time, but close enough to Ward. Off the front footer, deep point, it's a single, keeps the strike. End the over, Beaumont dial scoreboard, Australia 279.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all.
How good's that shot?
Nothing feels like a Mizuno.
He says it was good.
All golfers want to rip them off the tee like that. Get on to MizunoGolf.com and learn more about what Mizuno has on offer for your game. Irons, woods, hybrids, wedges, putters, balls, bags and apparel. Mizuno Golf. Custom fitted, custom built. Find your nearest stockist or fitter at MizunoGolf.com.
Nothing feels like a Mizuno.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas and Kelvin fell along. Smith's at the crease.
Steve Smith averages 59.75 Test cricket. In the 4th innings of Test matches, he's never hit a century and he averages 29.5.
Well, England are very happy to get it 29, I would think. They'll probably live with that. If you touch on it, they would get it, but the Watchers on strike, round the wicket, couple of turns, slip in place. And then he passes forward, it's a thick inside edge, the outside of Broad. He's being performative here. It was quite a good ball. It was quite a good ball. And he's slightly defeated Kawaja, but he's made it look like he was so close to getting a wicket. He's pumping himself up.
And at one point, you had three guys, Jimmy Anderson, Ben Stokes, who were on the middle of the pitch. You see it on television now, all with their hands on their head.
Well, this is the original Kawaja umbrella. Three on the leg. A short mid-off, a short mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a short extra cover, a short cover, a short square leg. Broad into Kawaja. Guys, it's easy to like, really easy style. Ball and channel down to the back point. Point Silly gets some strange juice to 27. And straight to 280.
There's this going on, isn't there? Don't you think?
Yeah.
Sort of main actor syndrome.
Yes, isn't it about that? Yeah.
But I Marnus can obviously think he's the number one ranked batsman in the world, but I just think it's a good example of overthinking the game.
It is.
I think you've become vulnerable to a start to an in-swing, which Broad gave him, if you remember, because your head's too far away to the offside, you play across the ball slightly. You can also, of course, you can't get a cut because you're too close to the ball.
Broad into the deflection Smith. Smith turned around by that a little, and he indicated he was, and the ball's done something a little bit. So he must himself as much as anybody else. It is only him.
Absolutely right, Jeremy. And the last time he went to number one was against England in the Ashes 18 months ago. Immediately dropped out. His numbers dropped after he was number one last time.
He's playing balls he should lead.
Exactly. And that's because of where he's ending up.
Slip legs there. Broad into Smith. Bounce up. Pulled somewhere. No one knows where. Towards the boundary for four. Long leg didn't know. I didn't know. But it is four. I saw it eventually rebound the boundary hoardings. I don't mind that for Broad. Just try once.
Very much so. Steve Smith got well on top of it and put it away. Just on Marnus, Jeremy, like I said, you can overcomplicate this game for yourself, can't you?
I think that's what I've just seen. I mean, we've seen it twice now, haven't we? I don't know whether he'll change for the next match. I think he's got to do something about it.
Broad's in his mark. Headbanded. Crowd behind him. Himself behind him. Picks up his heels in and Smith defends easily up mid-on. There's no run. Will be exhausted. Smith has slept 4 days. Everything. There's a point. Jump up mid-on. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. Mid-wicket. Way forward, square leg, long leg. The legs are very fun field. Feels quiet. So much. Stick. Nearly flex ready. It's a behind this ball if they fed it. And that is. Yeah, we're going to have a change in the commentary box. One scoreboard. Straight 2 for 84.
If you're looking for a chance to eat, drink, play with your workmates this end of financial year,
$20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins, you'll be all team, but not the other 9. Grab your favourites like 4X Gold 24 packs, 2 for $86, or Johnny Walker Red, 700ml, $44.99 or $39.99 for Hump Club members. Sign up online or in store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July. Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test cricket makers. Here's 30 years of the McCafe. James Anderson has been brought back. 5 overs for 23 off the top. Had Kawaja dropped behind the wicket on 4. One of myriad chances have been put down by Johnny Bairstow throughout the course of the Test match, but he has taken 2 this afternoon. What a busy 40 minutes or so it's been. Warner caught behind for 36 and Labuschagne caught behind for 13. Anderson got the wall in front of him. Kawaja bowls here, pushing to one of the 5 fielders in front of square. Out in front of him. So 2 mid-wickets and 3 covers. Adam Collins in, Damien Fleming in. This is just the best of Test cricket like this.
Once again, it was going Australia's way. No wickets down, scoring at a quick rate, and then you lose a couple. And players are under the pump. Holly's stand is pumped. You know who's not pumped, just playing his own speed, was Kawaja.
Exactly as he did the other day. Taking the sting out. Anderson swing here and he guides it. Deep back point where there's one. He's 28 from 71. No concerns there. 2 for 85 to score. We talked earlier last time we were on together about the tempo and the rhythm, and sometimes the game going more slowly suits one team or the other. Well, then, when Australia were taking over, it was probably in their interest to get as many overs in as they could. Now it feels like they won't be too concerned if these last 25 minutes only bring, I don't know, 5 or 6 overs or something like that.
I'd love to get one of these guys, though. Yes. Experience. This is Kawaja and Smith. Anderson, fresh and short. Was getting pulled on numerous occasions, and that's not his go. It's to bowl full, and the field's set that way. So James Anderson, 41, been an Ashes hero. This would be right up there, I reckon, he wins. So it's
very different plan for Smith. Slip, leg, slip, catching wicket 2 of them, no catching covers. Anderson into him here, Smith across his stumps and works at the deep back square. Gets his 5th single. 2 for 86 Australia.
2 straight, 2 short.
With that field though, Fleming, I guess you expect him to ball straighter. It's such a leg side dominant field for Steve Smith. But on that occasion, he just went too far down leg side. This hasn't been his pitch, we've said it many times. And with the new ball in particular, he's getting no joy out of it.
The ball slows when it hits the pitch. Later, you can make that happen a bit better on a pitch like this.
Anderson bowls to Kawaja, who from the off stump takes it again, deep back point, batting. So 29, 3 singles in the over, 2 for 87, the Aussies.
There's a couple in the over. Sorry, Colin. There's definitely a length where it's getting through. But if you're just short of that, just short of it, just blondes.
Yeah. Well, we saw that with the Ollie Robbins and he nailed the length on one occasion. It's short for a large portion of that spell. He got it right once, and that was enough to skid through the surface
and that was a cross as well. Anderson back over the wicket to Smith. Some back out over the pitch as well. As he bowls, Smith leaves. The ball hits the seam, moves back. Probably not full enough to get what you're saying there, Flem. You want to give yourself a chance to bring any of the catches behind the wicket.
Yeah, and it's, when you're going through a bit of a phase, that it is tough because even a medium to no ball, fast medium bowlers, you're still a fast bowler. And you want to see the ball go through with pace. So, whether you just change where you're looking, maybe look at Bairstow's right knee, you look at off bail, you've got to coach yourself on field.
And still too left in the over after the no ball. Bowls to Smith, upish, but just gets it wide of the man. At mid-off, he's through for a quick single. Crowder give you the impression directly made interesting. It wouldn't have. Smith 6 for 89, one left in the over.
What's done a bit since that? Steve Smith, no timing, well away from his body. Could have been dangerous. They've gone straight to the fielder.
Steve Smith. Best Bradman statistically. Never victorious in England, having come on a trio of Ashes trips. What it mean for him in terms of putting almost a full stop on his career against England, winning here, and so much of it might be dictated by what plays out over the next 3 or 4 hours of cricket, both this evening and tomorrow morning. Anderson rather, to Kawaja, who defends into the onside. End of the over, 25 gone, 2 for 89, Kawaja 29. Smith on 6. We haven't seen the DRS used in the session so far. If we did, if you're IMA insurance, the tradies make call 1-3 IMA.
Bounce, dribble, spin, and when Caroline had a heart attack last year, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500 to cover the cost. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every trade. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. And then the trade is made. That's IMAR.
SEN Test Cricket, Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan, and Damien Fleming with you on the call. Can England get one more here and make this really interesting? 192 runs away from the finish line. Australia, we're ticking along in our own time until 2 wickets and broad legs pumping. Pavilion ends to Smith, hits him on the pad, shout the leg before. Went to the keeper Bairstow as well. Broad's going up to talk to the cause, Zach Crawley especially. I don't think it was bat. Reading the language of Broad, reading the lips rather of Broad, he says, I don't think it's bat. Ben Stokes says he's hit it. So it mustn't have carried to Bairstow. Looked to be kind of into the call, didn't it? It is. It's too late. Yeah, it's gone down to 0. So watch the replay back for tyre power.
Smith is indicating he hit it.
So how do they... This is the order of events here. So when talks through it, swinger,
then it's straight. It's the outside edge. Squared him up. So that's carry. That's it. That's it.
Or has it hit the...
I think LBW is hit outside the line.
Yeah. I think it's hit his back.
It has.
So good decision from Ben Stokes not to give in to Broad there, pretty insistent on having a second look.
Good delivery.
Super delivery. Genuine swing. Maybe even some reverse, possibly. In against Smith bowls here, move back to the right-hander, places it on Ollie Pope mid-wicket. Smith gives it a bit of a gesticulation with the gloves at the bat afterwards. That's always a sign that he's in extra gear of concentration.
He's had a great test, Jarrod. He's charged in the whole test match. He spoke about how he wanted to G the crowd up. That's giving him a lot of energy as well. But I'm looking at his momentum as his run-up. I know he's bowled no balls, but he is getting through the crease with real power. And his varieties, he's actually upskilled since the last time I saw him.
Broad bowls, Smith, wide of the crease, in swing and behind! Broad gets Smith as well! England have gone bang, 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 late in the day.
6. England needed a huge hour before the close of play, and that's exactly what they're getting. And it's their veteran quick Stuart who's leading the way. Big celebration, rushing off the cover. 3 for 89, game on England.
It's the same delivery. It's the in-swinger, but on this occasion, it hits the pitch, it goes straight on. And Steve Smith, unfortunately, with poor bowling in the 6th Street, has given Bairstow an easy catch. They have gone up, just talking about how important Broad has been to this English team, to the crowd, and he is ripping apart this test match.
He got into Steve Smith's head first, and then he got into his technique, and then he opened him up. It's pretty much the same delivery that Manas Lavshen got out to a while back. Scott Boland is going out as the night watcher. But Steve Smith, his head all over the place. The one that just got the outside edge while back in Fleming. You could see after that he was playing, wasn't sure what play and what not play, head fell over. He's trying to close the face of the back with that delivery.
So an unconvincing brief statement from Steve Smith comes to an end, and fair old response there from Stuart Broad, celebrating another wicket at the Toby Brothers funeral, celebrating lives deep into the day. The shadows lengthening, and the night watchman Scott Boland making his way to the middle. This is a crucial 17 minutes. One more here, and the game will start to really tilt in favour of the home side again, with Australia so far away from their target at 281.
Bolo, he loves a forward defence. We saw that for a couple of balls, but there's no doubt they will have catches on either side for the bouncer as well. Bolo ducked a couple, and he tried to ride one, and he maybe just catch did sitting it off. But Broad, he's going to bowl full again. He's working a treat. Bowls and LBs. Listen to this crowd. Ashes are cricket is right.
It's a ball. Boland generally a pretty cool customer. I'm sure he's feeling it well. It's 16 minutes to go for stumps. It's a long time for him to survive. Stuart Broad, like I said, will target the stumps. They already have the limit on place where Scott Boland is and the short leg.
And they're all doing a big trying to get the crowd revved up. All the England feels he's engaging. Stuart Broad to top of his mark. Scott Boland has been night watchman a couple of times before for Australia, waiting 22 yards away from where it matters most. Slip, gully, couple of leg gullies, stunning field. Short leg Ben Stokes, right under his eye, a silly point.
Come on, Bolo.
Scott Boland has 3 balls left from Stuart Broad. He sets away from us. Pavilion, legs pumping. Bowls here and Boland.
Don't bowl there to me, says Big Bolo.
Confidently.
Stuart Broad has bowled 2 and 3 Ashes-defining spells. At the Oval in 2009, at Durham in 2013, and most famously at Trent Bridge in 2015. And you just get the sense he's in one of those moves, and he's still got a couple of overs after this. Broad midfielders everywhere for him. Waiting around Scott Boland. Up to the crease, wide of the bowls here on the line. Boland kicked out the in-swinger. What an over this has been. The in-swing at the start nearly knocks Smith over. Nearly let a leg or shout down the outside edge. The one that beats the edge, finds the edge, right on money Boland.
Yeah, he actually want a couple more deliveries here, because there's no doubt he has to have a look upstairs with Bolos. And now Stokes spreading field. But still having enough catches here, so good capacity. Broad, superstar over. Has he got one more wicket in him?
The field gets yet more extravagant. Ollie Robinson coming into another catching mid-wicket position. Right next to the man at short leg Ben Stokes. 2 leg gullies. Anderson as well, they're going to crowd him. They're in his face.
Nose or toes here.
Broad to complete a memorable Ashes over. Delivers the ball here on the leg stump. Works into the onside and gets a single. That's the job of the non-striker, to wear as much strike as possible. He's off the mark, he keeps the strike.
3 for 90 Australia. Smith brought back for 6. That's all the way by task scoreboard.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on
deals on BT50 and CX9.
It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the Trots.
Conditions apply. LMCT 11621.
That is without a doubt the Maccas are loving at the moment. Stuart picking out Smith. It's a new season for the spicy range of Maccas. He's already bowled delivery of the day to Marnus Labuschagne. Maccas order by delivery on the Maccas app. For Anderson, the field to bowl is going to be just extravagant for him.
Yeah, but the big bowl, I reckon he smells right now. Batting at 5. He's actually looked better at those full deliveries than others than Steve with the last couple. It'll be when Anderson changes his inning.
It's the umbrella, like 32, 33. Bowling gets out of the way. 2-leg gullies. A short leg right under his eye. A catching mid-wicket 6 metres from the bat, straight up than the man at short leg. A man at square leg, 12 metres from the bat, just in front of square. One slip, the silly point, a gully, and a catching cover. I mean, you wouldn't dream of a field like this in any conventional test match, but under men's stakes, nothing's conventional. Anderson on his way, delivers here against a bowler who attacks. Over that good point, gets himself a boundary. That's the benefit of the field being up. That's a bit too short, a bit too wide. He's held himself before.
I'm telling you, smelling runs. Get me in at number 5, and I'll block the good ones. And you bowl short and wide to Scott Boland. It's like serving a beer up to old Bobby Hawke. They're both going to smash it.
Punish them, rest assured.
They're going to punish it all over.
187 is the journey Australia had to make from here. 3 for 94, bowls on 5. The field remains the same. Gully comes up closer. Anderson bowls and bowl leads. So the one little tweak there, that good point Robertson, has come up to a more conventional second gully alongside Ben Duckett.
That's a better lead because it's easy to block when they attack the stumps. But that's that line, it's a tempting line. Taylor is right, but just lay the bat out there. So that was excellent from Scott Boland.
Number 5 is the position straight rate 90.
Good. This is as good as I've ever seen him bat. So maybe it is 5.
Point drops back, maybe for the top edge. Rawdon Anderson. Can Lalor get in the balls to bowl, pulls this on the line. Proud big play to miss. Bowling did quite well there. Picked the length of it. Pulled the bat in.
That's Scott Boland's tribute to Marcus Scott. Watching from the English camp. Very good. Hey, Trent, this is for you.
The benefit of our perfect commentary position is we can see Boland there.
Once again, a spar to widely length. I think the worry is not when Anderson attacks the stumps, when he gets straighter and fuller. If he bowls like a 4th or 5th stump line, he can almost bowl a half ball, to be honest.
And he keeps tweaking that point field. Deep backward point now for the uppercut. Ben Duckett trying to fire the crowd up.
No, maybe it's for the ramp. Maybe they see something we haven't.
Anderson's got 2 balls left. Up to the crease, delivers here to Boland. Wicket, cross his stumps, middle of the bat, doing everything right so far. Keeping Lalor off strike, and with 1 ball to go, that also might be a point of thinking. Can he get a single here?
He will be. There are enough spaces around for him to get a single.
There'll be 2 overs left on the day after this, so they're going to fall 13 short. What a day it's been here at Edgbaston.
Great day.
This test match could not be more imbalanced. Chris has got England back in front again. They've had a roller coaster today. Anderson bowls to finish. Over the top of bowlers off stump. Shouldering arms. Brilliant cricket. SEN test cricket fanatics. I'm jumping outside as Daniel Norcross jumping in with Fleming. Damien. The end of the game. 3 for 94.
Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds and a wholesale price discounted up to a further 20% only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
Ridiculously exciting fourth day. Two overs. Takes us fine down the boundary. Chases up bonus run to Arja at the end of the day. He's been a solid rock for this match for Australia. England don't need to get too greedy here. They've got Australia where they want them because it's 183 more to win. And that is 45 overs for 4-0 tomorrow. We'll lose some time tomorrow. So
he's like airs rock at the moment. That's him into inch one and second innings.
Broad in, that's guided out of the covers, which will allow Scott Boland to take strike and do his job as the night watcher. One more total, 399. The line is 34. Now, Boland got out of the way, both you and I laugh almost hysterically over the first innings. He looks like a changed Boland. It's almost like Scott Bakula from Hunter League. He's jumped into his body.
The thing is, when you walk out of number 5 as a commentator, you think I'm number 5. Right. When you walk in at number 11, you think I'm number 11. And everything I've seen so far from Big Scott, I'm blind. Full face of the bat.
Forward shot leg. Sit it off to Wang. Down past the leg gully. It's right over the boundary. Hilarious Ruse is waddling after it. He gets there and they come back with a cover, which is what Boland wanted. That's perfect there. 100 comes up for Australia. Boland loses 7. They played very nicely. Ball's taken into his pads and he flipped it to his back square and then the leg gully.
I think Paul would admire that one. It was such a nice caress through the leg side. Boland just walked across and he hit the swing.
I thought there was such a great KS Ranjit. Yeah. Took trouble with him. Wow.
Yeah, more a cover driver.
Yeah. That's right. Could play that shot. Broad into Boland. Oh, it's just a stage slot. Taking it again. He chases after it. More runs for Boland. No one's going to haul it back. They'll come back for 2 more. Kawaja making sure that Boland remembers his job. Doesn't think about the third.
Well, he didn't even look at him for Scott. He was up for the third. When he looked up, he saw Wisdom's back.
Explain to me, Lalor, who loves a bumper, and who loves a tail ender, and who loves a tail ender who doesn't like a bumper, has failed so far to bowl a bumper at Boland.
I'd bowl 2 in a row.
Yeah.
2 in a row now, and attack stumps.
Sounds like they've got him in the first innings. Here is Broad to Boland. Full. Defended really well. This is perfect stuff for Scott Boland. It's the question I have to put to you. Because we get very confused in England about what is on Australia. And we thought that night watchers were on Australia. We felt.
We've always been told that.
Yeah, when England sent out a night watcher, Australians remind us that we're cowardly milquetoast. With the kind of kids who sleep at night. That's what they say. But this Aussie team is a night watcher. That's not short. It's played off the back foot though into the offside. Last ball of the over, well played. Scotty Boland, who survived the over. I reckon there's maybe only 1 more left today. Kawaja on strike. Australia 3 for 103.
A big game tonight. 80,000 in the house.
How good's that shot?
Nothing feels like a Mizuno.
Hold on. What's he
All
holding?
golfers want to rip them off the tee like that. Get on to MizunoGolf.com and learn more about what Mizuno has on offer for your game. Irons, woods, hybrids, wedges, putters, balls, bags and apparel. Mizuno Golf. Custom fitted, custom built. Find your nearest stockist or fitter at MizunoGolf.com.
Nothing feels like a Mizuno.
SEN test cricket for Matters. This might be the last day of the day, it might not. Because Moeen Ali is going to bowl it, interestingly. Not Anderson. Kawaj is on strike. I reckon he will comfortable. Friendly this last over, but now 3 minutes to go to the schedule close. He's in and out to Kawaj to defend. So back up with the bowlers, there's no run. England, I wonder if they do this as they quite fancy a yellow over.
Definitely. And how do you slow it down? This is straight to target. Marlins just turns around. Bowls again.
This is once more. And Kawaj defends to the other side. There's no run. Crowd appeal for LW. Stokes is running rapidly to Lake. Short leg? I think short leg. He wants to get on with it though. He might have thought about this earlier. Now he's going to take his hat off, put his helmet on. He's done it very quickly. It's amazing how quickly fielders can be ready when they want to be. Because he now is ready. Amazing, isn't it? What's possible when you want to do something. Moeen Ali, Kawaj defends to short single point. Both the field, hands straight to Moeen Ali. 3 balls have been bowled 1 minute. 2 minutes to go to the schedule close of play.
This is when you don't hear a lot for special comments.
Moeen in. Slip in place. Kawaj comes forward, defends, poke again. Poke rubs the ball unnecessarily, which wastes a minute.
The other end.
Gives it to Moeen Ali.
He's ready. But it's too late, I reckon.
This was his lead gardening.
You'd have to roll it as a single and waste time in that.
Enjoy the edge. There's his single. There's his single. But he's not going to take it.
No.
Because he wants bowled on strike for the last over. And Stokes ties it up, gets the ball to Moeen Ali. He's got the ball in his hand. Husband Kawaj is now ready.
Always wasting time.
Going to waste time. Where's he go?
Yeah, that's Tiddles.
Turns away. Yeah, now Moeen last ball of the over. He's going to get it in time. Kawaj lets it go. Runs to the other end. Trying to get one over him. And they're gonna. That was far better cricket from England. Made over from Moeen Ali. Clock on the scoreboard for 59, but the clock next to the one above the scoreboard was so Stuart Broad is now ready to go the last game of the day. Absolutely superb.
I think he needs to bowl some shorter balls earlier in the over to push back, then attack fuller.
It was a strange over for him, wasn't it? Yeah. It's like sort of forgotten how to get bowled out. Now England take as long as they want, so they will do, because they're bowlers.
It's going to take 10 minutes.
Yeah, could be. Stokes is moving his field around. There are 3 slips in who ducks the balls around about 5 feet away from him. On the offside.
He better stop it.
Yeah.
That was bad, wasn't it?
It was just a short, wide, filthy balls, wasn't it? Could have been put away.
It's a waste of the ball.
But Boland's done his job, though. He's out now. Travis take that.
I'll read some nonsense.
He's looking at a first country.
Yeah. On his ball. I'll check that.
Alex Stewart. Ball is in, another bounce. Better corrected. Boland once again. Where was Alex Stewart on 99? Wasn't it? What's it? That one chase. Can you see, doesn't it?
Not a tap. not out.
So Scotty Boland could be eyeing 99 tomorrow.
Yeah, to get him home.
Get him home.
Catch up with Alex.
Harold Larwood's a man who's got a 90 odd.
Eddie Hemmings.
Eddie Hemmings, Sydney.
Yeah.
82. 82. Broad. 4 balls left. Today's play. He's here. Boland pushes it on the ground. I think it's out. It's close to the outside. Good ball.
And a great lead. He's just as theatrical as Brody, Scotty Boland. He just went, I'll have a dab, but I'm not really going to play it.
It was very close to that outside edge. It doesn't look fully comfortable.
This is a terrific ball.
Where's to go? Round. Been playing all day, most Garrett's. Full ball! Slipped down on the boundary before. For a moment I thought I got the pad, but it's not, it's got the edge. What's that?
Look to catch a big swinger, and Razorback Scotty, your highest test score. 13. Of 17 deliveries. Yeah, let's have a look. In swinger. Outside. No, he's soft hands.
Very soft hands.
So that was beautifully played, except that he did look to the leg side. He did that. He put it on the wall. The Aussie wall is out there right now.
Jarrod's got 2 more balls left to get his man. He's in. Hurling in. Just defended well into the ground.
He's got a lot of time, Scotty, hasn't he? Just let's come to the
say about all the best.
Great players always have.
Soft.
Yeah. I mean, it's acceptable that extra bit of time, isn't it? It just comes through in the way. He doesn't need to use his feet. His hands just naturally the ball.
You come to me. I'll make you bowl where I want you to bowl. This is what follows.
Last ball of the day. Incredible day. 11 wickets.
It's a 3-hit bowler. Have a slog. Have a 3-hit. Hit it into the Holy Stanley.
9 catches. Brought in. Boland. Oh, plays in a full delivery outside the off-stump. There's a light inquiry surprise. Heroic work from Boland to see our last work. 20 minutes of the day. After Australia lost Steve Smith, England were over the moon. They're still in not a strong position. It feels honestly even a bit. 307. But Australia will come back tomorrow. Needing 174 runs with their first test match. England will need 7 wickets. It could be magnificently set up. There is a forecast of rain all day. Are we going to get enough time for one side to force a positive result? And if so, which side would it be? How much time would they need? We're not going to take long. They've been running alongside me, full long alongside me. Let's just deal with those salient questions before we go to our backers and our moments and delivery of the day. What do we think we need? Let's scenario build. 174 to win. Australia need a minimum of 50. They're not going to score 2 quick because the momentum of the game they get off. Stokes rigs the field up. So 7 wickets in hand, 174 runs to win. Just another day we're all looking forward to. That was another brilliant session, wasn't it? Australia won it early. And then Stuart Broad, I love that Ashes. People had that on how good they were in Ashes cricket. Stuart Broad in the end. His hands on his knees, he was bent over. Everything in that last spell. Few of the boys come over, always his mate Jimmy pat him on the back and said, well done. But guess what? Big Broad is going to have to back up again tomorrow. And in the middle of all this was Kawaja.
the batathon continues. You know, if he gets out early, can Australia get home? I'm not sure about that.
We're expecting that to be different.
It's going to move around.
It's going to be a bit more spicy. And that ball is 30 years old. Phil Long, an extraordinary thing has happened today. Steve Smith has played a test match in England. He's made his last contribution to a test match in England. A test match in which he has not reached 80. In fact, not reached 20, has he?
That's right. He had Portsmouth in Vineyard, batted well in the World Test Championship. He came into this Test series saying it's the 1, 2, 3 of Smith, Kawaja. Smith, Lashane Head.
Yeah, Usman's not there.
Usman's still has been the man. He wants the man. England expected they'd have to knock over. He might be kicking tomorrow.
Lashane and Smith have both been cheaply in both innings, which is quite a bonus for England.
And we were all worried about our left-handers. Jarrod, Robinson and Anderson. And we banged on Anderson and Smith, the two right-handers was really cashing in. But that hasn't played out that well.
Had a good first innings as well.
Probably kept Green's been the right-hand batsman.
So, let's take a look at it, because I'm moment of the day. I think, for me, I'm going to nominate the very first ball. I think so, yeah. Because the very first ball they turned up, they were 228. And they lead 35. Paradise is find himself in. Their best batter, the person they really desperately need not to get out early.
Australia's best bowler.
Australia's best bowler chose to attempt the reverse ramp of the very first ball of the day. And that set the tone for the lunacy to come. Do we think we can agree on where were you, Dave? Or would it be actually what he connected with the next over that went 6?
It's exhilarating because we just thought maybe Root Pope will bat traditionally, and then once they felt comfortably, but it was Bazball from the start. But no doubt the magic moment is Scott Boland scoring his highest test score, and not only on that, he's not out, and he is hungry. So Boland may go big tomorrow.
You heard it here first. And that's two nominated moments today. It's a season with a spicy range. Check it out.
Good season.
And now the Macca's delivery of the day, I think we're going to find it extremely easy to choose that one. I think so. Aren't we? It's going to be surely Pat Cummins' incredible in-swinging rocket to uproot Ollie Pope's obstacle.
The uprooted Pope.
The uprooted Pope. Yes, he demonstrated it.
So the in-swinger, I reckon it's been 3 or 4 years in the making for Pat Cummins. And what I liked is he pushed down that leg side for a couple of times and lost that. And he needed to get it perfect. And Pope did not do a lot wrong there. That was an absolute cracker.
I do. I highly commend it to Stuart Ward, Steve Smith. Worked him over 1, 2, 3. When Broad gets in that kind of mood, then well, no safe, are they?
No, not even the last-day Bradman that is Steve Smith. So Macca's, what a fireman delivery on the mind. Macca's and now full of wickets for Toby Brothers Funerals, celebrating the lives, the wickets that fell today. Ollie Pope, first one to go. 3 for 77 bowled by that absolute rocket from Cummins. He made 14 from 16. They put on 50 in double quick time this morning. But there was nothing much anybody could have done with that delivery. Next to go was Joe Root, charging down the wicket at Lion. He was stumped by Carey, 46 off 55. Played a very enterprising innings, but 4 for 129. I thought England were all sorts of bother. Made worse when Harry Brook was out. 5 for 150, caught by Lashane. Of Lion for 46. It's a great catch, but Brook was desperately trying to get on with it. He kept quiet for about 26 balls. Then he's got 13 on 26, and he's got 30 on 14 on 26, he's got 32 on previous 26. You said that, he's manufactured length. Wasn't quite there, and a really good diving catch by Lashane mid-wicket. Had England 5 for 150. Bairstow was out. Reverse sweeping, missing LBW to Lion for 20 of 39. That was 6 for 196. Ben Stokes, when he left, 7 for 210. LBW coming through bowling round the wicket, trapping him in front of the stump. Umpire's call. Leg stump, but it was a good umpire's call. A good dot. He went 43 off 66. Nearly back to his best with the bad. Actually started tentatively before lunch, but really started to find his groove. Another England player there getting double figures, but not make it all the way. And it was about that moment. That was 7-2-10. Moeen Ali was caught by Carey off Hazelwood for 19. It's a big ask for Moeen Ali to come in where he is doing at the moment. And he was helpful down the order, but having really played red ball cricket for a long time, asking a lot. That was 8-2-2-9. England were very much in danger of setting Australia less than 250 and giving them crucially longer in good conditions. And had that tail been wrapped up immediately, they could have been needing 245 and Australia could easily have been 153, and then they would be nearly hose. Well, they won't be, as you see Stuart Broad bucket out being interviewed with one trouser leg half rolled up.
But it looks 8 feet tall, and they've got the smallest commentators pushing to reward Morgan Ponting.
Yes, I think that's a contractual obligation.
Look at that.
Whenever
not one of them reaching his shoulders.
Yeah, that's on the...
Not one of them's a bowler.
The top power replay screen. But Partnership 27 programme when Ollie Roberts was caught by Green, chipping the ball out to wide long off. They line up 27 for 44 short Partnership. And then another one, 17. Still might be many, but it was 5 overs out of the game. It was 5 overs longer that England had in, and Australia did good conditions. That felt important. Caught by Carey and Anderson of bowling coming to 12. His highest score against Australia since the overall in 2016, I think he told me. His first double-figure score in 26 innings. And I don't know if you brought up this fact, but this is the 8th time in Test history that 10 batters have made double figures, but no one's made a 50.
Like sort of
Do you know, Zach Crawley made 3 more runs. It's only the second time in Test history that all 11 have made double figures and no one made a 50.
Which goes to prove that Australia tomorrow don't necessarily need one match winner. No, everybody chips in.
Believe Barlow's 13 already.
Never is a real word spoken.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
team.
Yeah, but Barlow is we've got nailed on for half century.
And everyone else just bats around him.
His performance tomorrow is going to kick.
You watch. Usman getting things to get Barlow on stride.
Quite too. It's been another amazing day. On a pitch, you know, Cricinfo says 2 out of 10 deviation, 2 out of 10 for bounce, 2 out of 10 for wicket pace. These two sides are bowling their hearts out to get wickets. I think it's incredible performances from both of them. And whoever wins, well, they will have deserved it.
Well, life's a pitch, isn't it?
Life is a pitch. And on that note, we're all going to say goodbye. We're going to be back tomorrow. 10:30 our time in the UK. You work it out yourself. 7:30 in Melbourne in the evening. The rest of you just add up the numbers. From Damien, Fleming, Adam Collins, Lalor, Jeremy, Coney, Bharat, Sundaresan, Pete Lalor, and anyone else?
There's a couple of wacky guys in there we missed, but we'll see you tomorrow.
Until then, it's back to the studio. Do be sure to join us for the 5th day. It could be exciting.
Summarisers has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 50